Chapter 1 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 1. The Troll in the Church Fountain. Chapter 1. It was a village of fountains. They poured from the sides of houses, bubbled up at street corners, sprang from stone troughs by the roadside, and one even gushed from the very walls of the old church itself, and fell with a monotonous tinkle into a carved stone basin beneath. The old church stood on a high plateau overlooking the lake. It jutted so far out on its great rock that it seemed to overhang the precipice, and as the neighbors walked upon the terrace on Sundays and enjoyed the shade of the row of plane trees, they could look down over the low walls of the churchyard almost into the chimneys of the wooden houses clustering below. There were wide stone seats on the terrace, gray and worn by the weather, and by generations of children who had played round them. And here the mothers and grandmothers, with their distaffs in their hands, loved to collect on summer evenings. Often Turley had seen them from his home by the mountain torrent, for he was so high up he looked down upon the whole village, and he had often longed to join them and hear what they were saying. But he was nothing but a river troll, and he was not able to venture within sight or sound of the water of the holy church fountain. Anywhere else he was free to roam, teasing the children, worrying the women as they washed their clothes at the open stone basins, even putting his lean fingers into the fountain spout to stop the water, while the people remained staring open-mouthed or ran off to fetch a neighbor to find out what was the matter. This was all very pleasant to Turley, and at night he would hurry back to his relations in their cave under the stones of the torrent and enjoy a good laugh at the day's adventures. There was only one thing that worried him. Several of the cleverest old women of the village, who had on several occasions seen Turley dancing about the country, agreed to hang a little pot of the church water on the doors of their houses, and once or twice the troll, on attempting to enter in order to tease the inhabitants, had suddenly caught sight of the water and rushed away with a scream of rage and disappointment. "Never river troll can stand the sight of the church fountain," said the old women, and rubbed their hands gleefully. In the early summer there was to be a great wedding at the old church. The bridegroom the son of a rich farmer, the bride one of the young girls of the village, and Turley, who had known them both from childhood, determined that for once in his life he would enter the unknown region of the church terrace.
"Elena has often annoyed me in the past," laughed Turley, "so it's only fair I should try and annoy her in the future."
And he sat down cross-legged at the bottom of a water trough to arrange his plans quietly in seclusion. An old horse came by, dragging a creaking wagon, and the driver stopped to allow the animal to drink. The troll raised himself leisurely, and as the horse put in his head, Turley seized it in both hands and hung on so firmly that it was impossible for the poor creature to get away. "Let go," said the horse angrily, for he understood the troll language. "Let me go. What are you doing?"
"I shan't let you go till you make me a promise. You get the wood troll to cork up the church fountain at daybreak on Friday morning, and I'll let you drink as much as you like now and go without hindrance afterwards."
"I shan't promise," said the horse crossly. "I don't see why I should."
"Well, I shall hang on till you do,"
said the troll with a disagreeable laugh, and he gripped the old horse more tightly than ever. "Oh, leave off! I'm being suffocated. I'll promise anything," cried the horse. Turley withdrew his hands immediately, and sinking down to the bottom of the trough with a chuckle that made the water bubble furiously, and the old horse, without waiting to drink, trotted off with an activity that surprised his master.
"Remember your promise,"
called the troll, putting his head suddenly over the edge of the trough and pointing a thin finger.
"On Friday at daybreak, the church fountain stopped, or you don't drink comfortably for a 12-month.
Chapter 2. Early on Friday morning, the bridal procession started gaily, and all the village folks were so occupied they never noticed that the church fountain had ceased to bubble. The bells rang out, while the troll, hidden in the branches of a tree close to the entrance door, glanced first at the procession and then at a wedge of wood sticking out from the stone mouth of the fountain, and he laughed elfishly.
"Ha ha! The old horse has kept his promise. This is seeing the world,"
he whispered triumphantly. The marriage ceremony was soon over, and as the newly wedded pair stepped out upon the terrace again, Turley drew from his pocket a little jar of water, and splash! Fell some drops from it, right in the eyes of the bride and bridegroom. "It's beginning to rain. I saw the clouds gathering. Run, run for the nearest shelter," cried everyone confusedly, and off dashed the crowd, panting and breathless. Now it was an unfortunate thing that after the wedding everything in the new household seemed to go wrong. "The young people have had their heads turned," whispered the old women, and the poor bride looked pale and disconsolate. "It's a wretched house to have married into," she said to her mother. "Nothing but these poor boards for furniture, no good fields or garden, all so dull and disagreeable. And then my husband, he seems always discontented. I think I was happier at home." And she tapped her foot impatiently. Her mother argued and remonstrated, and at last began to weep bitterly. "You must be bewitched, Elena, to complain like this. You have everything a reasonable girl could wish for." "Everything? Why, I have nothing," cried Elena angrily, and ran from the room, leaving Turley, who was hiding in a water bucket, to stamp his feet with delight.
"Ha ha! It is going on excellently,"
he shouted in his little cracked voice.
"Once let them have the water from the troll's well in their eyes, they'll never be contented again."
And he upset the bucket in which he was standing over the feet of the bride's mother, who had to run home hastily to change her wet shoes. "This is the work of the river trolls, I believe," she said to herself, as she held up her soaked skirts carefully. "I'll find out all about it on St. John's Eve, if I can't do so before." And she nodded angrily toward the mountain torrent. Days passed, and the sad temper of the newly married couple did not improve. They scarcely attempted to speak to each other, and groaned so much over the hardships of their life that all their friends became tired of trying to comfort them. "They're bewitched," said the bride's mother, "bewitched and nothing else. But wait till St. John's Eve, and you'll see I shall cure them." She spoke mysteriously, but as she was a sensible woman, everyone believed her. On St. John's Eve, as I dare say you know, all animals have the power of talking together like human beings, and punctually as the clock struck 12, the bride's mother put on her thick shoes, and taking the stable lantern from its nail, she went off to the stable, refusing to allow either her husband or son to accompany her. As she entered the door of the outhouse, she heard the oxen already whispering to each other, and the old horse, with his head over the division, addressing friendly remarks to a family of goats close by. "Do you know anything of Turley or the wood trolls?" inquired the old woman, looking at the oxen severely. No. They shook their heads slowly. The bride's mother then repeated her question to the goat family, who denied any knowledge of the trolls with a series of terrified bleats. "There's only you, then," said the bride's mother to the old horse. "You have served us faithfully, and we have been kind masters to you. Tell me, do you know anything of Turley or the wood trolls?" "I do," said the old horse with dignity. "I can tell you more than anyone else dreams of." And he stepped from his stall with an air of the greatest importance. The old woman sat down upon an upturned stable bucket and prepared to listen. "Just before the wedding," commenced the horse, "I was passing through the village with old master when we stopped to drink. No sooner had I got my nose into the fountain than, Turley had hold of me, and not an inch would he loosen his grip till I promised to let him see the wedding by getting the wood trolls to stop up the church fountain. What was I to do? I was forced to agree, and from that promise comes all the misery of the bride and bridegroom." The old horse then went on to explain what Turley had done on the wedding day, while the bride's mother jumped up from the water bucket with a cry of delight. "All will be well now. You have done us the greatest possible service, and shall live in leisure for the rest of your life," she said, and ran out of the stables toward the house before the astonished animals could recover themselves. "I've found it all out," she cried to her husband. "Now all we have to do is catch Turley." "Not so easy, wife," said the bride's father, but the old woman smiled in a mysterious manner. "Leave it to me, husband. I shall manage it. Our children will be happy again tomorrow. You will see." Chapter 3. The next day at sunrise, the bride's mother crept off secretly to the church fountain and brought back a large pailful of the water. This she emptied into a washtub and covered with some green pine branches, and on top of all she placed a wooden bowl half filled with buttermilk. "Turley likes it so much, he will do anything for buttermilk," she said to herself, as she propped open the kitchen door and went off with a light heart to see her daughter. She carried with her a jug of the church water, and when she arrived at the farmhouse, she gave it to her daughter and son-in-law and begged them to bathe their eyes with it immediately. With much grumbling, they obeyed her, but what a change occurred directly they had done so! The day, which had seemed cloudy and threatening rain, now appeared bright and hopeful. The bride ran over her new house with exclamations of delight at all the comfortable arrangements, and the bridegroom declared he was a lucky man to have married a good wife and have a farm that anyone might reasonably be proud of. "How could we ever have trouble over anything?" said the young bride. "I can't understand it. We are young and we are happy." The old woman smiled wisely. "It was only the troll's well water," she said, and went home as fast as her feet would carry her. As she neared her own door, she heard sounds of splashing and screaming in a shrill, piping voice, and, on entering, saw Turley struggling violently in the tub of church water, the little bowl of buttermilk lying spilt on the floor.
"Take me out! Take me out! It gives me the toothache!"
wailed the troll. But the bride's mother was a wise woman and determined that now she had caught their tormentor, she would keep him safely.
"I've got the toothache in every joint,"
shouted Turley.
"Let me out, and I'll never tease you any more."
"It serves you very well right," said the old woman, and she poured the contents of the tub, including Turley, into a large bucket and carried it off in triumph to the church fountain. Here she emptied the bucket into the carved stone basin and left Turley kicking and screaming while she went home to the farmhouse to breakfast. "That's a good morning's work, wife, if you never do another," said the bride's father, who had come into the kitchen just as Turley upset the bowl of buttermilk and fell through the pine branches headlong into the tub beneath. "We shall live in peace and quietness now," for Turley was the most mischievous of the whole of the troll folk. The words of the bride's father proved to be quite true, for after the capture of the water troll, the village enjoyed many years of quietness and contentment. As to Turley, he lived in great unhappiness in the church fountain, enduring a terrible series of toothaches, but unable to escape from the magic power of the water. At the end of that time, however, a falling tree split the sides of the carved stone basin into fragments, and the troll, escaping with the water which flowed out, darted from the churchyard and safely reached his old home in the bed of the mountain torrent. "The church fountain is broken and Turley has escaped," said the good folks the next morning, and the old people shook their heads gravely in alarm. But I suppose Turley has had a good lesson, for he never troubled the village any more.
End of Chapter 1. The Troll in the Church Fountain.
Chapter 2 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lily. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. The Imp in the Chintz Curtain. He was a wicked-looking imp, and he lived in a bed curtain. No one knew he was in the house, not even the master and mistress. The little girl who slept in the chintz curtain bed was the only person who knew of his existence, and she never mentioned him, even to her old nurse. She had made his acquaintance on Christmas Eve as she lay awake, trying to keep her tired eyes open long enough to see Santa Claus come down the chimney. The imp sprang into view with a crack of falling wood in the great fireplace, and there he stood, bowing to Mary Ann from the left-hand corner of the chintz curtain. A green leaf formed his hat, some straggling branches his feet. His thin body was a single rose stem, and his red face a crumpled rosebud. A flaw in the printing of the chintz curtain had given him life, a life distinct from that of the other rose leaves. "You're lying awake very late tonight. What's that for?" he inquired, shaking the leaf he wore upon his head and looking at Marianne searchingly. "Why, don't you see? I'm waiting for Santa Claus," replied Marianne. "I've always missed him before, but this time nothing shall make me go to sleep." She sat up in bed and opened her eyes as widely as possible. "He has generally been here before this," said the imp. "I can remember your great aunt sleeping in this very bed and being in just the same fuss. I got down and danced about all night, and she thought I was earwigs." "I should never think you were an earwig. You're too pink and green." But don't talk, I can hear something buzzing." "Santa Claus doesn't buzz," said the chintz imp. "He comes down flop. Once in your aunt's time, I knew him nearly stick in the chimney. He had too many things in his sack. You should have heard how he struggled. It was like thunder. Everyone said how high the wind was." "I hope you wouldn't do it tonight," said Marianne. "I could never pull him down by myself." As she spoke, the room seemed to be violently shaken, and there was a sound of falling plaster, followed by some loud kicks. "Phew!" cried the chintz imp. "He's done it again!" Marianne started up in great excitement. She sprang from her bed and ran towards the old-fashioned fireplace. Nothing was at first to be seen, but as the fire had died down to a few hot embers, Marianne could, by craning her head forwards, look up right into the misty darkness of the great chimney. There, to her astonishment, she saw a pair of large brown-covered feet hanging down helplessly, while a deep voice from above cried, "Get me out of this, or I shall break down the chimney." "Oh, what am I to do?" exclaimed Marianne anxiously. "I'm not tall enough to reach you. Shall I fetch my Aunt Agla, or would you prefer my old nurse?" "Certainly not," said the voice with the decision. "I have never been seen by a grown-up person, and I don't intend to begin now. Either you must get me down yourself, or I shall manage to work out at the top again. And then, I'm sorry to say, you'll have to go without your presents." Marianne sat down on the hearthrug in a state of anxious consideration. There waved the great brown feet, and 2 or 3 steps would land them safely on the hearthrug. But how could it possibly be managed? The chintz imp curled up his green legs and sat down beside her, his bright red eyes blinking thoughtfully. "We must hang on to him," he said at last. "Or what do you say to my trying to collect a dozen children or so to pull?" "Why, they'd all be in bed hours ago," said Marianne. "Besides, their parents would never let them come, and Uncle Max would want to know whatever we were doing." "Yes, I see that idea's no good. Have you such a thing as a pocket knife?" inquired the chintz imp. "A beauty," said Marianne. 4 blades, a button hook, and a corkscrew." "Ah, the corkscrew might be of some use if we could draw him out with it, but he might object. However, I'll try what I can do with a knife." "You won't cut him. You'll have to be very careful." "Of course," said the chintz imp. "Do you think I am as old as your great aunt without knowing much more than you do? Bring me the knife. I'm going to swarm up the chimney and scratch away the mortar. Leave it entirely to me, and Santa Claus will be down here in an hour or 2. Marianne ran off to her little play box and returned with the knife. It was almost as large as the chintz imp, but he possessed so much wiry strength in his thin arms and backbone that he was able to clamber up the chimney without difficulty. "Are you all right?" cried Marianne, standing with her bare feet on edge of the stone fender, and holding up the nightlight as high as she could, without singeing Santa Claus. "Getting up," replied the chintz imp, "but he's in very tight." "Is that his sack that's stuck?" inquired Marianne anxiously. Yes, it's only my sack," cried the deep voice. "You get that loose and I shall drop into the room like a fairy." Marianne strained her eyes up the chimney but could see nothing. "Take care! Here's a lot of plaster falling." The warning was just in time, for as Marianne's head disappeared, a handful of cement fell rattling into the fireplace, just escaping her bare feet as she jumped onto the hearthrug. "The knife does beautifully," cried the voice of the chintz imp. "I think when I've loosened this paint box, he'll fall down immediately." "Oh, do be careful," said Marianne. "A paint box is what I've been longing for. Don't chip it if you can possibly help it." "Of course I shan't," replied the chintz imp. "If he wouldn't kick so much, I should get him out in half the time." "I'm not kicking," cried Santa Claus's voice indignantly. "I've been as still as a rock, even with that horrid penknife so close to my ear the whole time." "Have a little patience," said the chintz imp soothingly. "I promise not to hurt you." Marianne began to feel very cold. The excitement so far had buoyed her up, but now the monotonous chip-chipping of the chintz imp continued so long that she jumped into her chintz curtained bed, determined to stay there until something new and interesting called her up again. I can't do any good, so I may as well be comfortable, she thought, and pulled down the eiderdown quilt up to her chin luxuriously. I hope he'll get out. It would be a disappointment to have that paint box taken away again. Perhaps it would be given to someone who wouldn't care for it. I wonder if it's tin with moist colors. I must ask Uncle Max to have that chimney made wider. At this point, Mary Ann's eyes closed and she fell asleep. She was awakened by a loud thump that seemed to shake the very bed in which she was lying, and as she sprang up in a state of great excitement, she saw Santa Claus picking himself up from the hearthrug, on which he had apparently fallen with great violence. "Oh dear!" cried Mary Ann. "I hope you are not hurt. How careless of the chintz imp to throw you down like that!" "It was no one's fault but my own," said Santa Claus, as he dusted the remains of soot and plaster off his brown cloak. "I should have just remembered my experience with your great aunt, but I knew how much you wanted that paint box." And he slipped into Mary Ann's stocking a japan box with a whole sheaf of paintbrushes. "Oh, thank you, Santa Claus! You can't think how I've wished for it. My own is such a horrid little thing, and those beautiful pictures for my scrapbook, and the things for the doll's house, and I really believe that's the book of fairy tales I've been longing for months." Mary Ann's face shone with delighted expectation as she opened the top of her stocking and peeped in. "Not till the morning," cried Santa Claus. "You know my rule." And patting Mary Ann on the head, he disappeared with his sack much laden up the chimney. "Oh, do come here," cried Mary Ann to the chintz imp. "I must talk to somebody." "I think you certainly ought to talk to me," said the chintz imp, coming carefully down the brickwork, hand over hand, and laying the knife down in the fender. "Without me, you wouldn't have had a single present." "Of course, I'm very grateful," said Mary Ann. "I wish he had brought you something, though I'm sure I don't know what would be useful to you." "Well, I should like a good many things," replied Chintz Imp, perching himself on a brass knob at the end of the bedstead. "And one or two I think you can get me easily. I'm tired of this room and the little society I see, and I long for the great world. Can't you put me on a settee in the servants' hall or somewhere lively?" "I'll ask Aunt Olga," said Mary Ann. "She promised me a Christmas present, and I was to choose. Suppose I choose new bed curtains?" "Certainly," said the chintz imp, "but be sure you bargain to hang me in some cheerful place. 6 years in one room is too much of a good thing. I want to change." And he stretched himself wearily. "I really will do my best for you," said Mary Ann. "I'm afraid you're too faded for the drawing room, but I wouldn't have new curtains until I can see you put somewhere nice. I suppose you wouldn't like the passages?" "Decidedly not," replied the chintz imp. "Dull places, no fun and nothing going on. The servants' hall, or stay where I am." He folded his green arms with determination. "I'm sure I can manage it," said Mary Ann, and fell asleep again while she was arranging the words in which she should make the suggestion to Aunt Olga. The next day Mary Ann awoke betimes, and immediately inspected the contents of her stocking. There, stuffed clumsily inside it, was everything she had been wishing for during the year, and more too. "Do come and look at my things," cried Mary Ann to the chintz imp, but he remained rigidly against his shiny spotted background and refused to move, though Mary Ann thought she saw a twinkle in his eye, which showed he was not quite so impassive as he appeared to be. "I'll try and get him put into the servants' hall as soon as possible," she thought. "It makes me quite nervous to think that he may pounce upon me any minute. Besides, one must keep one's promises. How extraordinary it is he can make himself so perfectly flat." As soon as she was dressed, she ran down to the dining room. "Dear Aunt Olga, I've got such quantities of things to show you," she cried, "and as you said I might choose, may I please have a new chintz to my bed, and no pattern on it, so that it can't come out and be imps, have funny shapes on it, and may my old curtains be put in the servants' hall?" He says it will be more cheerful for him, and though of course he has been very kind to me, I think I would rather he went somewhere else. Besides, it is dull for him up there all by himself. I mean, it would be dull for any kind of chintz." "I do think Santa Claus has got into your head, Marianne," said Aunt Olga, laughing, but she promised to buy the new curtains. In course of time they arrived, the palest blue with little harmless frillings to them, and the old chintz was carried off to the servants' hall to make a box cover. There it still hangs, and if you stoop down and examine it closely, you will see the chintz imp looking more lively than ever, with his green hat on one side and a twinkling red eye on the watch for any sort of amusement. Marianne often goes to see him, but rather to her disappointment he looks the other way and appears not to recognize her. "Perhaps it's just as well," she says to herself, "for he seems very happy, and if the servants knew he was here, I believe they would turn him out immediately." End of chapter 2. Recording by Lily.
Chapter number 3 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 3. HEARTSEASE. The three-cornered scrap of garden by the elm tree, with a border of stones and a neat trodden path down the middle, belonged to little Bethia. It grew things in a most wonderful way. Stocks and marigolds, primroses and lupines, Canterbury bells and lavender, all came out at their different seasons, and all flourished. For Bethia watered and tended them so faithfully that they loved her. On a soft spring day, Bethia stood by her garden with scissors and basket, snipping away at the brightest and best of her children, carefully so that she might not hurt them, and with judgment, so that they might bloom again when they wished to. "Do you know where you're going?" she said. "To the hospital. Grandmamma's going to take me, and you're being gathered to cheer up the sick people there. Aren't you pleased?" And the flowers nodded. "I don't suppose I shall be picked. I don't think I'm good enough," whispered a very small purple pansy, who had only recently been planted, to a beetle who happened to be crawling by. "I should like to go with the others, though I don't suppose it would cheer anyone to see me. I'm not light enough." "Don't be too sure," said the beetle solidly. "You've a nice velvety softness about you, and then you have the best name of them all. What sick person wouldn't like to have heart's ease?" "I think I've got enough now," said Bethia, as she laid the last primula in her basket. "Oh, do take me," cried the pansy, touching her little brown shoe with one of its leaves to attract her attention. "I do want to help." And Bethia stooped down, she scarcely knew why, gathered it, and put it with the rest of her flowers. The drive to the hospital was along a dusty country road, and the flowers under their paper covering gasped for breath. As soon as they arrived, Bethia, following her grandmother, carried them up to the room where children were lying in the little white beds, and gave them to a woman who was in charge of it. "Please, would you mind putting them in water for the children?" she said in her soft voice, and the woman smiled and nodded. Bethia took a few of the flowers out, and went round to the different beds offering one or two, shyly, until she came to a thin, pale boy, a new patient, whom she had never seen before. "He's only been here a fortnight," said the woman in a whisper, "and we can't get him to take any interest in anything. I don't know what they're going to do with him." "Is he very ill?" asked Bethia wistfully. "No, not so bad as some. A crooked leg that will get well in time, if only we can wake him up a little." "I'm so sorry I have nothing but this flower left," said Bethia, as she stooped over the boy's curly head and gave him the small purple pansy. "Oh, I wish I was more beautiful," sighed the little dark flower. "Now would be an opportunity to do some good in the world." The boy turned wearily, but his face lighted up as he saw the pansy. His eyes brightened and he seized it eagerly. "HEARTSEASE! Oh, it's like home. We've lots of that growing in our garden. I always had some on Sundays," he cried. "Do let me keep it. It seems just a bit of home, a bit of home, a bit of home." He murmured it over and over again, as if there was rest and happiness in the very sound of it. "I'll keep fresh as long as ever I can," said the pansy. "It's the least I can do for him, poor fellow." "At all events, the flowers are all out of my garden," said Bethia, sitting down by the white bed. And then she talked away so gently that the boy's weary face smoothed out, and he went to sleep. In a few days' time, Bethia begged her grandmother to let her go again to the hospital, and she persuaded the gardener to give her a beautiful bunch of pansies to take to the sick boy. As she entered the room, she saw that the little purple pansy was standing in a tumbler of water on a chair by the boy's bed. Its head hung over on one side, but it looked quite fresh and healthy. "Hasn't it lasted well?" said the boy happily. He looked much better and spoke in a loud, cheerful voice. "It's been talking to me about all sorts of things, the country and gardens and springtime, and being out and about in the fresh air and sunshine." "Well, I certainly have tried to make myself as pleasant as possible," said the pansy, but it spoke so low that nobody heard it except the boy whose ears were sharpened by illness. "I've brought you some more," said Bethia, holding out her bouquet. "Shall I put them in the tumbler with the little one?" "Oh, no," cried the boy anxiously. "I think if you don't mind, I'd rather you gave those to some of the other children. I can't like any new fine flowers as well as that little fellow. I feel as if he had made me well again." The pansy expanded with pride, and a tear of gratitude rolled out of its eye and fell with a splash on the cane chair seat. "I'm going to have it dried in my old pocket book when it's really withered," continued the boy, "and then I shall be able to look at it always." When little Bethia next visited the hospital, the boy with the crooked leg was just leaving. But his leg was not crooked any longer. His face was bright and healthy, and safely buttoned up in his coat he carried a shabby old pocket book, in which lay a withered flower, with one word written underneath in large penciled letters: "HEARTSEASE." End of chapter 3. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 4 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 4. A Story of Sienna. Chapter 1. The house sits on a hill on the outskirts of Siena, not far from the high red walls that still enclose the town, as entirely they did in the times long passed by, when Siena was the powerful rival of Florence. Old frescoes and the stone coats of arms of the dead and gone rulers of the place decorate the great gates, which seem only waiting for a troop of knights and soldiers to pass through, and with a blast of their bugles awake the ancient inhabitants of the crooked streets, and fill them once more with the picturesque crowds of the Middle Ages. We can imagine that the old owners are but lying asleep in their many-storied Gothic palaces, their vaulted courtyards and shady loggias, ready to rub their eyes and come out as they hear the well-known sounds ringing across the wide piazza. But the nights never come, and the old people go on sleeping, and the new people walk about the streets, and haggle at the market, and drive their country carts with the great impatient white oxen, and crowd on Sunday up the broad cathedral steps to kneel in the dim light before the lighted altar, as generations have done before them. All around the town stretches the open country, low sandy hills dotted with olive and cypress trees, melting into a blue sweep of mountains, and about a mile from one of the gates stands the rambling white house with closed shutters, in which Madalena, the housekeeper, lived alone with her 2 grandchildren. She was a kind old woman, and fond of the twins, who had been left orphans when they were mere babies. But she often thought that surely no grandmother had ever been plagued before, as she was plagued by Tutu and Tutti. "When they were infants it was easy enough," she would declare to a sympathizing neighbor. "Give them a fig or something to play with, and they were perfectly happy. But at times now I am tempted to wish they had no legs, what with accidents and mischief. Not that they're not fine children, and may be a comfort to my old age, but it's a harassing thing, waiting." It was certainly a fact that the Tutu and Tutti were constantly in mischief, and yet their curly black heads, red cheeks, and great brown eyes were so attractive that people, even those whose property had been seriously injured by them, treated them leniently and let them off with a scolding. The twins were always repentant after one of their misfortunes, and made serious promises of amendment, but at the next temptation they forgot all their good resolutions, and never remembered them until they were in disgrace again. Grandmother Madalena devised numerous punishments for the children, such as tacking a cow's head cut out of red stuff on their backs when they had teased Aunt Lucida's cow, or tying them up by one leg with a long cord to the table for stone-throwing. But Tutu and Tutti were incorrigible. They wept loudly, embraced their grandmother, made all kinds of promises, and the next day went off to do just the same things all over again. There was only one person who had any influence over them, Father Giacomo, the priest of the little church of Sancta Maria del Fiore close by. He had known them from the time they were helpless babies in swaddling clothes, till they grew to be mischievous creatures in homespun trousers, and in every stage of character and clothing he had borne with them, taught them, played with them, and loved them, until the Padre had become their idea of all that was wise and good, and they would do more for the sake of pleasing him than for anyone in the world, not even excepting their grandmother. Every Sunday afternoon Father Giacomo called to take them for a walk, the one only sure way of keeping them out of mischief, and sometimes, to their great delight, they would go along the olive-bordered road to Siena, returning in the evening to the Padre's house, in time to have a good game with the Ducats Neri and Bianca, who had lived there since their infancy as important members of the household. On their 8th birthday, Tutu and Tutti assured their grandmother that they really intended to reform. They promised faithfully to give up tree climbing, fishing in the pond, and many other favorite sports, and commenced to dig in the piece of kitchen garden under their grandmother's direction. In fact, so zealous did Tutu become that he borrowed a knife from one of the farm laborers who was vine pruning, and cut the whole of the branches off a vine near the house, ending with a terrible gash in his own thumb, which necessitated his being carried in an ox-cart to the hospital in Siena, supported in his grandmother's arms, while Tutti walked behind weeping bitterly, under the impression that the doctor would certainly kill Tutu this time for his carelessness. Tutu was not killed, however. The cut was sewed up, while the ox cart with its good-natured driver waited outside, and the depressed party returned home, Grandmother Madalena clasping her little earthen pot full of hot wood ashes, which even in the excitement of the accident she had not forgotten to take with her, for it was a cold day in early springtime. Tutti was allowed to ride home in the cart, and sat holding Tutu's hand, his eyes round with solemnity, the traces of tears still on his cheeks. That night he went to sleep with his arm thrown round Tutu's neck, his curly head resting up against his shoulder, and though Tutu was cramped and uncomfortable, and his thumb pained him, he remained heroically still until he also dropped asleep, and the two little brothers dreamed peacefully of pleasant things until the morning. Chapter 2. "Well, thank heaven, those children are safe for the present," said Madalena as she sat on a stone bench in the sun, with the dark clipped cypress hedge behind her. To the right rose the stuccoed palazzo, with its great stone coat of arms hanging over the entrance, and inside a peep of the shady courtyard, with green tubs of orange trees, and the twinkle of a fountain that shot up high into the sunshine and fell with a splash into a marble basin. Madalena, in her broad Tuscan hat with its old-fashioned black velvet, for she would never give in to the modern innovations of flowers and ostrich feathers, held her distaff in her hand, and as she twisted the spindle and drew out the thread evenly, she thought with satisfaction of the improved behavior of the twins. Ever since the accident they had been different creatures, and she wondered how long it would be before they would be apprenticed to some useful trade and begin to bring in a little money. "When I can get hold of the Padre alone, I'll ask him about it. But he really does spoil those boys, till I don't know which tyrannizes over him most, the two cats or the two children." Madalena's reflections were suddenly interrupted at this point by the appearance of her grandchildren from the back of the yew hedge by which she was sitting, Tutu on all fours, neighing like a horse, and Tutti on his back, blowing a clay whistle. "We're only doing cavalry, grandmother," gasped Tutu, with a scarlet face, attempting to prance in a military manner. "Cavalry!" cried Madalena, starting up. "Those children will be the death of me. Cavalry, indeed! Look at your trousers, you disgrace! All the knees yellow sand, and the elbows in holes!" And she seized her distaff and waved it at them threateningly. To avoid his grandmother's arm, Tutu hastily scrambled under the stone seat, but his unfortunate rider, thrown off his balance, fell head first against the earthen scaldino, which was broken, and its ashes scattered on the path in all directions. When Tutu, lying flat with only his head visible, saw this terrible misfortune, he crawled out from his hiding-place, and taking Tuti's hand helped him to get up, and stood courageously in front of his grandmother. "It was all my fault, grandmother. Don't scold him. I made him do it, and I'm so sorry," he said, with a quiver in his voice. But Madalena was too angry to listen to him. She had thrown her distaff on the ground, and was picking up the pieces of the yellow scaldino to see if it could possibly be fitted together again. "Go in, both of you, to bed," she called out without looking up. "And don't let me see either of you again today. Just when I had a moment's peace, too, thinking you were at the Padre's. It really is too much." Tutti burst into loud sobs of terror and remorse, but Tutu took him by the hand, and without speaking, led him away to the house. "Why don't you cry too, Tutu?" asked Tutti, stopping his tears to look in astonishment at his brother. "I'm too old," said Tutu. "Grandmother's quite right. We do behave badly to her." And this was the beginning of a new error for Tutu. The next day, as soon as he was awake, he began to think seriously over any possible way by which he could earn enough money to buy a new scaldino. He dressed hurriedly, and ran off to talk it over with Father Giacomo, and the result of the conference was a long but kind lecture of good advice, and permission to weed in the Padre's garden for the sum of 1 halfpenny for a large basketful. Tutu danced about with delight. "Why, I shall earn the money in no time at all," he cried, "and I'll buy the best scaldino in Siena." He felt that he must commence work immediately, and in the evening he staggered into Father Giacomo's with a scarlet face, carrying a great hamper of green stuff. When he had a little recovered himself, he unfolded to his old friend another plan he had thought of during the day, which he was quite sure would please his grandmother. "I've got a broken fiasco that the gardener's given me," he said, "and I and Tutti mean to put a bean each into it every day we are really good, Then, at the end of the month, a whole month, mind, we might take it up to grandmother." Father Giacomo highly approved of this idea, and encouraged the children by every means in his power, so that, for more than 3 weeks, the beans went in regularly, and the halfpence in Tutu's store, which he kept like a magpie hidden away in a crack of the woodwork, increased rapidly. Old Maddalena had long ago forgiven the children, for though she was often angry with them, she loved them really. She guessed that Tutu was determined to replace the Scaldino, as on several occasions he had not been able to resist a veiled hint on the subject, but she pretended perfect ignorance, and the 2 little boys might whisper and laugh to their heart's content. It was quite certain she never heard anything. One soft evening in May, Tutu came into the palazzo garden in a state of great excitement. His last basket of weeds had been handed in to Father Giacomo, and the entire sum for the Scaldino lay in small copper pieces in a crumpled scarlet pocket-handkerchief. "It's all here," whispered Tutu, one great smile stretching across his good-tempered little face. "Every penny of it. Shall it be brown or yellow? It must have a pattern. We'll go into Siena tomorrow and buy it." "To Siena?" said Tutti in an awestruck whisper. "We've never been there by ourselves." "Never mind, we're older now," replied Tutu. "Don't you say anything about it. It's to be a surprise from beginning to end." Tutti agreed, as he always did with his brother. Of course, Tutu knew best, and it was sure to be all right. Chapter 3. They started early in the morning, having put on their holiday clothes and brushed themselves, and as Bianca, who had come over from the Padre's house, insisted on following them, they tied a string to her red collar and determined to let her share the pleasure of their visit to the great town. Their grandmother was still sleeping, but they left word with the gardener's boy that they had gone into Siena on business. This sounded well, Tutu thought, and would disarm suspicion. The walk across the dusty high road was long and tiring, and they were glad when they arrived safely in the piazza, where the market people had already begun to collect, for it was market day. Tutu carried his precious earnings tied up with intricate knots in the handkerchief and stowed away in the largest of his pockets. He walked with conscious pride, knowing that he was a person of property, and entering the pottery shop at the corner of the piazza, began to cunningly tap the Scaldinos and peer into them, while Tutti stood by, lost in admiration of his brother's acuteness. Finally, a brown pot, with yellow stripes and spots, was chosen and paid for, wrapped in the red handkerchief, and carried off in triumph toward the Porta Camola. "Whatever will grandmother say?" cried Tutu, almost shouting for joy. "I wish I could run all the way. There'll be a big bean in the fiasco for each of us tonight, won't there, Tutti?" "You've got a little money left, haven't you, Tutu?" inquired Tutti, who was always practical. "Couldn't we buy some cakes? I really feel very hungry." "Certainly not," said Tutu firmly. "I shall put it inside the Scaldino for grandmother. That'll be the second surprise. Don't you see, Tutti?" "But it's only 2 halfpennies," argued Tutti. "Oh, she'll be glad enough of that," said Tutu, and tramped on steadily up the street. "Come along, Tutti. We'll go into the cathedral." Tutti remonstrated no more. He knew it was useless. And the 2 little boys, ascending a steep flight of steps, entered the cathedral at a side door, and knelt down in the dim light in one of the chapels. Tutu repeated a prayer he had been taught, and then continued rapidly, "Thank you, too, very much, for making me and Tutti good, and please let us go on putting beans into the fiasco until it can't hold any more, and then we'll find something else." He paused to meditate. "Make grandmother pleased with us, and bless the cats." Here Tutu could think of nothing else, and nudged Tutti. "You go on, Tutti." "I think Tutu's said everything," commenced Tutti in a whisper. "But please keep us safe out of the pond, and make us grow so that we can be artillery, and take us home safe, for the road's rather long, and we've never been there alone, and there's oxen about." "You shouldn't say that, Tutti," said Tutu reprovingly. "Oxen won't hurt you, and you shouldn't be a coward." "Well, shall I pray not to be a coward?" inquired Tutti. "If you think it's necessary," said Tutu. "But you can save that for another time. We ought to be going now." So Tutti got up, and the children pushed their way through the heavy curtain by the door, and found themselves once more in the bright sunshine. Certainly Bianca had been no trouble to them. In the cathedral she behaved in the most serious manner, sitting by their side, and never moving until they pulled the string to which she was fastened, when she got up solemnly and followed them on to the piazza. "I'm glad we prayed for you, Bianca, good cat," said Tutu. "You would never have allowed anybody to touch that scaldino, would you?" Bianca mewed. She was rather bewildered by her walk through the town, but as long as her two friends were satisfied, that was enough for her. As they came out upon the more crowded thoroughfare, the twins with their white cat attracted some attention, and many laughing remarks were shouted to them as they edged their way along the narrow paved street, where the absence of any pathway made it necessary to keep their eyes very wide open indeed, to avoid being run over by the carts and carriages. Tutti walked in charge of Bianca, while Tutu devoted all his attention to the scaldino in its red handkerchief, and a large green cotton umbrella he had brought from home in case the day should turn out to be rainy. This umbrella seemed to be endowed with life, so extraordinary was its power of wriggling itself under the legs of the passers-by. It had to be constantly wrenched out, with many apologies, by its owner, while the person who had been nearly tripped up by it went on his, or her, way grumbling. No one did more than grumble, however, for the look of horror on Tutu's face was irresistible. "Go on, Tutti, do hurry," he cried urgently. "I'm getting so hot with this horrible umbrella. It seems to catch hold of people whichever way I carry it." "I am going," replied Tutti laconically. "But remember, I've got the cat." As he spoke, a boy darted out from one of the grim old houses close by, and picking up a loose stone, threw it at Bianca, grazing her head, and leaving a great red stain that commenced to trickle slowly down her spotless white body. Tutu, his eyes blazing with wrath, placed the scaldino by the side of the curbstone, and darted at the boy, waving his umbrella, while Tutti threw his arms around Bianca's neck and tried to hush her mews of terror by a shower of kisses and tears. "How dare you!" shouted Tutu, beside himself with anger. "Go away, and leave our poor Bianca. You've killed her, I expect, and I wish I could kill you." But even in the midst of his unforgivable rage, Tutti's voice reached him. "Oh, Tutu, Tutu, the scaldino!" Tutu darted across the street toward the stone where he had left the precious red bundle. There it was, lying unhurt, and he was about to seize it and carry it to a place of safety, when a fast-trotting horse with one of the light country gigs behind him dashed down the street. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" shouted the driver. But it was too late. The gig flew on, and Tutti lay white and quiet, the scaldino still grasped in his two little outstretched hands. Chapter 4. "Where's the scaldino, grandmother?" were Tutu's first words, when he woke up to find himself lying on a little bed in a long room, with Maddalena and Father Giacomo bending over him. "We saved up." "It's all for you," he muttered brokenly. "Have you got it?" "Yes, my lamb, a beautiful one it is," said the old woman, the tears streaming down her wrinkled face. "You lie still and get better, my Tutu." "I will, grandmother, but I want you to see the surprise inside. It's from weeding. Father Giacomo will tell you. I'm so tired, grandmother. How's Bianca?" "Very well, Tutu. She has only a slight scratch." "Oh, my poor boy!" And Father Giacomo's voice broke. "Is it near evening?" said Tutu, after a few minutes, during which he lay moving his head restlessly. "It soon will be," said the padre. "Why do you ask, Tutu?" "The fiasco. Do you think I might put a bean in tonight, or was I too angry?" "You may, Tutu," says Father Giacomo, turning away his head. "If you tell me where it is, I will send for it." "By the melon bed. Tutti knows. He'll bring it," whispered Tutu. "It's nearly full. Only 4 days more. Put one in for Tutti." As the setting sun streamed into the long room, Tutti crept in, holding Father Giacomo's hand, carrying the broken fiasco. Tutu awoke from a restless sleep as they entered, and smiled with a faint reflection of his old happy laugh. "That's right, Tutti. You have been good, haven't you?" "Yes," quavered Tutti, lifting his terrified, tear-stained face to his brother. "Put your bean in then, Tutti, and give it mine. It's getting so late. It's almost night time." Tutti held out the bean with a trembling hand, and as it dropped into the old bottle, little Tutu gave a quiet sigh. "It only wants 4 more," he said happily. Only 4 more. But Tutu might never put them in. That night he started on a long, long journey, and as the old grandmother with choking sobs placed the broken bottle on a shelf among her treasures, she turned to Tooty, who was lying, worn out with grief, upon the doorstep. "Come, my Tooty," she said. "There are only two of us now. We must try and be very good to each other." Years afterwards, Tooty, coming home on leave, for he had clung to his childish idea of being a soldier, found the broken fiasco in the corner where his grandmother had hidden it, and taking out the beans that had been lying there so long, he carried them to a little grave with a small white cross at the head of it. "Dear Tutu, he would like to have had these growing around him," he thought, and planted them carefully amongst the flowers and grasses. Grandmother Magdalena was too old to move out of the house now, but Father Giacomo watered the beans lovingly, and in the soft spring air they grew rapidly, so that they too formed a beautiful tangle, hiding the cross and even the name that still stood there clearly in black letters. Tutu. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 5 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asha. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Barry. Chapter 5. The Stone-Maiden. Atfin was the son of a fisherman, and lived with his father on a flat sandy coast far away in the Northland. Great rocks strewed the shore about their hut, and the child had often been told how long, long ago, the giant Thor fought single-handed against a shipload of wild men who attempted to land in the little bay, and drove them off, killing some, and changing others into the wonderful stones that remained there to that day. The country people called them Thor's balls, and Atfin often wandered about amongst them, trying to find likenesses to the old warriors in their weather-worn surfaces, and peering into every hole and cranny, half dreading, half hoping to see a stone hand stretched out to him from the misty shadows of the past. Here and there a row of small boulders lay, half sunk in the sand, with only their round tops covered with long brown seaweed, appearing above the surface. These Atfin decided must be the heads of the ancient Norsemen, and further on stood their huge misshapen bodies, twisted into every imaginable form, and covered by myriads of shellfish that clung to their gray sides like suits of shining armor. Atfin was often lonely, for he had no brothers or sisters, and his mother had died many years before. He was a shy, wild boy, more at home with the sea-birds that flew about the lonely shore, than with the children he met sometimes as he wandered about the country. But in spite of his shyness, he had friends who loved him everywhere he went. The house dogs on every farm knew his step, and ran out to greet him. The horses rubbed their nose softly upon his homespun tunic. The birds clustered on his shoulders, the cats came purring up, and the oxen lowered and shook their bells as soon as they caught sight of him. The very hens cackled loudly for joy, and Atfin would caress them, all with his brown hand, and had a kind word for every one of them. All the short northern summer, Atfin spent his evenings in searching about amongst Thor's balls for traces of the warriors of the old legend, and one night, in the soft clearness of the twilight, he came upon something that rewarded him for all his patient perseverance. Lifting a mass of seaweed that had completely covered one of the larger rocks, he saw before him the graceful form of a little stone maiden. There she lay, as though quietly sleeping, her long dress falling in straight folds to her feet, her rippled hair spreading about her. One small hand grasped a chain upon her neck, the other was embedded in the rock on which she was lying. Atfin was so astonished that he stared at the child figure, as if turned into a statue himself. Then he realized that his long search had been rewarded, and he fell on his knees and prayed that the stone maiden
might be released from her prison and given to him to be a little playfellow. As soon as it was daylight the next morning, he started off to ask the advice of his one friend, the old priest of Asgard. The day was fine, with a crisp northern air, and a bright sun that danced on the long stretches of sandy grass, and on the swaying boughs of the fir trees. Atvin's heart beat hopefully as he neared the neat wooden house in which the old priest lived. Father Johannes welcomed him kindly, as he always did, and listened attentively whilst Atvin told his story. "You must have consideration, my child," he said. "I will come down to the shore tomorrow. Perhaps I may be able to think of something." Atvin took his cap humbly and started on his homeward journey. As he threaded his way beneath the shadows of the pine trees, the sun's fingers darted through the branches and drew a gold pattern on the mossy ground underneath his feet. The mosquitoes hummed drowsily. The air was full of soft summer warmth and brightness, but Atvin's thoughts were far away, with the ancient legend and the Stone Maiden. How had she come to be amongst the shipload of wild men in the misty ages when Thor yet walked the earth? Had she a father and a mother who loved her, and perhaps brothers and sisters? And how long had she been sleeping so quietly in the arms of the great rock? It was a strange cradle, with only the sea to sing her lullaby and wash her lovingly like a tender mother. Atvin hurried on, and as he peered before him with sun-dazzled eyes, he thought he saw a figure flitting in and out between the brown tree stems. It was a small light figure, with a strange kind of loose dress, and long floating hair of a beautiful gold color. It glided along so rapidly that Atvin had some difficulty in keeping pace with it. Every now and again it seemed to be beckoning to him with one little hand, and at last he ran faster and faster. It suddenly turned its head, and he saw the face of a beautiful young woman. Her brown eyes were soft and clear, and her cheeks tinted with a color so delicate it reminded Atvin of the little pink shells he sometimes found after a storm upon the seashore. "Atvin, Atvin," she murmured, "you have found my child. Give her life, give her life." "Tell me what I am to do," cried Atvin, and stretched out his hands toward the beautiful young woman. But at that moment she reached the shore, and gliding between the boulders, disappeared amongst their dark shadows. Atvin threw himself down beside the rock on which the Stone Maiden lay sleeping. He grieved for her so much that tears rolled slowly down his cheeks, and as they touched the stone the great boulders shook and crumbled, and a shudder passed over the figure of the Stone Maiden. She seemed to Atvin to sigh gently and half open her eyes, but in a moment they closed again. The rock settled into its place, and everything was motionless. Tomorrow, he said to himself, when Father Johannes comes, he will help me. Early next morning the old priest knocked at the door of the fisherman's hut. He had started at daybreak, for he knew that Atvin would be anxiously awaiting him. They went down together to the shore, and when Father Johannes saw the figure of the sleeping child, he took out of his bark basket a little jar of water from the church well, and sprinkled it over her. The Stone Maiden stirred and opened her eyes. She raised her hands, breathed gently, and lifting her head gazed at the old priest and the boy with wistful brown eyes, like those of the figure Atvin had met in the forest. "Where is my father? Where am I?" she asked in a low, soft voice, as she rose up from the rock and shook out the folds of her long dress. Father Johannes took her hand, and gently repeated the old legend, while the Stone Maiden listened with wide-open eyes. "I remember it all now," she said, as the puzzled look faded from her face. "We had but just landed when the thick cloud came down, and a shower of stones fell upon us. My father was smitten down with all his followers, and I only was left to weep upon the shore. A cold air seemed to breathe upon me, and I fell asleep." She spoke slowly in the Old Norse tongue, but Father Johannes had studied it, and understood her without much questioning. "Where was your mother?" he asked kindly, as Atvan, with smiles of delight, seized her other hand. "My mother died just before we set sail, and my father would not leave me lonely," answered the Stone Maiden sadly. "But we will all love you now," cried Atvan. "I will grow tall and strong to work for you, and you shall never be unhappy any more." The Stone Maiden smiled as she stood on the threshold of her new life. She looked up trustingly at her two friends, and the old priest of Asgard, bending down, laid his hand upon her head with a gentle blessing. The warriors' heads, with their tangled elf locks, still peer out of the drifting sand. The twisted bodies in their sea armor lie half surrounded by the green waters. But the log hut and Atvan had vanished into the misty shadows of the past. They, and the good old priest, have drifted away to Shadowland. Only the sea talks of them still, and croons them a lullaby, as soft as the centuries-old song it sang over the cradle of the enchanted Stone Maiden. End of Chapter 5. The Stone Maiden. Recording by Asha.
Chapter 6 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 6. The Grass of Parnassus. On the banks of a clear stream in one of the far-away Greek islands grew a small flowering plant with delicate stem and transparent white flower, called grass of Parnassus. Every day it saw its own face, reflected in the running water, and every day it made the same complaint. "The soft earth wraps me round, the branches bend over me, but I can never be happy, for I have never seen a river god." The fish swimming close to the shore had talked to the grass of the mysterious race who lived in the shallows of the river, higher up, where it broadened into a lake, and played on their rude pipes as they rested in the flickering gloom of the water weeds and rushes. "Everyone has seen the river gods but me," said the white flower. "The wind brings me the floating sound of their piping. I can even hear their laughter and the echo of their voices. Yet they do not come, and I may wither and never have the happiness I long for." But one day the riverside thrilled with a strange, now feeling of hope and expectation. The sun shone, a faint breeze stirred the trees, and down the stream waded a beautiful youth, carrying his pipes in his hand, blowing a few notes mournfully at long intervals. His hair, crowned with an ivy wreath, hung down, curled and tangled. His hoof feet splashed in the shallows of the water, and he cried, "Neida, Neida, where are you hiding? Why do you not come to me?" The white flower remained enchanted and motionless upon its stem, bending its yellow eye upon the stranger. "Neida, Neida," the voice wailed, "do not hide from me any more. Come to me." The bushes rustled and parted. A delicate girl's face looked out, and a wood nymph in floating garments slid to the side of the stream and dabbled her white feet in the water. The youth gave a cry of joy. "I have found you, Neida. I have piped to you and called to you till I was weary, but I loved you, and at last I have found you." The wood nymph smiled as she sat in the flickering shadows, and the river god bending down gathered the grass of Parnassus and placed it timidly in her shining tresses. The wish of the white flower had been fulfilled, but the end of its life longing was death. End of chapter 6. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 7 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Barry. Chapter 7. The Hedgehog's Coffee Party, A Story of Thuringia. Chapter 1. It was winter time, and the Thuringia wild lay still and white under its snowy covering. The fir trees waved their branches in the frosty air, and a clear moon had risen over the mountains. All was quiet and deserted, except that a faint sound of music and singing floated on the wind, coming undoubtedly from the comfortable burrow of the hedgehog family, who lived under one of the largest pine stumps. Councillor Egel, for the father was a member of the hedgehog government, had consented to allow the young people to have 1 or 2 friends to coffee, and they had been dancing with the greatest spirit for the last half hour. By the porcelain stove stood the councillor's only brother, Uncle Columbus, who had devoted himself since childhood to learned pursuits and was much respected by the rest of the family. He looked down upon all amusements as frivolous, but then he had been to college, so his superior mind was only what was to be expected. The councillor belonged to an ancient Thuringian race, who had been settled for centuries in the forest near the little town of Rula. They were a proud family, for one of their uncles had, some years before, been called to take up the position of court hedgehog at the Royal Country Palace, where he moved in the highest society and occasionally invited his relations to visit him. "But 50 miles is really almost too far to go with nothing but a cup of coffee at the end," said the hedgehog mother, "and he never invites us to sleep. We don't, therefore, see so much of him as we otherwise should do." "That must be very trying," replied the mole mother, to whom these confidences were being poured out. "Yes, for of course it would be an inestimable advantage to the children to see a little court life. However, with the fashions altering so quickly, it would be difficult for me to arrange their dresses in the last mode, and I couldn't have them looked down upon." "Of course not," humbly replied the mole mother. She was sitting by the table with her homespun knitting in her hand, and though she was trying to pay attention to her friend's words, she was arranging her dinner for the next day at the same time, and wondering whether her eldest child could have one more tuck let out of her frock before Christmas time. "It's all very well for the hedgehog mother," she thought. "She comes of a high family and can live in luxury, but with all my children and my poor husband working away from morning till night, I'm obliged to plan every coffee bean, or I could never keep the house together." The councillor's wife, however, talked on without noticing her distraction. "Do you ever find any inconveniences from living so near the town?" she inquired. "Do the boys ever annoy you? They are sometimes very ill-bred." "Our house is in such a retired position I seldom see anyone," replied the mole mother. "The Foresters' family are our nearest neighbours, and really they are so kind they might almost be moles themselves." "That is very pleasant for you," said the Frau Councillor. "Our case is quite different. The rats who keep the inn at the crossroads are most disagreeable people. We can't associate with them." "Gypsies!" cried Uncle Columbus at this moment. He had an unpleasant habit, when he did not like the conversation, of suddenly reminding the family of a tragedy that had happened some 60 years ago, when a promising young hedgehog had been carried off to captivity by a band of travelling tinkers, and finally disposed of in a way too terrible to be alluded to. The councillor's wife looked angry, and hastily changed the subject. "He is quite a trial to us sometimes," she whispered to the mole mother. "Such bad taste to mention gypsies, it makes me tremble in every quill." "I think I must be going now," said the mole mother hurriedly, putting away her knitting into a reticule and tying a woolen hood over her head, for she felt that it would not do for strangers to be mixed up in these family matters. Calling her children to her, she helped them into their warm galoshes, and lighting a small lantern they were soon out in the snowy forest. Chapter 2. "Oh, mother, I wish we were rich like the hedgehogs," cried the eldest daughter Emmy. "Wilhelm and Fritz are so fashionable, and on Bertha's birthday they are going to give a grand coffee party to which the court hedgehog is expected." "Well, they won't ask us, so you had better not think too much about it," said the mole mother. "Don't let your mind run on vanities." As she spoke, they saw the 2 rats from the inn coming towards them. The elder, the proprietor of the inn, in a peasant's dress with a pipe in his mouth, dragging a small sledge, on which 3 infant rats were seated, wrapped in a fur rug, while their mother walked beside them, her homespun cloak trailing over the snow. "Good evening, neighbours," cried the mole-mother pleasantly, for though she did not exactly approve of the rat household, she always treated them with civility. "Where are you out so late? How well the children are looking." "Yes, they grow rapidly, bless their little tails and whiskers," said the rat mother proudly. "We have just been to my brother's in the town, taking a cup of coffee with him, and there we heard some news, I can tell you. There's to be a grand coffee party at the Hedgehogs, and though all the guests have been invited, we alone are left out. Most insulting, I call it." "Well, it is rude," allowed the mole-mother, "but they've not asked us either. You see, the court hedgehog is to be there, and so it is very select." "Select? I'll make them select," growled the proprietor of the inn with a scowl. "Who are they, I should like to know? They may have gypsies upon them at any moment." "Oh, I hope not," cried the mole-mother. "There's a tinker's boy in the town," said the innkeeper darkly, "and he's always looking out for hedgehogs. I shouldn't be surprised if he heard where the family live." "Good night," said the mole-mother nervously, and hurried on with her children. "Some mischief will be done if we don't keep watch," she said to Emmy, who was a mole of unusual intelligence. "I'll tell your brother to keep his eye on the rat inn." After about half an hour's walking, they arrived at home, for their house was in a secluded position in the most unfrequented part of the forest. Though very simple, it was clean and well kept, and furnished with a large cooking stove, a 4-poster bedstead, and a few wooden benches. In the one armchair sat the mole-father, reading the newspaper, while his sister, Aunt Betta, with a cap with long streaming ribbons on her head, was busily stirring something in a saucepan. As the mole-mother and her family descended the stone stairway that led from the upper air, a delicious smell of cooking greeted them. 2 large tallow candles were burning brightly, and altogether the house presented a very lively appearance. "Here you are at last," cried the mole-father. "Supper is just ready, and I have sent Carl to the inn for some lager beer." "I wonder if he will hear anything," said the mole-mother, taking off her goloshes, and then she related all the news of the evening. "If there isn't some mischief brewing, may I be made into waistcoats," exclaimed the mole-father, throwing down his newspaper. It was his favourite expression when much excited, and never failed to give the mole-mother a shiver all down her back. She called it such very strong language. At this moment Carl came clattering down the steps. "Oh, father, mother, I have heard something," he shouted. "The rat-father has started off to the tinker's to tell the boy where the hedgehogs are living." The mole-mother sank down on a bench, gasping. "He's done it then. Oh, the poor hedgehogs," she cried, wringing her hands. "They'll be cooked in clay before they can turn round." "Don't be in such a hurry, wife," said the mole-father. "I've thought of something. We won't terrify the hedgehogs, what can they do? But we'll collect all the moles of the neighbourhood and make a burrow all round the house. Then if the tinker's son comes, he'll fall in and can't get any further. What do you think of that, eh?" "An excellent idea," said the mole-mother, recovering. "Send Carl round tonight and begin the first thing tomorrow morning." As soon as daylight dawned in the forest, the mole-father, accompanied by his wife and children, and all their friends, went out in a long procession with their shovels and wheelbarrows and commenced work round the hedgehog's house. The councillor's family was so busily occupied in turning out and arranging their rooms for the festivity, which was to include a dance in the evening, that they had no time to take any notice of the mole's digging. In fact, they never even observed it. The younger hedgehogs were roasting coffee. The house-mother sugared the cakes in the back kitchen, while the councillor, with a large holland apron, rubbed down the floor and gave a final dust to the furniture. As to Uncle Columbus, he sat on a sort of island of chairs in one corner, studying a book and looking on misanthropically at the preparations. The moles, therefore, were quite uninterrupted, and burrowed away vigorously, until the earth all round the house was mined to a depth of several feet, and they returned home to dinner in high spirits. "If that boy dares to venture, may I be made into waistcoats if he doesn't fall in," cried the mole-father, wiping his face with a red cotton pocket-handkerchief, for though the snow was on the ground, the work was exhausting. Chapter 3. The tinker's family sat round a fire in one of the tumble-down wooden cottages that dotted the outskirts of the little town of Rula. A small stove scarcely warmed the one room, for great cracks appeared in the walls in every direction. "We've got no dinner today. Are you going after those hedgehogs?" said the tinker to his son Otto. "Now you know where they are. It will be an easy thing to get hold of them." "Yes, we'll have a fine supper tonight," said Otto, stamping his feet to get them warm. "Come with me, Johann. and we'll take the old sack over our shoulders to bring them back in." They started off over the crisp snow, sparkling in the early sunshine, away to the forest, and straight towards the great pine tree which sheltered the underground home of Councillor Eagle. "Come, Johann," cried Otto, bounding along over the slippery pathway. But Johann was small and fat, and his little legs could not keep pace with Otto's long ones. He soon fell behind, and Otto raced on by himself. "Do be careful, Otto, there's lots of moles here," cried little Johann, but Otto did not stop to listen. On he ran, almost up to the pine tree, when Johann saw him suddenly jump into the air and disappear through the snow with a loud shriek. Chapter 4. At the sound of the fall, the councillor ran up the steps to his front door and put out his head cautiously to see what was the matter. "Gypsies," said Uncle Columbus without raising his eyes from his book, and for the first time in his life he was right. Gypsies it certainly was, as the councillor soon determined, and he hastily scratched some snow over the door and retired to the back kitchen with his whole family in a terrible state of frightened excitement. "What can the boy have fallen into?" he inquired vainly of the hedgehog mother, and of Uncle Columbus in turn. "There are no houses there that I know of. We have been saved by almost a miracle." As they remained shuddering in a little frightened knot, only Uncle Columbus maintaining his philosophical calm, the air filled with the odour of burnt sugar. A faint knocking was heard against the side of the stovepipe, and in another minute the mole father's red nightcap appeared through a hole, and his kind face shortly followed. "Don't be frightened," he said reassuringly. "I've made a little tunnel and come through, merely to explain things. I thought perhaps you might be a little alarmed." "Alarmed?" cried the hedgehog mother. "It doesn't describe it. Terrified and distracted is nearer to the real thing. The sugar biscuits are all spoilt, for I forgot them in the oven, and my daughter Berta fainted on the top of the stove and is so seriously singed she will be unable to appear at the party. Not that we shall be able to have a party now," continued the hedgehog mother, weeping, "for Uncle Columbus sat down on the plum cake in mistake for a footstool, and Fritz has trodden on the punch bottles. Oh, what a series of misfortunes!" "Cheer up, my good neighbour, all will come right in time," said the mole father encouragingly. "As long as the court hedgehog doesn't appear in the middle," wailed the councillor. "It makes me shudder in every quill to think of it. Not even a front door to receive him at." "Oh, as to that, let him come to us, and we will give him the best we have," replied the mole father. "Our place is homely, but I dare say he will condescend to put up with it till your house is in order again. I sent Carl on to intercept him and explain just how it is. He will take him straight to our house till you are ready for him." "Well, I must say you have been exceedingly thoughtful," said the councillor pompously, "and I feel sincerely grateful to you. But now will you kindly explain to me the cause of this severe disturbance?" "Think I'll come into the room first, if you'll allow me," said the mole father. "I am getting rather a crick in the neck from sticking my head through here." "Come in by all means," said the hedgehog mother graciously. "I am sorry to be obliged to receive you in this humble apartment." "Gypsies!" growled Uncle Columbus, who was brushing the currants and crumbs off his coat with a duster. The mole father had by this time worked himself into the kitchen, dragging his spade after him, and, seated on a bench by the stove, he related the whole story to the councillor, but carefully omitted to give the name of the person who'd betrayed the hedgehogs to the tinker's family, and notwithstanding the requests of the whole family, he firmly refused to do so. "All's well that ends well," he said cheerfully, "and as I heard the tinker forbidding his sons ever to come near the place again, you will be quite safe in the future." "What has happened to that dreadful boy? Is he still in the hole, or have they got him out?" inquired the hedgehog mother anxiously. "Got him out some time ago," said the mole father, "and carried him off to the hospital. Broke his leg, I'm sorry to say, though it's nothing very bad. He will be all right in 6 weeks or so. I don't think much of those human fractures." "Serves him right," said the councillor viciously. "And now, my good preserver, in what way can we show our gratitude to you? I shall send Fritz and Wilhelm into the town for more provisions, and we might have our coffee party after all. What do you say to that, my children?" The family clapped their hands joyfully. "I trust you and your family will grace the party," said the hedgehog mother to the old mole. "On one condition," he replied. "I shall be delighted to do so, and that is that you will allow me to ask the rats from the inn. They are touchy people, and do not readily forgive an injury." "What I said all along," muttered Uncle Columbus, lifting his eyes from his dusting. "I said, away with pride, but I wasn't listened to." "You will be now," said the councillor in a soothing and dignified manner. "Certainly. Send an invitation to the inn if you wish it. Just write, 'To meet the court hedgehog' at the top, Wilhelm. It will make it more gratifying." Chapter 5. The court hedgehog, with an escort of 6 guards, had meanwhile arrived at the mole's house, and was being entertained by the mole mother and her children, who were all in a state of great nervousness. The court hedgehog, however, appeared to be more condescending than could have been expected from his position. He accepted some refreshment and a pipe of the mole father's tobacco, and then, reclining in the one easy chair, he awaited the course of events with calmness. Here the counsellor found him some hours later, when the confusion in the hedgehog household having been smoothed over, a deputation of the father and sons started to bring the distinguished guest home in triumph. The rooms in the counsellor's house had all been gaily decorated with pine branches. The stove sent out a pleasant glow, and the hedgehog mother, in her best cap and a stiff black silk dress, stood waiting to welcome her guests in the anteroom. By her side sat Berta, who had fortunately recovered sufficiently to be present at the entertainment, though still suffering from the effects of the shock, and with her head tied up in a silk handkerchief. As the court hedgehog appeared in the doorway, 3 of the younger children, concealed in a bower of branches, commenced to sing an ode composed by Uncle Columbus for the occasion, beginning, "Welcome to our honoured guest," while a fiddler hired for the occasion accompanied it upon the violin behind a red curtain. The first visitors to arrive were the moles, followed by the rat family, who were filled with remorse when they received the invitation at the thought of their treacherous behaviour. "I declare, mother," said the innkeeper to his wife in a whisper, "the mole father is such a good creature I shall be ashamed to quarrel with any of his friends for the future. Live and let live ought to be our motto." Uncle Columbus did not appear till late in the evening, when he entered the room dressed in an antiquated blue coat with brass buttons, finished off by a high stand-up white collar. He staggered in, carrying a large plum cake about twice the size of the one he had unfortunately sat down upon, which he placed upon the coffee table, where the hedgehog mother was presiding over a large collection of various cups, mugs, and saucers. "I have only just come back from town, where I went to procure a cake for this happy occasion," he whispered. "It does my heart good to see this neighbourly gathering, and I have made up my mind to promise you something in memory of the event. I will, from this day, give up for ever a habit which I know has been objectionable to you. The word gypsies shall never again be mentioned in the family." End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry, Section 8. Uncle Volodia, A Story of a Russian Village. Chapter 1. On the one hill of the district, just outside the village of Letna, stood the great house belonging to Madame Olszewski. All round it lay what had once in the days gone by been elaborate gardens, but were now a mere tangle of brushwood, waving grass, and wild flowers. Beyond this, again, were fields of rye and hemp, bounded on one side by the shining waters of the great slow lake, dug by hundreds of slaves in the time of Madame Olszewski's great-grandfather, and on the other side by the dim greenness of a pine forest, which stretched away into the distance for mile after mile, until it seemed to melt into the misty line of the horizon. Between the lake and the gardens of the great house lay Vletna, with its rough log houses, sandy street, and great church, crowned with a cupola like a gaily painted melon, where Elena, Boris, and Daria, the 3 children of Madame Olszewski, drove every Sunday with their mother in the old-fashioned tumbled-down carriage. All the week the children looked forward to this expedition, for with the exception of an occasional visit to Volodya Ivanovitch's shop in the village, it was the only break in the quiet monotony of their lives. They were allowed to go to Volodya's whenever they had money enough to buy anything, and often spent the afternoon there listening to his long tales and examining the contents of the shop, which seemed to supply all that any reasonable person could wish for, from a ball of twine to a wedding dress. Volodya himself had been a servant at the great house many years before, when the place was kept up as a country gentleman's should be, he was fond of explaining to the children. But when the poor dear master was taken off to Siberia, he was as good as a saint, and no one knew what they found out against him. Then the government took all his money, and your mother had to manage as well as she could, with the little property left her by your grandfather. She ought to have owned all the country round, but your great-grandfather was an extravagant man, Boris Andreevich, and he sold everything he could lay hands on. Elena and Boris always listened respectfully. They had the greatest opinion of Uncle Volodia's wisdom, and they could just remember the time of grief and excitement when their father left them. But it had all happened so long ago that though their mother often spoke of him, and their old nurse Varvara was never tired of relating anecdotes of his childhood, they had gradually begun to think of him not as a living person, but as one of the heroes of the old romances that still lingered on the shelves of the dilapidated library. It was a happy life the children led in the great white house. It made no difference to them that the furniture was old and scanty, that the rooms were bare, and that the plaster falling away in many places from the walls and ceilings. Their mother was there, and all their old friends, and they wished for nothing further. Was there not Tulu the horse in his stall in the ruined stable, Tulipin the Pomeranian dog, Adam the old butler, and Alexis the man of all work, who rowed their boat on the lake, tidied the garden, as well as the weeds and his own natural laziness would allow him, and was regarded by Boris as the type of all manly perfection. What could children want more, especially as Volodia was always ready at a moment's notice to tell them a story, carve them a peasant, or a dog from a chip of pine wood, dance a jig, or entertain them in 100 other ways dear to the heart of Russian children. Chapter 2. On one of the clear, dry days of an early Russian autumn, when a brilliant glow of color and sunshine floods the air, and the birch trees turn to golden glories, shaking their fluttering leaves like brilliant butterflies, Elena, Boris, and Daria stood on one of the wide balconies of the great house, with their mother beside them, sorting seeds and tying them up in packets for the springtime. Some large hydrangea and orange trees in green tubs made a background to the little scene. The eager children, with clumsy fingers, bent on being useful, the pale, thin mother leaning back in her garden chair, smiling at their absorbed faces. "Children, I have something I must tell you," commenced Madame Olszewski seriously, when the last seeds had been put away and labeled. "It is something that will make you sad, but you must try and bear it well for my sake, and for your poor father's, who I hope will return to us one day. I think you are old enough to know something about our affairs, Elena, for you are nearly 13. Even my little Boris is almost 11. Don't look so frightened, darling," continued Madame Olszewski, taking little Daria in her arms. "It is nothing very dreadful. I am obliged to enter into a lawsuit, a troublesome, difficult lawsuit. One of our distant cousins has just found some papers which he thinks will prove that he ought to have had this estate instead of your grandfather, and he is going to try and take it from us. I have sent a great box of our title deeds to the lawyer in Vletna, and he is to go through them immediately. But who knows how it may turn out? Oh, children, you must help me bravely if more ill fortune is to fall upon us." Elena rushed toward her mother and threw her arms round her neck. We will, don't trouble about it, dear little mother," she cried. "What does it matter if we are all together? I will work and dig in the garden, and Boris can be taught to groom Tulu and be useful. He really can be very sensible if he likes. Then Varvara will cook, and Adam and Daria can do the dusting. Oh, we shall manage beautifully." Madame Olszewski smiled through some tears. "You are a dear child, Elena. I won't complain any more while I have all my children to help me. But run now, Boris, and tell Alexis to get the boat ready. I must go to the other side of the lake to see that poor child who broke his arm the other day." Boris ran off to the stables with alacrity. He found it difficult to realize all that his mother had just told them. Of course it was very dreadful, he thought, but very likely it wouldn't come true. Then, as Elena said, nothing mattered much if they were all together, and perhaps if they were obliged to move into the village, they might live near Volodia's shop, and the wicked cousin might let them come and play sometimes in the garden. "Alexis, Alexis!" he shouted into the hayloft, and a brown face with a shock of black hair appeared at one of the windows. "What is it, Boris Andreevich?" "Mamma wants the boat immediately," replied Boris. "She is going over to see Marcia's sick child." Alexis took a handful of sunflower seeds out of his pocket and began to eat them meditatively, throwing the husks behind him. "The mistress won't go another day?" he inquired slowly. Boris shook his head. The lake's overflowing, and the dam is none too strong over there by Vletna, continued Alexis. It would be better for her to wait a little. She says she must go today, said Boris, but I will tell her what you say. Madame Olszewski, however, refused to put off her visit, and Elena, Boris, and Daria looked out from the balcony, saw the boat with the 2 figures in it start off from the little landing place and grow smaller and smaller until it faded away into a dim speck in the distance. Chapter 3. Late that afternoon, the 3 children were playing with Tulipan in the garden when they heard Volodia's well-known voice shouting to them, "Elena, Boris Andreevich!" They fancied he seemed to be in a great hurry, and as they flew toward him, they noticed that he had no hat, and that there was a look of terror on his face that froze Elena's heart with the certainty of some unknown but terrible misfortune. The lake, he panted. "Where is the mistress?" "Gone to see Marcia's sick child," said Elena, clinging to little Daria with one hand and gazing at Volodya with eyes full of terror. "Then it is true. It was her I saw, the poor mistress. I! Don't move, children. Don't stir. Here is your only safety," cried Volodya in piercing tones. "The river has flooded into the lake, and the dam may go any moment. The village will be overwhelmed. Nothing can save it. The water rises, and any minute it may burst through. The saints have mercy. All our things will be lost, but it is the will of God. We cannot fight against it." And Volodya crossed himself devoutly with Russian fatalism. "But, Mamma, what will happen to her?" cried Elena passionately. "Can nothing be done?" "To go toward the lake now would be certain death," replied Volodya brokenly. "No, Elena Andreevna, we must trust in God. He alone can save her if she is in the water now. Pray heaven she may not have started." As he spoke, a long procession of terrified peasants came winding up the road toward the great house. All the inhabitants of the village had fled from their threatened homes and were taking refuge on the only hill in the neighborhood. Weeping, gesticulating, and talking, the men, women, and children rushed on in the greatest state of confusion. Some carried a few possessions they had snatched up hastily as they left their houses. Some helped the old bedridden people to hobble along on their sticks and crutches. Others led the small children, or carried the gaily painted chests containing the holiday clothes of the family, while the boys dragged along the rough, unkempt horses and the few cows and oxen they had been able to drive in from the fields close by. All, as they came within speaking distance of Elena and Boris, began to describe their misfortunes, and such a babble of sound rose on the air that it was impossible to separate one word from another. "Where shall they go to, Matushka?" Footnote, Matushka, little mother, end of footnote, inquired Volodya anxiously, as the strange procession spread itself out amongst the low-growing birch trees. Elena shook herself as if awakening from a horrible dream. "Oh, it is dreadful, dreadful! But you are welcome, poor people," she cried. "Put the horses in the stables. Adam will show you where, and the dogs too. And come into the house, all of you, if you can get in. The cows must go to the yard. Oh, Vara," she added, as she turned to her old nurse, who had just come out, attracted by the noise. "Have you heard? Oh, poor mamma, do you think she will be safe?" And Elena rushed into the house and up the stairs of a wooden tower, from which she could see for miles around a wide vista of field, lake, and forest. No boat was in sight, and the lake looked comparatively peaceful, but just across the middle stretched an ominous streak of muddy, rushing water that beat against the high grass-grown dam, separating the lake from the village, and threatened every moment to roll over it. Elena held her breath and listened. There was a dull, roaring sound like distant thunder. The streak of brown water surged higher and higher, and suddenly, in one instant, as it seemed to the terrified child, a vast volume of water shot over the dam, seeming to carry it away bodily with its violence, and with a crash like an earthquake, the pent-up lake burst out in one huge wave that rolled toward the village of Letna, tearing up everything it passed upon its way. Elena turned, and almost falling downstairs in her terror, ran headlong toward the group of peasants who had gathered on the grass before the wooden veranda, and in despairing silence were watching the destruction of their fields and houses. Beside them stood the old priest, his long white hair shining in the sunshine. "My children, let us pray to the good God for any living things that are in danger," he said. The peasants fell upon their knees. Save them, they cried imploringly, "and save our cattle and houses." The blue sky stretched overhead. All round the garden the birch trees shed their quivering glory. The very flowers that the three children had picked for their mother in the morning lay on a table fresh and unfaded. Yet it seemed to Elena that years must have passed by since she stood there, careless and happy. "Oh, Boris, come with me," she cried passionately. "I can't bear it." Boris, with the tears falling slowly from his eyes, followed his sister up to the tower, and there they remained till evening, straining their eyes over the wide stretch of desolate-looking water. Chapter 4. It was some months afterwards. The flood was over, and the people of Letna had begun to rebuild their log houses and collect what could be found of their scattered belongings. A portion of the great dike had remained standing, so that the lake did not completely empty itself, and the peasants were able, with some help from the government, to rebuild it. Everyone had suffered, but the heaviest blow had fallen upon the great house, for Madame Olszewski never returned to it. Her boat had been upset and carried away with the sudden force of the current, and though Alexis managed to save himself by clinging to an uprooted pine tree, Madame Olszewski had been torn from him and sucked under by the rush of the furious water. Elena's face had grown pale and thin during these sad weeks, and she and Boris looked older, for they had begun to face the responsibilities of life, with no kind mother to stand between them and the hard reality. To add to their misfortunes, the wooden box containing the title deeds of their estate and all their other valuable papers had been swept away with the rest of lawyer Drovanen's property, and there seemed no chance that it would ever be recovered again. In the interval, as no defense was forthcoming, the lawsuit had been decided in favor of the Olszewski's cousin, and the children were now expecting every day to receive the notice that would turn them out of their old home and leave them without a place in the world that really belonged to them. The few relations they had made no sign to show they knew of their existence, but they were not without friends, and one of the first and truest of these was Volodia. "Don't trouble about this lawsuit, Elena Andreevna," he said on one of his frequent visits to the great house. "If the wickedness of the world is so great that they rob you of what rightfully belongs to you, take no notice of it. It is the will of God. You will come down with Boris Andreevitch and Daria Andreevna to my house, where there is plenty of room for everyone, and my wife will be proud and honored. Then Varvara can live with her brother close by, a good honest man who is well able to provide for her, and Adam will hire a little place and retire with his savings. Alexis shall find a home for Tulu. You know Alexis works for his father on the farm now, and is really getting quite active. You see, Matushka, every one is nicely provided for, and no one will suffer. But how can we all live with you when we have no money?" said Elena. "Good, kind Volodya, it would not be fair for us to be a burden to you." "How can you talk of burdens, Elena Andreevna? It's quite wrong of you, and really almost makes me angry. Your grandfather gave me all the money with which I started in life, and it is no more than paying back a little of it. Besides, think of the honor. Think what a proud thing it will be for us. All the village will be envious." Elena smiled sadly. "I suppose we shall have a little money left, shan't we, Volodya?" "Of course, Matrushka, plenty for everything you'll want." And so, after much argument and discussion, with many tears and sad regrets, the three children said good-bye to the great house and drove with Tulu down the hill for the last time to Volodya's large new wooden house, which had been rebuilt in a far handsomer style than the log hut he had lived in formerly. Chapter 5. Fortunately, the winter that year was late in coming, so that the peasants of Viletna were able to build some sort of shelter for themselves before it set in with real severity. Volodia's house, which stood in the center of the village, had been finished long before any of his neighbors. "That's what comes of being a rich man," they said to each other, not grumbling, but stating a fact. "He can employ what men he likes. It is a fine thing to have money." Volodia's shop had always been popular, but with the arrival of the 3 children it became 10 times more so. Everyone wished to show sympathy for their misfortunes, and all those who were sufficiently well off brought a little present and left it with Volodia's wife, with many mysterious nods and explanations. "Don't tell them anything about it, but just cook it. It's a chicken we reared ourselves, one of those saved from the flood." Volodia would have liked to give the things back again, but his wife declared that would be such an affront to the donors that she really couldn't undertake to do it. "It's not for ourselves, Volodya Ivanovitch, but for those poor innocent children. I can't refuse what's kindly meant. Many's the ruble Anna Olszewski, of blessed memory, has given to the people here, and why shouldn't they be allowed to do their part?" Meanwhile, Elena and Boris were getting slowly used to their changed life. It still seemed more like a dream than a reality, but they began to feel at home in the wooden house, and Elena had even commenced to learn some needlework from Varvara, and to help Maria in as many ways as that active old woman would allow of. "Don't you touch it, Elena Andreevna," she would say anxiously. "It's not fit you should work like us. Leave it to Adam and Varvara and me. We're used to it, and it's suitable." And so Elena had to give herself up to being waited upon as tenderly by the old servants as she had been during their time of happiness at the great house. Boris had no time for brooding, for he was working hard at his lessons with the village priest, and as to little Darya, she had quickly adapted herself to the new surroundings. She played with Tulipin, made snow castles in Volodia's side yard, and whenever she had the chance enjoyed a sledge drive with Alexis in the forest. "If only Mamma were here, I should be quite happy," she said to Elena. "It does seem so dreadful, Elena, to think of that horrible flood. You don't think it will ever come again, do you?" Elena's eyes filled with tears as she answered reassuringly, "You'll see Mamma some day, Darya, if you're a very good girl, and meantime you know she would like you to learn your lessons and be as obedient as possible to Varvara." "Well, I do try, Elena, but she is so tiresome sometimes. She won't let me play with the village children. They're very nice, but she says they're peasants. I'm sure I try to remember what you teach me, though the things are so difficult. I'm not so very lazy, Elena." Elena stooped her dark brown head over the little golden one. "You're a darling, Darya. I know you do your best when you don't forget all about it." Volodya Ivanovitch had devoted his 2 best rooms to the children. He at first wished to give up the whole of his house to them, with the exception of 1 bedroom, but Elena had developed a certain strength of character and resolution during their troubles, and absolutely refused to listen to this idea, so that finally the old man was obliged to give way and turn his attention to arranging the rooms in a style of what he considered surpassing elegance and comfort. They were plain and simple, with fresh boarded walls and pine floors. The furniture had all been brought from the great house, chosen by Volodya with very little idea of its suitability, but because of something in the color or form that struck him as being particularly handsome. A large gilt console table with marble top and looking-glass took up nearly 1 side of Elena's bedroom, and a glass chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling, where it was always interfering with the heads of the unwary. The bed had faded blue satin hangings, and a large Turkish rug and 2 rickety gilt chairs completed an effect which Uncle Volodya and his wife considered to be truly magnificent. Boris slept in the room adjoining. This was turned into a sitting room in the daytime and furnished in the same luxurious manner. Chairs with enormous coats of arms, a vast Dresden china vase with a gilt cover to it, and in the corner a gold picture of a saint with a little lamp before it, always kept burning night and day by the careful Varvara. Varvara, in her bright red gold-bordered gown and the strange tiara on her head, decorated with its long ribbons. "If ever they wanted the help of the saints, it's now," she would say as she filled the glass bowl with oil and hung it up by its chains again. "The wickedness of men have been too much for them. It's the Lord's will." Chapter 6. Volodya Ivanovitch's house stood close to the village street, so that as Elena looked from her windows she could see the long stretch of white road, the snow piled up in great walls on either side, the 2 rows of straggling half-finished log huts, ending with the ruined church and the new posting house. In the distance, the flat surface of the frozen lake, the dark green of the pine forest, and the wide stretches of level country, broken here and there by the tops of the scattered wooden fences. Up the street the sledges ran evenly, the horses jangling the bells on their great arched collars, the drivers in their leather fur-lined coats cracking their whips and shouting. Now and then a woman in a thick pelisse, a bright-colored handkerchief on her head, would come by, dragging a load of wood or carrying a child in her arms. The air was stilly cold with a sparkling clearness, the sky as blue and brilliant as midsummer. Elena felt cheered by the exhilarating brightness. She was young, and gradually she rose from the state of indifference into which she had fallen, and began to take her old interest in all that was going on about her. "I want to ask you something, Uncle Volodya," she said one day as they sat round the samovar, for she had begged that they might have at least one meal together in the sitting-room. Maria was rather constrained on these occasions, seeming oppressed with the feeling that she must sit exactly in the center of her chair. She spread a large, clean handkerchief out over her knees to catch any crumbs that might be wandering, and fixed her eyes on the children with respectful solemnity. Volodya, on the contrary, always came in smiling genially in his old homespun blouse and high boots, and was ready for a game with Daria or a romp with Boris the moment the tea-things had been carried away by his wife. "What is it, Elena Andreevna?" he asked. "Nothing very serious, I hope?" "Not very, Uncle Volodya. It's only that I want to learn something. I want to feel I can do something when our money has gone, for I know it won't last very long." "Why trouble your head about business, Elena Andreevna? You know your things sold for a great deal, and it is all put away in the wooden honey-box in the clothes chest. It will last till you're an old woman." "But I would like to feel I was earning some money, Uncle Volodya. I think I might learn to make paper flowers. Don't you think so, dear Uncle Volodya? You know I began while Mamma was with us. The lady in Morum taught me. I wish very much to go on with it." Uncle Volodya pondered. It might be an amusement for the poor girl, and no one need know of the crazy notion of selling them. "If you like, Matushka, do just as you like," he said. So it was decided that Elena should be driven over to Morum on the next market day. Volodya had undertaken in the intervals of shopkeeping to teach little Daria how to count, with the elaborate arrangement of small colored balls on a wire frame like a gridiron, with which he added up his own sums instead of pencil and paper. They sat down side by side with the utmost gravity. Old Volodya with the frame in one hand, Daria on a low stool, her curly golden head bent forward over the balls as she moved them up and down, with a pucker on her forehead. 2 and 1's 5, and 3's 7, and 4's 12, and 6's... "Oh, Daria Andreevna, you're not thinking about what you're doing." "Oh, really, I am, Uncle Volodya, but those tiresome little yellow balls keep getting in the way." And then the lesson began all over again, until Daria sprang up with a laugh and, shaking out her black frock, declared she had a pain in her neck and must run about a little. "What a child it is," cried Volodya admiringly. "If she lives to be 100, she'll never learn the multiplication table." Chapter 7. A post-sledge was gliding rapidly over the frozen road toward Vletna, and as it neared the village, a thin, worn man with white hair, who was sitting in it alone, leant forward and touched the driver. "I want to go to the great house, you remember?" "Oh, you're going to see Mikhail? He hasn't come to the great house yet, though. It's all being done up." "No, I'm going to Madame Olszewski's." "Anna Olszewski? Haven't you heard she was drowned in the flood? Washed away, just before the children lost their property to that thief of a cousin." The driver went on, adding the details, not noticing that the gentleman had fallen back and lay gasping, as if for air. "You know Anna Olszewski, perhaps?" he said at last, turning toward the traveler. Then, seeing his face, "Holy saints, what is the matter? He'll die, surely, and no help to be had." "She was my wife," said the gentleman hoarsely. "You don't remember me? I am Andrei Olszewski." "To think that I shouldn't have known you, Baron!" cried the driver in great excitement, dropping the reins. "Not that it's much to be wondered at, and you looking a young man when you left. Welcome home, welcome home." "Where are the children?" asked Andrei Olszewski brokenly. "Perhaps they're dead too?" "Oh, the children are all well, Baron. They are at Volodya Ivanovich's." "Drive me there, then," said Mr. Olszewski, and the sledge dashed off with a peal of its bells and drew up with a flourish in front of Volodya's doorway. "Do look out, Elena!" cried Boris, who was carving a wooden man with an immense pocket knife. "Here's a sledge stopped, and a funny, tall gentleman getting out, not old, but all white." Elena went to the window, but the stranger had disappeared into the shop. They could hear voices talking, now loud, now soft, then a cry of astonishment from Maria. The door burst open, and Volodya, his gray hair flying, the tears rolling down his cheeks, dragged in the white-haired gentleman by the hand. "Oh, children, children, this is a happy day. The Baron's come home. This is your father." Chapter 8. The next morning, Elena and Boris awoke with a delightful feeling of expectation. It seemed impossible to realize that their father had really come back to them, and that he was dearer and kinder than anything they had imagined. "If only Mamma were here," sighed Elena. "How happy we should be." "Perhaps she knows," said Boris soberly. "She always told us Papa was a hero, and I'm sure he looks like one." Andrei Olszewski felt his wife's loss deeply. The children were his only comfort, and every moment he could spare from his business affairs he gave to them. With Elena, he discussed their position seriously. It would be impossible, he said, to prove their claim to Madame Olszewski's estate unless the lost box could be recovered. But if that were ever found, the papers inside would completely establish their right. "I have sent notices to all the peasants describing the box and offering a reward. Who knows, Elena? It may be discovered." Time passed on, and though Mr. Olszewski made many expeditions into the town of Murom and drove all around the country making inquiries of the peasants, he could hear nothing of the wooden box. "It's one of the secrets of the lakes," said Volodya. "That's my opinion. It's lying snugly at the bottom there, and it's no good looking for it anywhere else." But Mr. Olszewski continued his inquiries. One day, just as Daria and Varvara were about to start for a morning walk, Elena and Boris having gone for a drive with their father, an old man in a rough sheepskin coat and plated bark shoes came up to the house door, and taking off his high felt hat, respectfully asked if he could speak to the Baron. Master.
"The master has gone out," said Varvara, "but I dare say you can see him in the afternoon. Have you anything particular to ask him?"
"Nothing to ask, but something to show," and the old man blinked his eyes cunningly. "Not the wooden box!" screamed Daria. "Oh, let's go at once. Come, Varvara. What a surprise for Papa when he gets back. Is it the wooden box? You might tell me," cried Daria, fixing her blue eyes on the old muzhik's face pleadingly. "It may be and it mayn't be," replied the old man. "You may come along with me if you like, Daria Andreevna. I'll show you the way to where I live, near the forest, you know. Of course, I've heard all about the reward," he continued, "and as I was clearing a bit of my yard this morning, what should I find but a heap of something hard, pebbles and drifts and sticks and such like. When I came to sorting it out, for I thought, why waste good wood when you can burn it? The good God doesn't like waste. I struck against the corner of something hard, and there was, well, what do you think, Daria Andreevna?" "A box! A box!" cried Daria, seizing one of the old man's hands and dancing round him in an ecstasy of delight. "Not at all, Daria Andreevna, the legs of an old chair." Daria's face fell. "I don't see why you come to tell Papa you found an old chair," she said crossly. "Stop a bit, Matushka. There's more to come. Where was I?" "The chair. You just found it," said Darya, pulling out his hand impatiently. "So I had. A chair. Well, it had no back, and as I pulled it out it felt heavy, very heavy. It wasn't much to look at, a poor chair I should call it, and I thought, this isn't much of a find. There inside it was something sticking as tight as wax. "The box!" cried Darya. "I felt sure of it!" And seizing Varvara by one hand and the muzhik by the other, she dragged them down the street, the old peasant remonstrating and grumbling. "Not so fast, Darya Andreevna," said Varvara, gasping for breath at the sudden rush. "Let Ivan go first. He knows the way." Darya could scarcely control her impatience during the walk. "Make haste, Varvara! We shall never get there!" she kept crying, and old Varvara, who was stout and had on a heavy fur pelisse, arrived at the hut in a state of breathless exhaustion.
Aye, what a child it is! Show her the box now, Ivan, or we shall have no peace."
Ivan went to the corner of his hut, where a large object stood on top of the whitewashed stove under a red and yellow pocket handkerchief. He carefully uncovered it, and stepping back a few paces, said proudly, "What do you think of that, now?" It was the box, safe and unhurt, Madame Olszewski's name still on it in scratched white letters. Darya was wild with joy and almost alarmed Ivan with her excitement. She danced about the room, threw her arms around his neck, and finally persuaded him to carry the box to Volodia's house, so that it might be there as a delightful surprise to her father on his return. Chapter 9. The children, Volodya and his wife, Varvara and Adam, all stood round eagerly as Andrei Olszewski superintended the forcing open of the precious box. "It's my belief the papers will be a pulp," whispered Volodya. "We must be ready to stand by the Baron when he finds out the disappointment." But the papers were not hurt. The box contained another tin-lined case in which the parchments had lain securely, and though damaged in appearance, they were as legible as the day on which they were first written. "Oh, Papa, I am so glad!" shouted Boris and Darya, and Elena silently took her father's hand. "I always thought the Baron would have his own again," cried Volodya triumphantly, forgetting that only a moment before he had been full of dismal prophecies. Adam and Varvara wept for joy, and Ivan stood by smiling complacently. He felt that all this happiness had been brought about entirely by his own exertions, and he already had visions of the manner in which he would employ the handsome reward. "No more troubling about my old age," he thought. "I shall have as comfortable a life as the best of them." That evening Mr. Olszewski started for Moscow, carrying the parchments with him. The 2 months of his absence seemed very long to the children, though they heard from him constantly, and there were great rejoicings when he returned with the news that their affairs had at last been satisfactorily settled. Mikhail Pavlovitch had withdrawn his claim, and the great house was their own again. All the peasants of the neighborhood came in a body to congratulate them. Those who could not get into Volodia's little sitting room remained standing outside and looked in respectfully through the window, while the spokesman read a long speech he had prepared for the occasion. Mr. Olszewski made an appropriate reply, and then, turning to Volodya and the old servants, he thanked them in a few simple words for their goodness to the children. "You might have knocked me flat down with a birch twig," said Uncle Volodya afterwards when talking it over with Adam. "The idea of thanking us for what was nothing at all but a real pleasure. He's a good man, the Baron." The springtime found the children and their father settled once more in their old home, with Adam, Varvara, and Alexis, and life flowing on very much as it had always done, except for the absence of the gentle, motherly Anna Olszewski. Uncle Volodya continued to look after his shop with zeal, and the 2 rooms with the gilt furniture, which Mr. Olszewski had insisted on his not removing, became objects of the greatest pride and joy to him. He never allowed anyone but himself to dust them, and in spare moments he polished the looking-glass with a piece of leather kept carefully for the purpose in a cigar-box. "It's a great pleasure to me," he remarked one day to a neighbor, "to think that when I leave this house to Boris Andreevitch, as I intend to after old Maria. It will have 2 rooms that are fit for anyone of the family to sleep in. He'll never have to be ashamed of them." On his 70th birthday, Elena, now grown a tall, slim young lady with grave brown eyes, persuaded him that it was really time to take a little rest and enjoy himself. He thereupon sold his stock and devoted himself to gardening in the yard at the back of his house, where he would sit on summer evenings smoking his pipe in the midst of giant dahlias and sunflowers. Here Darya often came with Boris and Tulipin, and sitting by Uncle Volodia's side, listened to the well-known stories she had heard since her babyhood, always ending up with the same words in a tone of great solemnity. "And this, children, is a true story, every word of it." End of section 8.
Chapter 9 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. The Angel and the Lilies, a Norwegian story. It was a room at the top of a raw wooden house in Norway. Though it was only a garret, it was all very white and clean, and little Erik Svensson lay in the small bed facing the barred window, through which the moonbeams streamed till they seemed to turn the walls into polished silver. As Erik tossed about, he heard his mother working in the room below. The thump, thump of her iron, and she barely finished the last of the clothes that must be sent home to the rich family at the farmhouse early next morning. "Poor mother, how hard she works," thought Erik, "and I can do more than mine farmer towards birds on the field. If I could only be employed in the town, I might be able to help her." Thump, thump went the iron. The clock chimed 12, and still the poor washerwoman smoothed and folded, though her heavy eyes almost refused to keep open, and the room began to feel the chill of the frosty air outside. "Erik shan't want for anything while I have 2 arms to work for him," she said to herself, and went on until the iron fell from her tired hand, and she sank back in her chair in a deep sleep. Erik, too, had closed his eyes, and was dreaming happily, when he was awakened by the brush of something light and soft across his pillow. Starting up, he saw that the moon was still brilliant, and in the clearest rays stood a faint white figure, with shadowy wings outstretched behind it. A vapory garment enveloped it, and the face seemed young and beautiful. "Oh, how wonderful! How wonderful you are!" cried Erik. "Why have I never seen you before?" "I am Wanda, the spirit of the moon," said the angel gently. "Only to those who are in need of help can I become visible. Your mother knows me well. Winter and summer I have soothed her to sleep, and tonight, as you looked from the window, your thoughts joined mine, and I was able to come to you. What will you ask of me?" "Oh, Wanda, dear Wanda, show me how to help my mother. I ask nothing else," cried Erik. He jumped from his bed and threw himself at the feet of the shadowy angel. "Do you see that window?" said the moon spirit, pointing to the small panes that were now covered with a delicate tracery of glittering frostwork. "Of what do those buttons remind you?" "Of flowers," cried Erik. "I have often thought so. Sometimes I can see grasses and boughs and roses, but always lilies, because they are so white and spotless." The angel smiled softly. "Tonight I shall shine upon them and make them live," she said. "Take what you will find upon the windows sill at sunrise and sell them in the town. Bring the money back to your mother at night time." With the last words of the moon spirit melted into the white light, leaving Erik with a feeling of the happiness expectation. Long before daybreak he was awake, and his first thought was of the flowerful ice flower. Would the angel have kept her promise? What would he see awaiting him? As the rays of the sun shot over the field, he sprang out of bed and ran to the window. They lay a bunch of beautiful white lilies, nestling in a mass of delicate moss-like green. "They are the frost flowers," cried Eric, and wild with joy he rushed into his mother's room and held the bunch up for her to look at. "Look, look, mother, see what we have had given us. We shall soon have enough money to rent the little farm we have always been longing for." Eric's visit to the town was very successful. He sold his flowers directly, although he had some difficulty in answering all the questions of the townspeople, who wanted to know where he had grown such delicate things in the middle of a severe winter. To everyone he replied that it was a secret, and they were obliged to be contented. He returned home in good time for his work up on the field, and if it had not been for the store of silver pieces he poured into his mother's workbox, he would almost have imagined that he had only been dreaming. That night, as he laid his curly head upon the pillow, his mind was full of thoughts about the moon angel. He wondered if she would appear again, and whether she would once more leave him her gift on the white frost flowers. The moon shone with silvery clearness into the garret, and as the boy strained his eyes towards the window, the bright form slowly floated through the bars and stretched a pale hand towards him. "You have done well today, Eric. Look tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, until my light has waned and faded, and every day you'll find the lilies waiting for you." Again Eric felt the soft brush of Wanda's wings, and she disappeared in the path of the moonbeams. The next morning the flowers lay fresh and fair upon the window sill, and for days the frost lilies were always blooming. But each time the bunch grew smaller and smaller, until at last, when the moon was nothing more than a thread of brightness, Eric found one single blossom lying half-dropping on the window frame. "Wanda's gift has ended," thought Eric, "but she has been a good true friend to us. We have gained enough money for my mother to put away her iron and take the little farmhouse by the field. How happy we will be together." The winter was nearly over, and Eric and his mother had settled down to the happy life in the farmhouse. Frost flowers, with delicate fantastic groupings, still bloomed upon the window panes, but the moon angel was not there to give them her fairy-like gift of life and beauty. She had gone to console other struggling flowers. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 10. The ALPEN-ECHO. Long, long years ago, a young girl wandering with her herd of goats upon the Mettenalp lost her way amidst a mountain storm, and fell into a chasm of the rock, where she lay white and lifeless. The terrified goats reached the valley beneath, but the young girl was never again heard of. The spirits of the great mountain had claimed her for an ALPEN-ECHO, and every day for hundreds of years after, she floated amongst the snow-covered peaks and crags of the Mettenalp, answering every horn that sounded from the hunters or cowherds with a soft, sweet note, so sad and distant it was like a soul in pain, and tears came to your eyes, you knew not why, as you listen to its exquisite music. "Come, follow me to my secret haunts," wailed the echo. "Give me my soul, give me my soul." But no one through all the centuries had ever climbed to the echo's hiding place. "If only I could make them understand," sobbed the echo, "my long bondage would cease. The first foot that treads my prison frees me and gives me rest." However, all the world was too busy to listen to the poor echo, and she called and cried in vain through the misty ages. A boy with a long Alpen horn in his hand stood by a chalet far away in the wilds of Switzerland. Every now and then he blew a few wailing notes upon the horn, notes that echoed across the valley up to the snow-covered heights beyond, and he smiled as the answer floated clearly back again. "The echoes are talking together today," he said to himself. "They love the bright air and the sunshine." And again he blew a long, changing note that died away softly into the far distance. "Tra-la-la," came faintly from the opposite mountain, but to the boy's astonishment the echo did not now cease and fade away as it had always done before. It shifted from point to point, its elfin tones ringing sweet and sad like the bugle of a fairy huntsman. All that day the echo sounded in the boy's ears. All night it whispered amongst the mountain tops. And as soon as it became daylight he sprang up, determined that he would climb the side of the opposite valley and find out the reason of the strange music. A pale green light tinged the sky. The mountains looked dark and forbidding, and from the peaks above came the soft sighing of the distant echo. "It is like a soul in pain," thought the boy. "I must find out what it means." And he began to climb higher and higher until the valley lay far beneath him, and his home looked a little brown speck amidst a sea of fields and pine trees. Before him still sounded the elfin voice, now dying into a whisper, now ringing clear and distinct as though close beside him, but always with the same beseeching sadness. Follow me to my secret haunts. Give me my soul, give me my soul." And the boy climbed on until he reached the rocky crag which formed the summit of the mountain. "At last," he cried as he stretched out his arms to clasp the echo's fairy-like form that floated mistily before him. But the echo had faded from his sight as he approached her, and her last words were borne faintly towards him as she vanished into the golden glory of the sunshine. At last, I am at rest at last." The boy had learnt the secret of the ALPEN-ECHO. He had freed her soul from its long bondage, and a few days afterwards they found him lying with a smile upon his face on the topmost peak of the Mettenalp. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry, Chapter 11. The Scroll in the Marketplace. In the pale light of the moon, the sleeping town lay hushed and noiseless. At its foot the river rolled, spanned by the curves of the old gray stone bridge, and behind rose the giant hills, clothed with tracts of pine and birch trees. A high wall surrounded the town, with towers at intervals from which gleamed the light of the watchmen's lanterns. All was silent on the earth and in the air, when through the deep blue of the star-sprinkled sky a little child angel winged his way from heaven, and, hovering over the steep red roofs beneath him, folded his wings and dropped softly into the deserted marketplace. In his hand he held a scroll with strange writing upon it, and, crossing the square over the rough cobblestones, he fixed the paper to the fountain, and, spreading his white wings, flew up again to the home from which he came. Next day the country people flocking into the marketplace saw to their astonishment a track of beautiful white flowers springing up from amongst the cobblestones and stretching from one corner of the square to the fountain. They were starlight flowers with bright green leaves, and they grew in patches, like a child's footsteps, the women said. A little crowd soon gathered round the paper fastened to the ancient fountain. On the top of the scroll was written very clearly, "All those who can read the words beneath shall be rewarded generously." But the lines that followed were in a strange language, and in such crabbed characters that they defied every effort to decipher them. All day the crowd ebbed and flowed round the fountain, while the learned men of the town came with their dictionaries under their arms and spectacles on nose and sat on stools, attempting to make out the crooked letters of the inscription. In the end, each one decided upon a different language, and the argument became so warm between them that they had to be separated by a party of watchmen and conducted back again to their own houses. Professors from the university on the other side of the mountains journeyed over the rough roads and brought their learning to the old stone fountain in the marketplace. But they, too, went away discomfited. No one could read the strange writing, and no one could pull down the paper, for it appeared to be fixed to the stone by some means that made it impossible to tear it away. Time went on, and the snow covered up the market square, threw a white mantle over the steep roofs, and buried the old gardens in its soft deepness. In one of the houses near the spot where the little angel had first touched the earth lived a poor, lonely woman. She worked all day at some fine kind of needlework, but when in the evenings the sun had set and the twilight began to fall, she would steal out for a few minutes to breathe the fresh air. Often, though, she was so wearied with her incessant stitching, she would carry in her hand a flower from the plants that grew in her latticed window to a neighbor's sick child. It was a weary climb up a steep flight of stairs to the attic where the sick child lay, but it was reward enough to the woman to see the bright smile that lightened up the little drawn face as she laid the flower on the counterpane. All summer the poor seamstress had been too busy during the daylight to afford time even to cross the square, to study the strange paper on the fountain. "If learned men cannot read it, a poor ignorant woman like me could certainly never do so," she said to the child, and the little girl looked up at her with tender love in her eyes. "You are so good, you could do anything," she whispered, and clasped the worn hand on which the needle pricks had left the marks of many long years of patient sewing. "I should like to see the paper so much," continued the child after a thoughtful pause. "I wish I could walk there, but it is so long since I walked, and the snow is so deep now." And she sighed. "Some day, if the good God pleases, I will carry you there," said the workwoman, and the child, as she lay patiently on her little bed, dreamt and dreamt of the mysterious paper that no one could read, until the longing to see it became uncontrollable, and her friend the seamstress promised that she would spare an hour the next day from her work, and if the sun shone she would carry the invalid across the marketplace to the old stone fountain. The next morning the child's face was bright with anticipation as the woman wrapped her in a warm shawl and carried her fragile weight down the staircase. The cobblestones hurt the poor seamstress's feet, and she staggered under the light burden, but she persevered, for the child's murmurs of delight rang in her ears. "How sweetly the sun shines! How white the snow looks! How beautiful it is to be alive!" When they reached the fountain, the sun shone brightly upon the angel's scroll. The workwoman seated herself on one of the swept stone steps, still holding the child in her arms, and they gazed long and earnestly at the writing above them. Gradually, A smile of delight spread across both their faces. "It's quite easy," they cried together. "How is it people have been puzzling so long?" For as they looked, the crabbed letters unrolled before them, straightened, and arranged themselves in order, and the angel's message was read by the poor workwoman and the sick child. "Love God and live for others," said the scroll, and a soft light seemed to stream from it and shed a glow of happiness right into the hearts of the two who read it. The air was warmer, the sun shone more brightly, and just by the foot of the fountain, pushing through the snow, sprang one blue head of palest forget-me-not. As the letters on the scroll became plainer and plainer, the paper slowly rolled up and shrunk away until it had disappeared altogether. The seamstress carried back the child upon the steep staircase, laid her tenderly on her bed, and hurried away to her own attic. In her absence, strange things had happened. The room was swept and tidy, the flowers were watered, and the piece of work she had left half done was lying finished on the broad window seat. The poor woman looked around her in astonishment. She went downstairs to inquire if any neighbors had prepared this surprise for her, but they only stared at her and told her she must have left her wits in the marketplace, and that was what came of leaving your own duties to look after other people's. The seamstress did not listen to their taunts, for a song of joy was welling up in her heart, a song so sweet and true it might have been the echo of that sung by the angels. Never had life seemed so beautiful to her. The ill looks of the neighbors appeared to her to be smiles of kindness and love. Their hard speeches sounded soft and altered. The steep stairs to her room were not so steep, her attic not so bare and desolate. Life was no longer lonely, for the song in her heart brought her all the happiness she had ever hoped for. The sick child, too, found the same wonderful change in all that surrounded her. The aunt with whom she lived, who had always been so careless and unloving, now seemed to the child to be kind and gentle. Her aching back was less painful. Her thoughts, as she lay on her bed, were bright and happy. The angel's message had brought sunshine to the lives of the only two who could read and understand it. In time, the sick child went to live with the seamstress, and their love for each other grew and strengthened and overflowed in 1,000 little acts of kindness to all who came near them. Their room was filled with brightness. The birds flew to perch on the windowsill and sing in the early mornings. Flowers bloomed in the cracks of the old stonework. The seamstress sang as she worked, and whenever she left her sewing to carry the child out into the marketplace to breathe the fresh air, she would find her work finished when she returned. "It was a happy day that we read the message in the marketplace," she said to the sick child. "Indeed, we have been rewarded generously." End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 12. A Scrap of Etruscan Pottery. Deep down in a buried Etruscan tomb, there lay a little three-cornered piece of pottery. It had some letters on it and a beautiful man's head, and had belonged to a king some 3,000 years ago. Its only companions were a family of moles, for everything else had been taken out of the tomb so long ago that no one remembered anything about it. "What a dull life mine is," groaned the piece of pottery. "No amusement and no society. It's enough to make one smash oneself to atoms." "Dull but safe," replied the mole, who never took the least notice of the three-cornered chip's insults. "And then, remember the dignity. You have the whole tomb to yourself." "Except for you," said the chip ungraciously. Well, we must live somewhere, said the mole, quite unmoved, and I'm sure we don't interfere. I always bring up my children to treat you with the greatest respect, in spite of you being I should say, not quite so large as you need to be. If only you had belonged to a king, sighed the chip. I might have had someone of my own class to talk to. I don't wish to belong to a king, said the mole. There's nothing I should dislike more. I am for a liberal government and no farming. What vulgarity, cried the chip. It's a blessing it's dark, and he can't see the children laughing, thought the mole mother, or I don't know what would happen. Everything that belonged to a king should be treated with royal respect, continued the chip. As to that, I really haven't time for it, replied the mole. What with putting the children to bed and getting them up again, and all my work in the passages, I can't devote myself to court life. If you like, you can represent the people, said Chip. I don't mind, only then I can't talk to you. You can read out royal decrees and make laws, said the mole, and to herself she added, It won't disturb me. I shan't take any notice of them. Who's to be nobles? Said the chip crossly. I'd rather not do the thing at all, if it can't be done properly. Well, I can't be people and nobles too, that's quite certain, remarked the mole mother, as she tidied up her house. Besides, the children are too young, they wouldn't understand. What's it like up above? Inquired the chip laudably after a short pause, for it was almost better to speak to the mole than to nobody. People still walk on two legs? Why, of course, answered the mole. There's never any difference in people that I can see. They're always exactly alike, except in tempers. The chip was sitting upon a little stone heap against one of the pillars. He fondly imagined it was a throne, and the mole mother, with the utmost good nature, had never undeceived him. As the last words were spoken, a lump of earth fell from the roof, flattening out the stone heap, and the chip only escaped destruction by rolling on one side, where he lay shaking with fright and calling to the mole mother to help him. But the mole had retired with her family to a place of safety. She knew what was happening. The tomb was being opened by a party of antiquarians, and in a few more minutes the blue sky shone into the darkness, and the three-cornered piece of pottery was lying wrapped in paper in the pocket of one of the explorers. When the chip recovered himself, he found he was reclining on the velvet floor of a large glass case full of Etruscan vases. Here was a society he had been pining for all his life. What are moles compared to this? He said to himself, and quivered with joy at the thought of the pleasures before him. How did that broken thing come into our division? Inquired a red dish with two handles. I can't imagine. The director put him in just now, replied a black jug. It's not what we're accustomed to. Everything in here is perfect. The chip lay for a moment, dumb with horror and astonishment. I belong to a king, he gasped at last. You can look at the name written on me. You may have names written all over you, for all I care, said the dish. You're a chip, and no king can make you anything else. and she turned away haughtily. And to think that for all those years the Mole Mother was never once rude to me, thought the Chip. She was a person of real refinement. Whatever shall I do if I have to be shut up with these ill-bred people? He groaned miserably. How the woodwork does creak, said the director as he came up to the glass case with a young lady to whom he was showing the treasures of the museum. That's the most recent discovery, he continued, smiling and pointing to the three-cornered piece of pottery. All I found in my last digging. It has a beautiful head on it, said the young lady. I should be quite satisfied if I could ever find anything so pretty. Will you have it? Said the director of the museum, who after all was only a young man, looking at the young lady earnestly. She took the despised chip in her little hand. Thank you very much. It will be a great treasure, she said, and looking up at her face, the three-cornered piece of pottery knew that a happy life was in store for him. In spite of the rudeness of my own people, I am in the museum after all, remarked the Chip, as some months afterwards he hung on a bracket on the wall of the young lady's sitting room. In what a superior position, too! They only belong to the director, but I belong to the director's wife. End of chapter 12. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 13 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. The Goats on the Glacier. Chapter 1. The Heif goats lived close to the Heifen Glacier, one of the largest in Switzerland. In fact, their chalet, or the cavern, which they christened by that name, overhung the steepest precipice and was inaccessible to anyone except its proprietors. It is such a comfort to be secluded in these disturbed times, the goat mother often remarked to her husband. If I lived near a high road, I should never know a moment's happiness. The children are so giddy. They would be gamboling about round the very wheels of the charabancs, turning head over heels for halfpence, before I could cry goat-sativy. The whole glacier valley swarmed with the kin of the goat family. There were the bond slaves who worked for the peasants, and the free goats who possessed their own caves, cultivated their ground industriously, and lived greatly on the sandwich papers left by tourists in the summertime. Such a treat, especially the light yellow sort with printing. That always has crumbs in it, said the goat mother. It makes a delicious meal. We generally have it on fete days. The family of the Heif goats consisted of the Heif father, his wife, and their 4 children, Heinrich, Lisbeth, Heiko, and Lenora. The young goats had been brought up with some severity by their parents, who had old-fashioned notions with regard to discipline, and 3 things had been especially enjoined upon them from their infancy: always to speak the truth, never to mess their clean pinafores, and last but not least, never to play with the chamois. They are too wild and frivolous, the goat mother used to say with a nod of her frilled cap. Such very long springs are in exceedingly bad taste. The chamois have no repose of manner. Under this system the children grew up very well behaved. The daughters worked in the house, the sons helped their father, and in the evening they all descended to the glacier to collect any remnants of food left by the endless stream of visitors, who all through the summer toiled up to the Eismeer and down again to the inn on the other side of the valley. These travelers were a perpetual source of interest and amusement to the goat family. They could never quite make out what they were doing, but the Heif mother finally decided that their journeys must be some religious or national observance. People would never struggle about on ice like that, tied to each other with ropes, too. unless it was a painful duty, she said. I consider it very praiseworthy. Sometimes the young goats in their invisible eyrie would go off into shouts of merriment as a group of excursionists crawled slowly into sight, the ladies in their short skirts and large flapping hats, alpenstock in hand, clinging desperately to the guides as they ascended every slippery ice peak. But on these occasions the goat mother always reproved them. Remember, she would say severely, that because people are ridiculous, you shouldn't be unmannerly. They can't help their appearance, poor things. They may think themselves quite as good as we are. Well, at all events, we don't look like that, said Lisbeth. I am sure you would never allow it. The principal news from the outer world was brought to the Heif family by a Steinbock peddler who wandered about the country with his wares, and was so popular that he was a friend of all classes, and supplied even the chamois with their groceries and tobacco. He generally arrived at the chalet on the 1st of every month, and spread out his wares on the grass plot in front of the cave, while the goat mother and her children walked up and down and bargained good-humoredly for anything they had taken a fancy to. Chapter 2. It was a bright sunny day, and the goat mother sat with her daughters at the door of the cavern. The goat father had gone off by himself to get some provisions at a village on the opposite side of the glacier, and Heinrich and Peito were digging in the fields at the back of the chalet, when the Steinbock, in his well-known brown cloth coat, appeared panting up the narrow pathway. Throwing himself down on a stone bench, he tossed his Tyrolese hat onto the ground and fanned himself with his handkerchief. "Good morning, Herr Steinbock. You seem exhausted," said the goat mother. "I am, ma'am, and well I may be. 5 miles with 20 pounds on my back is no joke, I can assure you." "Shall I bring you a glass of lager beer?" inquired the Heif mother. "It would be acceptable, ma'am, and then I will tell you my news. You've heard nothing of the goat father, have you?" "Nothing," said the goat mother. "I am beginning to feel very nervous. I never knew him to stay away 2 days before." The Steinbock looked round darkly. "I have something to tell you," he whispered. "Prepare for bad news. The goat father has been captured." The Heif mother gave a wild shriek and fell back upon Lisbeth, who was peeling potatoes in the doorway. "When? Where? How? Who? What?" she cried frantically. "Tell me at once, or I shall faint away." "Be calm, ma'am," said the Steinbock soothingly. "I heard it from the chamois, who have a habit of bounding about everywhere, as you know. Your dear husband reached the middle of the glacier in safety, when, being hampered by a satchel and a green cotton umbrella, he fell in attempting to jump an ice pinnacle, and sprained his foot so severely that he was unable to move. Though he bleated loudly for help, no one came except some huntsmen who were in search of chamois. They picked him up and dragged him to the inn on the other side of the valley, where he was locked up securely in a shed, and there he is at the present moment." "My brave Heif in prison? He will never, never survive it," cried the goat mother, shedding tears in profusion. "Oh, yes, he will, ma'am," replied the Steinbock. "They're not going to kill him. Their idea is to take him down to the village." "That they shall never do," cried the Heif mother, starting up. "Not if I go myself to rescue him. Go, Lisbeth, and call your brothers. We must consult together immediately." Lisbeth darted off, and the Steinbock continued. "I have still something else I must let you know, ma'am. As our great poet observes, when evergreen food fades away, some dire misfortune comes the self-same day. In plain words, troubles never come singly. I discovered while having a friendly game of dominoes with the head chamois that they intend to seize upon your house next Tuesday, in the absence of the Heif father." "And today is Friday," shrieked the goat mother. "Oh, this is hard indeed." "Compose yourself, ma'am, and listen to my advice," said the peddler. "You lock up your house or leave me in charge with Lisbeth and Lenora, and you and the 2 other children start off at once to ask the help of the Goat King. He is a mild, humane creature, and will very likely order out a detachment of the free-will goats to help to defend your household." "That is the only thing to do," said the goat mother mournfully. "I certainly know the way, for of course I have always been to the yearly goat assembly, but I always started 3 days before the meeting and went down the back of the mountain over the slopes. I don't know how I'm to manage the shortcut." "Oh, easy enough, ma'am," replied the Steinbock. "You'll get on very well. Don't go in galoshes, for they will be sure to catch on the nails. I wouldn't wear my waterproof mantle either, too large for a walking tour. Put on a shawl and tie it round you." By this time Heinrich and Peito had hastily dressed themselves in outdoor costume, and the goat mother was rushing about her house, collecting an extraordinary number of things, which the Steinbock had some difficulty in persuading her not to take with her. "Not sugar nippers, ma'am, I beg, or your large workbox, or the mincing machine. Quite useless on a long journey, and your best cap you won't want, I assure you." "I thought I might perhaps wait a moment in the ante-room and put it on before entering the presence of royalty," bleated the goat mother. "But no doubt you know best." The luggage was at last reduced to a small leather handbag, and the goat mother, after solemnly bestowing her blessing on Lisbeth and Lenora and the door key on the Steinbock, set off down the garden path with her children upon their adventures. Chapter 3. Meanwhile, the goat father was languishing in a dark shed attached to the inn on the other side of the glacier. His bleats had failed to attract any attention. In fact, the only person who had heard him at all had been an old goat slave, who, while browsing on the hillside with a bell round his neck, had been attracted by the cries, and creeping up to the shed, peeped through a crack to see what could be the matter. "Is there anyone near?" inquired the goat father in a whisper. "No, there's a party in the inn, but they are too busy eating to take any notice of us. I am just loitering here in case there should be any pieces of sandwich paper flying about." "Is there any chance of my making my escape?" inquired the High Father. "Are they very watchful people?" "Excessively so," replied the old slave. "I've never been able to get away for the last 10 years. The goat father groaned. "Then it wouldn't be possible for you to take a message to my family." "Quite impossible, my dear friend, I assure you. Can't you find any crack in the shed where you could break through?" "There's nothing," cried the goat father. "I've searched round, and the door is as strong and tight as a prison." "Well, I'll go off and see if I can find a messenger," said the old slave good-naturedly. "Perhaps the old fox would manage it." "A fox? Oh, I don't think that would do," said the High Father. "It mightn't be safe for my family." "Oh, he's all right," said the slave. "He's been in captivity so long it's taken all the spirit out of him. He might live in a farmyard. He's a good-natured creature, too, and I dare say he'll go to oblige me." The goat father pulled a band and buckle off his necktie and poked it under the door. "Not to eat," he whispered warningly, "but for the fox to take with him, that my wife may know the message comes from me. And be quick about it, my good friend, for I really am positively starving." "All right," said the old goat. "I'll send the fox off and come back in a few minutes to bring you some stale cabbage leaves." "A friend in need is a friend indeed," murmured the goat father, and went to sleep that night with more hope than he had felt since the moment of his capture. Chapter 4. "Come along, mother," cried Heinrich, grasping the High Mother's hand as they left the garden before their chalet and commenced the dangerous descent of the mountain. Far below them they could see the great stretch of the dazzlingly white glacier, with its rents and fissures shining greenly in the sunshine. On either side rose bare crags topped with grass, and above all the snowy summits of the mountains. The first part of the journey led along a narrow pathway, which the goat mother managed very successfully, but when they came to the precipice on which rough iron spikes had been driven at long intervals to assist the climber, her heart failed her, and in spite of her desire to hurry, she entangled her shawl and dress so constantly on the nails that her children began to fear she would never reach the level of the glacier. At last, however, the little party succeeded in making their way across the ice mare and arrived without further mishap at the river leading to the Goat King's palace. This river flowed on the center of the glacier between steep banks of transparent ice, every now and again disappearing into some vast cavern where it swept with a hollow echoing under the ice field. "Follow me, mother," said Heinrich. "I see the entrance to the palace just in front of us." The goat mother gathered up her skirts and, assisted by Pito, began to scramble down the bank to the side of the streamlet. "Where is the boat kept?" she inquired. "In a snowdrift close to the entrance," replied Heinrich. "Don't jump about near the crevasses, Pito, and I'll go and fetch it." The boat was soon dragged from its hiding place, and Heinrich paddled it to the spot where the goat mother was resting on a snowbank. She embarked with some nervousness, clutching desperately at her handbag. They pushed off and were immediately carried by the current through the little round opening of the cave into the pale green glistening depths of the mysterious world beyond. Chapter 5. There was no need for the Hive family to row. They were swept along past the ice walls, and in a few minutes reached the Goat King's landing place, a small inlet with a flat shore on which were arranged 2 camp stools and a piece of red carpet. "Here we are at last, dear children," said the goat mother. "What a relief it is, to be sure. Is my bonnet straight, Pito? And do pull your blouse down. Your hair is all standing on end, Heinrich. How I wish the Steinbock had allowed me to bring a pocket comb." The court porter, seated in a beehive chair, came forward as soon as he saw them to ask their business. "The Goat King is at home today till 5 o'clock," he said. "If you will step this way, I will introduce you immediately." The goat mother, trembling in every limb, for she had never had a private interview with royalty before, clutched a child in each hand and followed the porter. They passed down 2 passages and finally reached a large ice grotto with a row of windows opening onto a wide crevasse. The room was filled with a flickering green light that yet rendered everything distinctly visible. On a carved maple chair on the top of a dais sat the Goat King, a snow-white goat with mauve eyes and beard, completely surrounded with cuckoo clocks and festoons of yellow wood table napkin rings and paper cutters. The walls seemed to be covered with them, and the pendulums of the clocks were swinging in every direction. "The king thinks it right to patronize native art," said the Goat Queen, who with 3 of the princesses had come forward graciously to welcome the visitors. "I find the striking rather trying at times, especially as they don't all do it at once, and sometimes one cuckoo hasn't finished 10 before the others are at 12 again." "I wish all the works would go wrong," muttered one of the princesses crossly. "An ice cavern full of cuckoo clocks is a poor fate for one of the royal family." "We must encourage industry," said the queen. "It is a duty of our position. I should rather the industries were noiseless, but we can't choose." "Bead necklaces and Venetian glass would have been more suitable," said the princess, who had been very well educated, "or even brasswork and embroidered tablecloths. We might have draped the cavern with them." At this moment there was a violent whirring amongst the clocks. Doors flew open in all directions, and cuckoos of every size and description darted out, shook themselves violently, and the air was filled with such a deafening noise that the goat mother threw her apron over her head, and the goat children buried their ears in her skirts and clung round her in terror. "Merely 4 o'clock, nothing to make a fuss about," said the Goat King. "And now, when we can hear ourselves speak, you shall tell me what you have come for." As the voice of the last cuckoo died away in a series of jerks, the goat mother advanced and threw herself on her knees before the royal family, first spreading out her homespun apron to keep the cold off. The king listened to her tale with interest, and his mauve eyes sparkled. "If this is true," he cried fiercely, "the chamois shall be crushed. My official pen, princess, and a large sheet of notepaper." "Rest yourself, petitioner, you must be tired," said the queen, and pointed to a row of carved and inlaid Tyrolese chairs that stood against the wall. The goat mother and her children seated themselves gratefully, and as they did so, a burst of music floated upon the air, several tunes struggling together for the mastery. "Yes, it is very unpleasant, isn't it?" said the Goat Queen, seeing the expression of surprise and uneasiness that showed itself on the visitors' faces. "We're obliged to have all the chairs made like that to encourage the trade in musical boxes. I get very tired of it, I assure you, and I often stand up all day just for the sake of peace and quietness. I really dread sitting down." Meanwhile, the Goat King was busily writing, covering his white paws with ink in the process, and the Queen, in a very loud voice to make herself heard, was conversing with the Goat Mother about her household affairs. "Supplies are most difficult to procure in this secluded spot," she said mournfully. "Would you believe me that last week we dined every day off boiled Geneva newspapers and cabbage? So monotonous, and the king gets quite angry." "I wish we could live on boiled cuckoos," cried the eldest princess, who with her sisters were seated on a bench by the window, spinning, the pale green light of the glacier shining upon their white dresses, and the little brown spinning wheels that whirred so rapidly before them. "Petitioner, the order is ready," said the king at this moment, waving a large envelope. "Go straight home and send this paper round to all the goats of the neighborhood. It is an order to the free will goats to arm and assemble at your house for the defense of your family and the rescue of the Hive Father." The Goat Mother curtsied to the ground, kissed the queen's hand, and retired with Heinrich and Pyto through the passages to the landing place. At the last moment, one of the princesses came running after the Goat Mother to press a cuckoo clock upon her as a parting present from the queen. The clock was large, and they had some difficulty in getting it into the boat, but the Goat Mother did not dare to refuse it. With the porter's help, they got off at last and started upon the return voyage, Heinrich and Pyto rowing their hardest, for the current swept through the ice caves with such force that the Goat Mother had some difficulty in steering. As they came out into the daylight, they saw that the sun was almost setting, and a faint pink light tinged the snowfields and the tops of the distant mountains. "We must hurry, or we shan't be back by nightfall," said the Goat Mother nervously, and they landed on an ice block, covered up the boat again in its hiding place, and set off towards home across the glacier. Chapter 6. The weary travelers almost sank with fatigue as they stumbled over the rough ice. In addition to the handbag, they now had the cuckoo clock, and though Heinrich had insisted on carrying it strapped on his back like a knapsack, his mother could see that he became more and more exhausted, and at last she determined on taking it from him and carrying it herself. The difficulty was heightened by the fact that the clock continued to tick, and the cuckoo to bound out of the door at unexpected moments, startling the Goat Mother so that she almost dropped it. "It's the shaking that puts its works out," said Heinrich. "Hold on tight, Mother, and we shall get it home safely at last." "I wish it was at the bottom of the glacier," groaned the Goat Mother, staggering along, her bonnet nearly falling off, her shawl trailing on the snow behind her. "Be careful, Pyto, careless goat," she cried. "Test the snow bridges carefully with your alpenstock before you venture on them." But Pyto, who was young and giddy, went gambolling on until suddenly, without even time for a bleat of terror, he fell crashing through the rotten ice and disappeared from view into one of the largest crevasses. "Goatsitivi!" cried the Goat Mother. "He's gone! Oh, my darling child, where are you?" The cuckoo clock was thrown aside, and she ran to the edge of the crack and peered down frantically. "All right, Mother," said a voice sounding very faint and hollow. "I've stuck in a hole. Let me down something, and perhaps I can scramble out again." "What have we got to let down?" said the Goat Mother. "Not a ball of string amongst us. Oh, if ever we go on a journey again, I'll never, never listen to the Steinbach." "Well, Mother, we must make the best of what we have," cried Heinrich. "Take your shawl off and tear it into strips. We may be able to make a rope long enough to reach him. Anyhow, we'll try." The Goat Mother consented eagerly, though her shawl was one she was particularly fond of. She snatched it off, and taking out her scissors, she soon cut it into pieces, which Heinrich knotted one to the other and lowered into the crevasse. "Can you reach it?" he cried, putting his head as far over the edge as possible and peering into the green depths. The goat mother leant over too, but in stooping her head, her bonnet became loosened and slid with a loud swish down the ice, darting from side to side until it disappeared from sight in the darkness. "Oh, what misfortunes! My child, my shawl, and my bonnet, all gone together," she cried, wringing her hands. "Take hold of the rope, my Pito, and let us at all events rescue you." "All right, mother," cried the distant voice. "Don't drag me up till I call Pool." In a few minutes the goat mother and Heinrich, listening intently, heard the welcome shout, and pulling both together they landed Pito, very much bruised and shaken, but not otherwise hurt, upon the glacier beside them. "Oh, what a warning!" cried the goat mother, and after embracing Pito warmly, she turned to look for the cuckoo clock. But it had tobogganed down a steep bank into an ice stream close by, and was floating away in the distance, cuckooing at intervals as it danced up and down upon the water. Two travelers who had just reached the opposite bank paused in astonishment to listen. "You see," said one, "this proves what I have always told you. Nothing is impossible to nature. You may even hear cuckoos on a glacier." Chapter 7. The goat mother arrived at home in a pitiable state of cold and exhaustion, but she was much cheered by finding the house in good order and a warm supper awaiting her, prepared by the hands of the careful Steinbach. Lisbeth and Lenora immediately started off with the royal order, which was sealed with a large crown of red sealing wax, fastening down a wisp of mauve hair. The next morning all the goats of the neighborhood collected in a secret cavern, where they held a patriotic meeting and discussed their plans for the rescue and protection of the Hive-Father. 6 of the strongest and most daring spirits were to start that afternoon for the inn on the other side of the glacier, while the rest of the Free Will Corps would take it in turns to remain in ambush in the Hive-Goat's garden, in case the chamois should attempt their raid before the day they had appointed. They all agreed that the corps should be armed to the teeth, and there was such a demand for sandpaper that the store in the Steinbach's pack was soon exhausted. "A rusty sword is all the deadlier when it once gets in," said the goat lieutenant. "I shan't trouble myself about petty details." The Hive-Father rescue party started to cross the glacier as soon as it became twilight, for they did not wish to attract attention. The lieutenant carried a blunderbuss, but the 5 privates were more lightly armed with a collection of rapiers, carving knives, daggers, spears, and sword sticks. Their uniforms were varied, but each wore a mauve badge on his hat with the motto, "Goats and Justice." After half an hour's steady walking, they reached the opposite mountain, and climbing the ladders that led to the inn, they skirted the chalet carefully, hiding behind the loose rocks and bushes until they were well in the shadow of the outbuildings. "Where are you, Herr Hife?" bleated the lieutenant in a low tone. "We are friends. You needn't be alarmed." "In here," answered a cautious voice from one of the larger sheds. "You can't get in, though. There's no hope of breaking the door open. Iron staples and bars and the strongest hinges. How many of you are there?" 6, replied the lieutenant. "Free Will goats, armed to the teeth." "You might look at the place and see if you can find a crack anywhere," whispered the goat father. The lieutenant and his followers walked slowly round the house, examining it at every point, but it was all built of strong tree trunks, tanned brown by the sunshine. Suddenly his eye lighted upon a small window. It was very high up and quite out of reach of anyone within, but the lieutenant thought that by standing on something he might be able to raise himself sufficiently to reach it and cut away the glass. "Is there anything inside that you could stand upon?" he inquired. There was silence and a sound of scuffling, then the voice of the Hive-Goat. "I've been examining things, and there are 2 barrels. I think I could put one on top of the other. They might reach to the window, but it has 2 great wooden bars I couldn't break through." "Leave that to us," said the lieutenant, and he turned to his followers. "2 of you get on each other's shoulders, and then I will be assisted up. The other 3 mount in the same way by my side," he said quickly. We who are at the top will cut through the window frame with our knives, collect the glass, and drag out the goat father in no time. This plan was carried out, and in spite of the unsteady position of the topmost goats and the uncomfortable shaking of the lower ones, the wooden bars were at length sawn through, and the glass carefully gathered by the lieutenant in his felt hat. "Steady!" cried the lieutenant. "I'm coming down in a minute, and you're beginning to shake about so I can hardly keep my balance. Hi! Do you hear me? Steady there!" "I can't stand this a moment longer. My legs are giving way beneath me," bleated the lower goat. "I know I shall double up." As he spoke, his feet slipped from under him, and he fell full length upon the hillside, carrying the others with him, and there they all lay in a confused heap, scarcely able to realize what had happened to them. Fortunately, however, no one was seriously hurt. They picked themselves up and went to work again with renewed vigor. "Climb up now, Herr Heif," cried the lieutenant. "Put your head out and gradually lower yourself. We'll stand below and catch you." "I am a little afraid, for I know I shall fall heavy," said the goat father in a quavering voice, but he did as he was told, and shutting his eyes firmly, he slipped from the window sill and fell with a heavy flop into the arms waiting to receive him. Chapter 8. The goat mother had lit a comfortable fire in the Heif chalet, and the goat father's slippers were warming against the stove, when a sound of approaching voices and footsteps made her start up in excited expectation. The voices came nearer and nearer. Now she could distinguish the national goat song, and in another moment the door flew open, and Herr Heif rushed in, accompanied by his rescuers. The children screamed, the goat mother wept tears of joy, and after a general rejoicing, the whole party sat down to a comfortable meal, during which the lieutenant's health was drunk by the goat family amidst loud cheering. "I am sorry we can't invite the whole corps," said the goat mother. "It's very cold for them outside, but the fact is I haven't sufficient crockery. As it is, I am forced to make use of oyster shells and the flower pot, though it's very much against my principles." "Hush!" said the goat father. "There's someone knocking." There was indeed a hurried rapping at the door, and one of the watch goats put in his head to say that the band of chamois were seen advancing towards the chalet. The tallow candle was immediately put out. The lieutenant and his detachment seized their weapons and concealed themselves behind the door, and the goat mother and her children were shut up in an inner room, where they waited in fear and trembling. On came the chamois with noiseless leaps, bounding into the garden and approaching the front door with the utmost caution. Everything appeared to be turning out according to their expectations, and they already saw themselves in imagination seated in the Heif house, reveling in the contents of the goat mother's store cupboard. Their long green coats fluttered in the air, the large bunches of edelweiss in their hats glistened in the moonlight. But a low, clear whistle suddenly sounded. Each goat sprang from his hiding place, and with a rush that took the chamois completely by surprise, they fell upon the invaders and drove them over the precipice. It was a real triumph, for the chamois flew down the mountain in the wildest confusion, falling down and darting over each other in their hurry, and never stopping until they had reached their own haunts in the region of the distant Eismeer. "A glorious victory!" cried the lieutenant, "and not a drop of blood shed." As to the goat mother, she had passed through such a moment of terror that she had to be assisted out of the back room by 3 of the guard, and revived with the cabbage leaf before she could recover herself. She then embraced everyone all round, and the goat father broached a barrel of lager beer, while the tame fox from the inn, who had appeared at the chalet soon after the departure of the rescue party, ran about supplying the visitors with tumblers. The next day the free-will goats were disbanded and returned to their homes, after receiving in public the thanks of the Goat King for their distinguished behavior, and a carved matchbox each for valor in face of the horns of the enemy. The Steinbock peddler was begged to make his home at the Heif chalet, but he loved his wandering life too much to settle down. "Keep the tame fox instead of me, ma'am," he said, as he shook hands warmly with his friends at parting. The poor creature is miserable in captivity. He then made the goat mother a handsome present of all his remaining groceries and departed once more upon his travels. That same afternoon, a special messenger from the Goat King arrived with an inlaid musical chair as a slight token of regard for the Hive Father. "Well, at all events, it's better than a cuckoo clock," said the goat mother resignedly. "But let me warn you seriously never to sit down upon it. I know its ways, and though kindly meant, I should have preferred paper knives." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 14. The Great Lady's Chief Mourner. It was a large white house that stood on a hill. In front stretched a beautiful garden full of all kinds of rare flowers, on to which opened the windows of the sitting rooms. Everything was handsome and stately, and the lady who owned it was handsomer and statelier than her house. In her velvet dress she sat under the shade of a sweeping cedar tree, with a crowd of obsequious relations round her, trying to anticipate her lightest wishes. How nice it must be to be rich, thought the little kitchen maid, as she looked out through the trellis work that hid the kitchens at the side of the great house. How happy my mistress must be! How much I should like to try just for one day what it feels like. And she went back with a sigh to her work in the gloomy kitchen. Through the lattice window she could see nothing but the paved yard and an old tin biscuit box that stood on the window sill and contained two little green shoots sprouting up from the dark mold. This little ugly box was the kitchen maid's greatest treasure. Every day she watered it and watched over it, for she had bought the seeds from the tiny garden of her own home, and many sunny memories clustered about them. She was always looking forward to the day when the first blossoms would unfold, and now it really seemed that the two buds were forming on the slender stems. The little kitchen maid smiled with joy as she noticed them. "I shall have flowers too," she said to herself hopefully. One day, as the mistress of the house walked on the terrace by the vegetable garden, the little kitchen maid came past suddenly with a basket of cabbages. She smiled and curtsied so prettily that the great lady nodded to her kindly, and threw her a beautiful red rose she carried in her hand. The kitchen maid could hardly believe her good fortune. She picked up the flower and ran with it to her bedroom, where she put it in a cracked jam pot in water, and the whole room seemed full of its fragrance, just as the little kitchen maid's heart was all aglow with gratitude at the kind act of the great lady. Time passed, and the little kitchen maid's rose withered, but the slender plants in the tin box expanded into flower, and all the yard seemed brighter for their white petals. One day the mistress of the house fell ill. Doctors went and came. Crowds of relations besieged the house, and an air of gloom hung over the bright garden. The little kitchen maid waited anxiously for news, and tears rolled down her face as she heard the church bell tolling for the death of the great lady. A grand funeral started from the white house on the hill. Carriages containing relations who tried vainly to twist their faces into an expression of the grief they were supposed to be feeling. Wreaths of the purest hothouse flowers covered the coffin, wreaths for which the relations had given large sums of money, but not one woven with sorrowful care by the hand of a real lover. The sod was patted down, the dry-eyed mourners departed, and some square yards of bare earth were all that now belonged to the great lady. When everyone had left, the little kitchen maid crept from behind some bushes where she had been hiding. Her face was tear-stained, and she carried in her hand 2 slender white flowers. They were the plants grown with such loving care in the old tin box on the window-sill, and she laid them with a sigh amongst the rich wreaths and crosses. "Goodbye, dear mistress. I have nothing else to bring you," she whispered, and never dreamed that her gift had been the most beautiful of any, her simple love and tears. End of chapter 14. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 15 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ToddHW. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 15. Dame FOSSIE'S China Dog. Granny Pytangle lived in a little thatched cottage with a garden full of sweet-smelling, old-fashioned flowers. It was one of a long row of other thatched cottages that bordered the village street. At one end of this was the inn, with a beautiful signboard that creaked and swayed in the wind. At the other, Dame FOSSIE'S shop, in which brandy balls, ginger snaps, balls of string, tops, cheese, tallow candles, and many other useful and entertaining things were neatly disposed in a small latticed window. All Granny Pytangle's relations were dead, and she lived quite alone with her little grandson Zekiel, who had been a mingled source of pride and worry to her ever since he left off long clothes and took to a short-waisted frock with a wide frill round the neck that required constant attention in the way of washing and ironing. Zekiel's favorite place to play in was Granny Pytangle's cottage doorway. A board had been put up to prevent him rolling out to the cobblestone pavement, and this board, though very irritating to Zekiel in many ways, as prevented him from straying down the road and otherwise enjoying himself, was yet not to be despised, as he soon discovered when he was learning to walk. It was one of the few things he could grasp firmly without its immediately sliding away, doubling up, turning head over heels, or otherwise throwing him violently down on the brick floor of the kitchen before he knew what had happened to him. Granny Pytangle frequently went to have a chat with Dame FOSSIE, her large sunbonnet shading her wrinkled old face, a handkerchief crossed neatly over her print bodice. On these occasions Zekiel accompanied his grandmother, hanging on to her skirts affectionately with one hand, whilst he waved a crust of brown bread in the other, a crust which he generally carried concealed about his person for the twofold purpose of assisting through his teas and amusing himself at every convenient opportunity. Whilst Granny Pytangle discussed the affairs of the neighbors, Zekiel would sit on the floor by her side, contentedly sucking his crust and looking with awe upon the contents of the shop. Such a collection of good things seemed a perfect fairy tale to him, and he would often settle in his own mind what he would have when he grew up and had pence to rattle about in his trousers pocket, like Eli and Hercules Colfax. Like most children in short petticoats, who, contrary to the generally received idea, are constantly meditating on every subject that comes under their notice, Zekiel had his own ideas about Granny Pytangle and her friend Dame FOSSIE. His grandmother ought to have spent more of her money on peppermint cushions, tin trumpets, and whip tops, and less on those uninteresting household stores. And Dame Fossie should have remembered that crusts are poor work when brandy snaps and gingerbread are spread before you, and ought more frequently to have bestowed a biscuit on the round-eyed Ezekiel as he played with the cat, or poked pieces of stick between the cracks of the floor when Granny Pytangle wasn't looking. Though Ezekiel had no brothers and sisters, he had a great many friends, the chief of which were Eli and Hercules Colfax, his next-door neighbors, who were very kind and condescending to him in spite of the dignity of their corduroy trousers. Ezekiel had a way of ingratiating himself with everyone and of getting what he wanted. That inspired the slower-witted Eli and Hercules with awe and admiration, until one day he took it into his head to long for Dame Fossie's celebrated black and white spotted china dog. All the village knew this dog, for it had stood for years on a shelf above the collection of treasures in the shop window. It was not an ordinary china dog, such as you can see in any china shop nowadays, but one of the old-fashioned kind, on which the designer had, like the early masters, expended all his art upon the dignity of expression without harassing himself with petty details. Proudly Dame Fossie's dog looked down upon the world, sitting erect with his golden padlock and chain glittering in any stray gleams of sunshine, his white coat evenly spotted with black, his long drooping ears, neat row of carefully painted black curls across the forehead, and that proud smile which, though the whole village had been smitten down before him, would still have remained unchangeable. It was this wonderful superiority of expression that had first attracted Ezekiel as he played about on the floor of Dame Fossie's parlor. The china dog never looked at him with friendly good fellowship like the other dogs of the village. It never wanted to share his crusts or upset him by running up against his legs, just as he thought he had mastered the difficulties of walking like Granny. It was altogether a strangely attractive animal, and Ezekiel, from the time he could first indistinctly put a name to anything, had christened it the Fossygog out of compliment to its owner, Dame Fossie, and the Fossygog it remained to him and to the other children of the village forever after. When Ezekiel was nearly 6 years of age, Granny Pytangle called him up to her and asked what he would like for his birthday present. Ezekiel sat down on a wooden stool in the chimney corner where the iron pot hung, and meditated deeply. Eli and Hercules to tea, and Fossygog to play with, he said at last. And Granny Pytangle smiled and said she would see what she could do. Ezekiel was a good lad and deserved a treat. Ezekiel's birthday arrived, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw that his grandmother had redeemed her promise. On a rush chair beside his pillow stood the very double of the Fossygog, yellow eyes, gold color and padlock, black spots, and all complete. Ezekiel sprang up and scrambled into his clothes as quickly as possible. He danced round Granny Pytangle in an ecstasy of delight, and scarcely eat any breakfast. He was in such a hurry to show his treasure to his two friends. As he handed it over the low hedge that separated the two gardens, he felt a proud boy, but Eli did not appear so enthusiastic as Ezekiel expected. He said that china dogs was more for grannies, not for lads, and that if he had been in Ezekiel's place, he would have chosen a fine back top. Poor Ezekiel was disappointed. The tears gathered in his eyes. He hugged the despised china dog's fondly to him and carried it indoors to put in a place of honor in Granny Pytangle's oak corner cupboard, where it looked out proudly from behind the glass doors, in company with the best teacups, a shepherdess standing a woolly lamb, 2 greyhounds on stony white cushions, and Grandfather Pytangle's horn snuff-box. Time passed on. Ezekiel's petticoats gave place to corduroy breeches, but his devotion to the china dog never waned. He would talk to it and tell it all his plans and fancies, and several times he almost persuaded himself that it wagged its tail and nodded to him. In fact, he was quite sure that when Granny Pytangle was ill that winter, the china dog was conscious of the fact and looked at him with its yellow eyes full of compassion and sympathy. Poor Granny Pytangle was certainly very ill. She had suffered from rheumatism for many years, and was sometimes almost bent double with it. But that autumn it came on with increased violence, and Ezekiel, who nursed his old grandmother devotedly, had to sit by the bedside for hours, giving her medicine or the food a neighbor prepared for her, just as she required it. Granny Pytangle was sometimes rather cross in those days, and would scold poor Ezekiel for clumping in his boots and worrying. But Ezekiel was very patient. "Sick people is wearing at times," said Dame Fossie. "Come you down to me sometimes, Ezekiel, and I'll let you play with my china dog. It isn't fit, as young lads should be cooped up always." And when Granny Pytangle had a neighbor with her, Ezekiel gladly obeyed. One evening he ran down the village street with a smile on his face and a new penny in his pocket. Squire Hancock had given it to him for holding his horse, and he was going to spend it at Dame Fossie's on a cake for his grandmother. Twilight was falling, yet Dame Fossie's shop was not lighted up, which was strange, as a little oil lamp generally burned in the window as soon as it grew dusk. The shop door was shut and locked, and Ezekiel ran round to the back, and climbing on the edge of the rainwater butt, he peered over the white dimity blind into the silent kitchen. No one was there, and yet Dame Fossie must be somewhere in the house, for he distinctly heard sounds of thumping and scraping going on upstairs. "I'll get in through the window and surprise her," said Ezekiel. And as one of the latticed panes was unfastened, he proceeded to push it gently open and creep in onto the table that stood just beneath it. He unlatched the kitchen door and stole up the rickety staircase. The sounds continued, but more loudly. Evidently there was a house cleaning going on, and Ezekiel supposed this was why Dame Fossie had been deaf to his repeated knockings. He lifted the latch of the room from which the noise proceeded, and peeping cautiously in, beheld such a strange sight that he remained rooted to the ground with astonishment. Dame Fossie's furniture was piled up in one corner, the oak bureau and the rush-bottomed chairs inside the four-post bedstead. A pail of water stood in the middle of the floor, and close by was the Fossygog himself, with the mop between his paws, working away with the greatest energy. He was about 4 times his ordinary size, as upright as Ezekiel himself, and was directing the work of several other china dogs, amongst whom Ezekiel immediately recognized his own property, Granny Pytangle's birthday present. Everyone seemed to be too busy to notice Ezekiel, as he stood half in the doorway. 2 of the dogs were scouring the floor with a pair of Dame Fossie's best scrubbing brushes. Another was dusting the ceiling with a feather broom, while several, seated round the 4-post bedstead, were polishing it with beeswax and elbow grease. They all listened to the Fossygog with respectful attention as he issued his directions, for he was evidently a person in authority. It did not occur to Ezekiel to be surprised that all the dogs were chatting together in very comprehensible Dorsetshire English. To see them actually living and moving about was such an extraordinary thing that it swallowed up every other feeling, even that of fear. "Make haste, my good dogs, put the furniture straight, and have all ready. Dame Fossie will be returning soon, and we must be back on our shelves before her Kate turns," said the Fossygog cheerfully. The dogs all worked with renewed energy, and before Ezekiel could collect his scattered wits enough to retreat or hide himself, the room was in perfect order, and out trooped the china dogs carrying the buckets, brooms, and brushes they had been using. As they caught sight of Ezekiel, the Fossygog jumped several feet into the air. "What, Ezekiel spying upon us?" he screamed angrily. "Bring the lad into the kitchen, we must examine into this, and he clattered down the steep stairs with his mop into the wash-house. Poor Ezekiel followed, trembling. His own dog had crept up to him and slipped one paw into his hand, whispering hurriedly, "Don't be downhearted, Ezekiel. Never contradict him, and he will forgive you in a year or two." "A year or two," thought Ezekiel wretchedly, "and never contradict him indeed, when he says I was spying on him. A likely thing." And he clung to his friend and dragged him in with him into the kitchen. The Fozzie sat in Dame Fozzie's high-backed chair in the chimney corner, the other China dogs grouped around him. It reminded Ezekiel of the stories of kings and their courts, and no doubt the Fozzie was a king, in his own opinion at least. He questioned Ezekiel minutely as to how he happened to come there so late in the evening, and to all the questions Ezekiel answered most truthfully. The frown on the Fozzie face relaxed more and more. An amiable smile began to curl the corners of his mouth, and he extended his paw in a dignified manner towards Ezekiel, who felt like a prisoner reprieved. "We forgive you, Ezekiel. You have always been a good friend to us, and your own dog speaks well of you," said the Fozzie benignly. "You must give us your word you will never mention what you have seen. In the future we must be China dogs to you, and nothing more. But in return for this you may ask one thing of us, and, if possible, we will grant it." Ezekiel hesitated. Wild possibilities of delight in the shape of ponies and carts flitted rapidly through his mind, and then the remembrance of Granny Pytangle lying ill and suffering on her bed in the little sloping attic drove everything else from his mind. "I want my poor old granny to be well again," he said, looking the Fozzie bravely in the face. "And I don't want naught else. If you'll do that, I'll promise anything. That's to say, anything in reason," added Ezekiel, who prided himself on this diplomatic finish to his sentence, which was one he had frequently heard his grandmother make use of in moments of state and ceremony. The Fozzie appeared to be favorably impressed by Ezekiel's request. He rose from his chair and waved his paw graciously. "We dismiss this gathering," he cried, "and you, Pytangle," pointing to Ezekiel's China dog, "take your master home, and bring him to our meeting at the crossroads tomorrow at midnight. Do not fail. Farewell." As he spoke, the Fozzie shrank and stiffened. His black curls acquired their usual glaze, and he had just time to jump upon the shelf above the shop window before he froze into his immovable China self again. The other dogs disappeared through the open kitchen casement, and Ezekiel found himself in the village street without in the least knowing how he got there. It was almost dark as he ran home, but as he swung open the garden gate, he fancied he saw something white standing exactly in the center of the pathway. He was sure he heard a faint barking, and a voice whispered, "Wait a minute, Ezekiel. I want to talk to you." Ezekiel retreated a step and sat down gasping on a flower bed. "I want to talk to you," repeated the little voice. Ezekiel craned forward, though he was trembling with pride, and saw in the fast-gathering shadows his own China dog standing beside Granny Pytangle's favorite lavender bush, though how it managed to get there so quickly he could not imagine. He stretched out his hand to stroke it and started up as instead of the cold china he felt the soft curls of a fluffy fur coat. "Tell me what it all means. Oh, doggy, now!" said Ezekiel, almost crying. The China dog sat down by Ezekiel's side and, putting one paw affectionately on his knee, looked up in his face with his honest yellow eyes. "The Fozzie has commissioned me to explain all about it," he said confidentially. "So don't be frightened, and no harm will come of it. Twice every month, if we can escape unobserved, we take the form of ordinary dogs and meet together to amuse ourselves or to work for our owners. There are many of us in the village, and as the Fozzie is our ruler, we are bound to obey him, and to work more for old Dame Fozzie than for anybody else. Yesterday we knew she was going to visit her married daughter. We determined to have a thorough house cleaning, and were just in the midst of it when you came in. It was a good thing the Fuzzy Gog happened to be in a good temper and knew you well. We have never before been discovered. He is a hasty temper, and it certainly was irritating. Ezekiel began to recover from his terror and grasped the China dog by the paw. He felt proud to think that his ideas about China dogs had proved true. They were not merely chainy, as Eli and Hercules contemptuously expressed it, but were really as much alive as he was himself after all. However, did you manage to get out of Granny Pythango's cupboard? Inquired Ezekiel curiously. Oh, I put those lazy greyhounds and the shepherdess at it, replied the China dog. They worked all night and managed to undo the latch early this afternoon. They are bound to work for me, like all the inferior China things, and he shook his head superciliously. And now, said Ezekiel, please tell me how the Fuzzy Gog is going to get my granny well. Oh, that I mayn't tell you, said the China dog. You must come with me tomorrow night to the dogwood, and you will hear all about it. As he spoke, he began to shrink and stiffen in the same remarkable way as the Fuzzy Gog, and a moment after he was standing in his ordinary shape in the center of the cobblestone pathway. The moonlight shone upon his quiet little figure and the golden padlock at his neck. Ezekiel sprang up just as the cottage door opened, and a neighbor came out calling, Ezekiel, Ezekiel, drat the lad, where be you gone to? Ezekiel tucked the China dog under his arm and hurried in, receiving a good scolding from Granny Pythango and her friend for loitering. But he felt so light-hearted and cheerful, the hard words fell round him quite harmlessly. Granny'll be well tomorrow, Granny'll be well tomorrow, he kept repeating to himself over and over again. And he ran into the kitchen just before going to bed to make sure the things in the corner cupboard were safely shut away for the night. Ezekiel hardly knew how he got through the next day. So impatient was he for the evening. Granny Pythango was certainly worse. The neighbors came in and shook their heads sadly over her, and Dame Fuzzy hobbled up from her shop and offered to spend the night there, as it was no feat for young lads to have such responsibilities, and this offer Ezekiel eagerly accepted. As soon as it grew dusk, he unlatched the door of the oak cupboard, and then, being very tired, for he had worked hard since daylight, he sat down in Granny Pythango's large chair, and in a minute was fast asleep. He was awakened by a series of pulls at his smock frock, and starting up, he saw that it was quite dark, except for the glow of a few ashes on the hearthstone, and that the China dog, grown to the same size as he had been the evening before, was trying to arouse him. "Wake up, Ezekiel," he said in a low voice. "Dame Fuzzy is upstairs with your granny, and we must be off." Ezekiel rubbed his eyes, and taking his cap down from a peg and tying a check comforter round his neck, he followed the China dog from the kitchen and closed and latched the door behind him. Out in the moonlit street, the China dog kept as much as possible in the shadow of the houses, Ezekiel following, his hobnailed boots clicking against the rough stones as he stumbled sleepily along. They soon left the village behind them and plunged into a wood, which, stretching for miles across hill and dale, was known to be a favorite haunt of smugglers. Ezekiel instantly became very wide awake indeed, and unpleasant cold shivers ran down his back, as he thought he saw black and white forms gliding amongst the trees, and yellow eyes glancing at him between the bare branches. "It isn't smugglers, it's the dogs galloping to the meeting place," said the China dog, who seemed able to read Ezekiel's thoughts in a very unnatural manner. They soon left the rough pathway they had been following, and Ezekiel, clinging to the China dog's paw, found himself in the densest part of the wood, which was only dimly lighted by a few scattered moonbeams. "We are getting near the dogwood now," said the China dog as they hurried on, and in another moment they came out onto the middle of a clearing, round which a dense thicket of red-stamped dogwood bushes grew in the greatest luxuriance. In the center was a large square stone, like a stand, on which sat the FOSSIE, surrounded by about 50 china dogs of all shapes and sizes, but each one with a gold padlock and chain round his neck, without which none were admitted to the secret society of the FOSSIE. Ezekiel was drawn reluctantly into the magic circle, while every dog wagged his tail as a sign of friendly greeting. The FOSSIE nodded graciously, and immediately the dogs commenced a wild dance, with many leaps and bounds round the stone on which their ruler was seated. The moonlight shone brightly on their glancing white coats, and behind rustled the great oak trees, their boughs twisted into fantastic forms, amidst which the wind whistled eerily. Ezekiel shuddered as he looked at the strange scene, and longed sincerely to be back again in his little bed at Granny Pytangle's. However, it won't do to show I'm afraid or don't like it, he said to himself. So he capered and hopped with the others, until he was quite giddy and exhausted and forced to sit down on a grassy bank to recover himself. "The trees are playing very well tonight," said a dog as he skipped by. "Come and have another dance." And he flew round and round like a humming top. Ezekiel shook his head several times. He was so out of breath he could only gasp hurriedly, No more, thank you." But his friend had already disappeared. The FOSSIE now approached him. He carried something in his paw, which he placed in Ezekiel's hand. "Put this on Grandmother Pytangle's forehead when you return tonight. Promise that you will keep silence forever about what you have seen, and tomorrow she will be well." "I promise," said Ezekiel. "Oh, FOSSIE, I'll never forget it." "No, thanks," said the FOSSIE. "I like deeds more than words. Pytangle shall take you home." He beckoned to Ezekiel's dog, who came up rather sulkily, and Ezekiel found himself outside the magic circle and well on his way home almost before he could realize that they had started. As he entered Granny Pytangle's little garden, he saw that a light was still burning in her attic. He went softly into the kitchen. It was quite dark, but a ray of moonlight enabled him to see the china dog open the cupboard and, rapidly shrinking, place himself on his proper shelf again. Ezekiel then took off his boots, ran up the creaking stairs, and tapped softly at Granny Pytangle's bedroom. No one answered, so he pushed open the door. Dame FOSSIE sat sleeping peacefully in a large rush-bottomed chair by the fireplace, and Granny Pytangle, on her bed under the chintz curtains, was sleeping too. Ezekiel laid the FOSSIE sleeve carefully on her forehead, and, creeping from the room, threw himself on his own little bed, and was soon as fast asleep as the two old women. The next morning, when Granny Pytangle awoke, she said she felt considerably better, and so energetic was she that Dame FOSSIE had great difficulty in persuading her not to get up. Dame FOSSIE tidied up the place, and was much annoyed to find a dead leaf sticking to Granny Pytangle's scanty grey hair. "How a rubbishy leaf of dogwood came to get there is more nor I can account for," she said crossly, as she swept it away into the fire, before Ezekiel could interfere to rescue it. Granny Pytangle's recovery was wonderfully rapid. Every day she was able to do a little more, and Ezekiel's triumph was complete when he was allowed to help her down the stairs into the kitchen, and sit here quivering but happy on the great chair in the chimney corner. "Well, it do seem pleasant to be about again," said Granny Pytangle, smoothing her white linen apron. "No, but you have kept the place clean, Ezekiel, like a good lad. There's those things in corner cupboard as bright as china can be, and that china dog of yours sitting as lifelike as you please. It wouldn't want much fancy to say he was wagging his tail and looking at me quite welcoming." The wood fire blazed and crackled. The kettle sang on its chain in the wide chimney. Granny Pytangle was almost well and quite happy, and Ezekiel felt his heart overflowing with gratitude towards the FOSSIE. "I'll never forget him, never," said Ezekiel to himself, "and I wouldn't tell upon him not if anyone was to worry me ever so, and indeed he never did. Years passed, and Dame Fossie's shop was shut, and Dame Fossie herself was laid to rest. Her daughter inherited most of her possessions, but to my young friend Zekiel Pytangle I will and bequeath my china dog, hoping, as he'll be a kind friend to it, stood at the end of the sheet of paper which did duty as her will. And so Zekiel became the owner of the Fossygog after all. Granny Pytangle has long since passed away, but the little thatched cottage is still there, with a garden full of lavender bushes and sweet-smelling flowers. From the glass door in the corner cupboard, the Fossygog and his companion look out upon the world with the same inscrutable expression. And Zekiel himself, old and decrepit, but still cheerful, may at this moment be sitting in the cottage porch, watching his little grandchildren play about the cobblestone pathway, or talking over old times with Eli and Hercules Colfax, who, hobbling in for a chat, take a pull at their long pipes and bemoan the inferiority of everything that does not belong to the time when us were all lads together. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Princess Sidigunda's Golden Slippers. Princess Sidigunda lived with her parents in a beautiful old castle by the sea. It was so near that the royal garden sloped down gradually to the shore, and from its battlements, where the little princess was allowed to walk sometimes on half-holidays, she could watch the ships with their gaily painted prows and golden dragons' heads sweeping over the water in quest of new lands and fresh adventures. Princess Sidigunda was an only child, and at her christening, every gift you can imagine had been showered upon her. The trolls of the woods gave her beauty, the trolls of the water a free, bright spirit, the mountain trolls good health, and last but not least, her chief godfather, the troll of the seashore, had given her a beautiful little pair of golden slippers. "Never let the child take them off her feet," said the old troll. "As long as she keeps them, she will be happy. If ever they are lost, the princess's troubles will begin." "But they will grow too small for her," said the queen anxiously. "Oh, no, they won't," said the old troll. "They will grow as she grows, so you needn't trouble about that." Time went on, and the little princess grew to be 10 years old. The old troll's promise was fulfilled, and her life had been a perfectly happy one. Watched by her faithful nurse, she had never had any opportunity of losing her magic shoes, and though she often bathed and played about the shore with her young companions, she was never allowed to be without one of her attendants, in case she should forget her godfather's caution. One fine summer afternoon, the princess, with some of her friends, ran down to the sands from the little gate in the castle wall. The sea looked green and beautiful, light waves curling over on the narrow strip of yellow shore. "Let's wade," cried the princess. "My nurse is ill in bed, and my two ladies think we are playing in the garden. We'll have a little treat of being alone and enjoy ourselves." "We must take our slippers off," said one of the children as they raced along. "Oh, I wish I could," cried the princess. "I don't believe once would matter. I'll put them in a safe place where the sea can't get at them." And as she spoke, she pulled off her golden shoes and hid them in a great hurry behind a sandbank. The princess's little friends ran off laughing, while she followed, her hair streaming, her bare feet twinkling in the sunlight. "How nice it is to be free, without those tiresome shoes," cried the princess. The children paddled in the water until they were tired, and then Sidigunda thought it was time to put on her slippers again. She ran to the bank, but gave a cry of astonishment. She could only find one of her golden shoes. Tears sprang to her eyes as she looked about her wildly. "Oh, what shall I do?" she cried. "My shoe! My godfather's shoe!" The children gathered round her eagerly. "It must be there. Who can have taken it?" They searched the low sand dunes up and down, but not a trace of the lost slipper could be found. It was gone as entirely as if it had never existed, and as the princess drew on the remaining one, the tears rolled down her face and fell upon the sand hill by which she was sitting. "Oh, godfather, dear godfather, come and help me," she wailed. "Do come and help me." At her cry, the sandhill began to quiver and shake strangely. It heaved up, and an old man's head with a long gray beard appeared in the middle, followed slowly by a little brown-coated body. "What is the matter, goddaughter? Your tears trickled down to me and woke me up, just as I was comfortably sleeping," he said querulously. "They're saltier than the sea, and I can't stand them. My shoe's gone. Oh, whatever am I to do? I am so sorry, grandfather." "So you ought to be," said the old man sharply. "I told you something bad would happen if you ever took them off. The question is now, where's the shoe gone to?" He leant his elbows on the mound and looked out to sea. "Just what I thought," he exclaimed. "The sea children have taken it for a boat. I must speak to the sea grandmother about them and get her to keep them in better order." "Oh, it's gone then, and I shall never get it back again," wept the princess. "What am I to do, godfather?" "Have you courage enough to go and find your shoe by yourself?" "If that's the only way to get it back," said the princess bravely. "Well then, you must start immediately, or the sea children will have hidden it away somewhere. You will be obliged to have a passport, but I'll tell you how to get that. Take this veil," and he drew a thin, transparent piece of silvery gauze from his pocket, "and throw it over your head whenever you go under the water. With it you will be able to breathe and see as well as if you were on dry land. From this flask," and he handed Sidigunda a curious little gold bottle, "you must pour a few drops onto your remaining shoe, and whenever you do so it will change in a moment into a boat, a horse, or a fish, as you desire it." "How am I to start, and where am I to go?" asked the princess, trying not to feel frightened at the prospect before her. "Launch your shoe as a boat, and float on till you meet the sea troll, who is an old friend of mine. Explain your errand to him, and say I begged him to direct you and give you a passport. And now, one last word before I leave you. Never, whatever happens, cry again, for there is nothing worries me so much, and I want to finish my sleep comfortably." With these words, the troll collected his long gray beard, which had strayed over the sandhill, and folding it round him, he disappeared in the hole again. Princess Sidigunda did not give herself time to think. She ran down to the edge of the water, took off her golden shoe, and poured some of the contents of her godfather's flask over it. It changed immediately into a boat, into which the princess stepped tremblingly, and it floated away over the blue water until the little princess, straining her eyes eagerly, lost sight of her home, and the land faded away into a mere streak upon the horizon. "I wonder when I shall meet the sea troll and what he's like," thought Princess Sidigunda. "I suppose I shall be able to recognize him somehow." As she thought this, she noticed that some object was rapidly floating towards her. It did not look like a boat, and as it came nearer and nearer, she could see that it was a large shell, on which an old man with a long beard was seated, cross-legged, surrounded by a crowd of laughing sea children. They clung to the sides of the shell, swum round it, or climbed up to rest themselves on its crinkled edges. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" cried the old man in a gruff voice. The princess trembled, but she seized her veil and the little flask, and holding them out, she repeated her godfather's message. "I'll see what I can do, though really these children wear me out," said the sea troll. "I can't keep my eye on all of them at once. You had better go down to the sea city and ask if they've carried your shoe there. If not, the troll riders will tell you where it is. Show this to the city guard, and they will direct you to the palace." He gave the princess a flat shell on which some letters were engraved. "Sink down at once," he continued. "You are over the city now." And with a wave of his hand, he sailed away with the children and was soon out of sight. "I suppose there's nothing else to be done," sighed Sidigunda, and throwing the scarf over her head, she poured a few drops from the bottle upon her shoe. "Turn into a fish and carry me down to the sea city," she said. In a moment, she felt herself sinking through the clear water, deeper and deeper, with a delicious drowsy feeling that almost soothed her to sleep. She knew she was not asleep, though, for she could see the misty forms of sea creatures darting about in the dim shadows, and great waving seaweeds, crimson, yellow, and brown, floating up from the rippled sand beneath. And now the shoe swam straight on, darting through the water like an eel, until a large town came in sight, with high walls and palaces and shining domes covered with mother-of-pearl. They stopped at a great gate, before which a fish dressed as a sentry was standing. As soon as he saw the little princess, he drew his sword and came gliding towards her. "Your name and business?" he inquired in a high, thin voice. "I am Princess Sidigunda, seeking my golden shoe, and I bring this from the sea troll," said the princess courageously. "Will you tell me where I am to find the trolls of the palace?" The fish handed the shell back sulkily and pointed up the street. "Go straight through till you come to the marble building with the pearls over the door," he said, and gave the princess a poke with the handle of his sword that pushed her through the gate almost before she had time to draw on her golden shoe again. "What a rude, ill-bred sentry," said Sidigunda. "My father would be very angry if any of our soldiers behaved so. But then, of course, this one is only a fish. What a strange country I seem to have got into." She walked along the street, looking on each side of her curiously. Many of the houses had transparent domes, like beautiful soap bubbles. Some were built of colored pebbles and pink and red coral, with branching trees of green and brown seaweed growing up beside and over them. Everything was strange and unlike the earth, but what struck the princess most was that no inhabitants were to be seen anywhere. A few fish swam about lazily. Otherwise, an unbroken silence reigned in the sea city. Far away at the end of the wide sanded road, a great marble palace towered over the surrounding houses, and as the princess neared it, she saw that the doors were wide open. She walked in fearlessly and found herself in a large hall with walls entirely covered with cockle shells. Long stone tables filled the middle of the room, at which a crowd of small brown-coated men were seated, scribbling away with long pens, but in total silence. The great gray beards of some of the writers had touched the ground, and even twisted themselves round the legs of the benches on which the old men were sitting. Princess Sidigunda stood for a minute looking on curiously. She then went up to one of the trolls and pulled him gently by the sleeve. He did not look up, but his pen slightly slackened its speed. "What do you want?" he inquired in an uninterested voice. "Make haste, for I have no time to spare." "What rude people they all are," thought the princess. "The sea troll said you would tell me how to find my golden shoe," she continued aloud. "I wish the sea troll would mind his own business," said the little brown man vindictively. "He's always distracting us from our state business with all sorts of messages." "Are you working for the state?" inquired Sidigunda. "Of course. I thought every oyster knew that," replied the brown troll. "Are they particularly uneducated, then?" asked the princess. "Why, they're babies," said the brown troll. "You can see them any day in their beds by the side of the road if you have eyes in your head." "What a place to keep babies in," thought the princess, but she said nothing, for she saw that the old troll's disposition was very irritable. "Would you tell me one thing?" she began. "I do so much want to know why I saw no one in the streets as I came along. Where have all the people gone to?" "Well, of all the commenced the brown troll, then checked himself with an effort. Of course you can't know how foolish your questions sound, he said. When you're 200 or 300 years old, I dare say you'll be more sensible. Why all the people are asleep. You don't suppose it's the same as in your country? Do they sleep all the time? Asked the princess. Not all the time, of course. In this town, it's 2 weeks at a stretch. In other places, more or less. By this arrangement, we always have half the population asleep and half awake. Much pleasanter and less crowding. I can't think why it's not done in other places. Princess Sidigunda looked surprised. Will the children who took my shoe be asleep? She inquired anxiously. Not they, said the brown troll crossly. I wish they would be. Children under 12 never sleep. It's like having a crowd of live eels always round me. I'd put them to sleep when they were a month old and not let them wake till they came of age if I had my way. The princess felt rather frightened of this savage little brown man. She was too afraid to ask any more questions, though she longed to know why he and his companions were not asleep too. Go straight down the street, commenced the old troll abruptly, out of the green gate, along the road to the open country. Turn your shoe into a horse, and don't stop till you reach the crab boy's hut. He will direct you. That sounds simple enough, thought the princess, but I wish he would tell me a little more. The brown troll, however, refused to open his mouth again, and Princess Sidigunda was obliged to start off upon her wanderings with no more guide than the few words he had chosen to speak to her. She ran down the silent street and out at the green gate, the fish sentry allowing her to pass without objection. As soon as she reached the country road, she walked more slowly. She particularly wanted to see the beds with the sea babies which the old troll had spoken about. For some distance she noticed nothing except wide sandy plains dotted with rocks, shells, and waving forests of giant seaweed, huge fish darting about in all directions. But at last the scenery grew wilder, and close to the roadside she came upon a grove of oysters, each half-open shell containing a sea child, whose head and arms appeared above the edges of the shell, while its feet and body were invisible. Beside them sat an old woman, gray and wrinkled, with a small switch in her hand, with which she occasionally touched the sea babies as they leaned too far from their shells, or as their laughter rose too noisily. The little princess stopped and looked at the children curiously, and the old woman stepped forward and made a polite curtsy. They are rather noisy today, she said deprecatingly. The oyster nurses have gone out for a holiday, and I have to keep the whole bed in order. I should like to wait and play with them, said the princess, but I really am in such a hurry. I've lost my golden shoe. Oh, you're going to the crab boy, I suppose, said the old woman. Down the road as straight as you can go and you'll come to his hut. And she turned away to the children again. Sidigunda took off her slipper and poured out some drops from her magic bottle. Immediately it grew larger and larger, and she had just time to spring in before it galloped away with a series of bounds that made it very difficult to cling on. Faster and faster it went, until the country seemed only a flying haze, and just as the princess began to feel she could endure no more, it stopped abruptly before a small hut. Outside the door a boy sat on a stone seat, playing on a long horn whose notes echoed among the rocky hills that surrounded him. Princess Sidigunda looked at the boy with a friendly smile. He stopped playing and made room for her to sit down beside him. I knew you were coming, he said. You want to go to the sea grandmother, don't you? Yes, I do, said the princess. Do you live here all alone? Why, of course, replied the crab herd. I look after all the crabs of the district. You may see me collect them if you like, for if I'm to go with you now, I must shut them up safely before starting. As he said this, he rose, and blowing a few notes on his horn, he walked slowly along, followed by the princess. As the horn sounded, crabs of every size and color came darting out from the stones and scuttled across the sand towards the crab boy. There were red and green, yellow and brown, large and small, a procession growing larger and larger until it reached an enclosed space into which the boy guided it and then shut the gate securely. The princess had dropped down to rest upon a conch shell in the shade of some purple seaweed, and she looked up at the crab herd with her large blue eyes while he counted his crabs and chased in one or two of the stragglers. "Is the sea grandmother's house far off?" she asked thoughtfully. "Up in the great mountains, no distance from here. She lives in a cave with plenty of space for her knitting." "Does she knit much?" inquired Sidigunda. "Yes, she knits and spins too. She never leaves off, and never has for hundreds and thousands of years. What a very old lady she must be, old enough to be a great-great-great-grandmother," cried the princess in astonishment. "If you said 300 greats, you would be nearer the real thing," remarked the crab boy. "But come now, follow me and we will start immediately." Princess Sidigunda got up, and taking the crab herd's hand, they set off down the road towards the mountains. As they reached the foot of the gray cliffs, the crab boy unfolded a pair of fin-like wings from his elbows and began to swim upwards, leaving the little princess with her arms stretched out imploringly towards him. "Oh, don't leave me here by myself," she cried. "I shall never find my way to the sea grandmother." "Why, there she is, just above us in that cave in the side of the mountain," said the crab boy. "Don't you see her beautiful white hair and the flash of her knitting needles?" The princess looked up, and there sat a beautiful old lady in a hole in the rock, high, high above them. A crowd of sea children played about her and seemed to be carrying away the cloud-like white knitting as fast as it flowed from her busy fingers. She bent her head towards Sidigunda and nodded to her without ceasing her work for a moment. "Come, princess, and talk to me," she called in a sweet, low voice. "Take your shoe off, and it will bring you here in a moment." Sidigunda did as she was told, for the old lady spoke as if she were used to being obeyed without question, and found herself floating upwards until she alighted on a broad ledge right in front of the sea grandmother. "So you have come all this way to find your golden shoe," the old lady said in her clear, even voice. "Sit down and tell me all about it." The princess thought the sea grandmother's face young and lovely. It was smooth and unwrinkled, eyes clear as crystal, with blue depths in them, shining out with a soft, benign look, while her slim hands turned and twisted unceasingly, and her long green dress fell round her in wave-like folds. Her smile was so soft and kind that the princess felt as if she had known her all her life. "I have sent for your shoe, my child," she said. "Those tiresome grandchildren of mine give me a great deal of trouble. I can't keep my eyes on all of them at once, and so they are always in mischief." Sidigunda looked up in the gentle face and sat down confidingly beside the sea grandmother. "Do you always knit so busily, grandmother?" she said as she watched the white foamy fabric float off the needles. "Of course, child. I have been working like this for thousands and thousands of years. Who do you imagine would provide the waves with nightcaps if I ever stopped? When the wind blows and they dance, or when they curl over on the shore, they would be cold indeed without my comfortable white nightcaps." "Can you get me my shoe, dear grandmother?" asked the little princess wistfully. "Certainly, dear child, though if you had not come at once, you might have had to wait a few hundred years or so before I could have found it for you. The children wander so far nowadays. Have you seen it?" the sea grandmother continued, turning to some of the children who surrounded her. "Oh, yes," they answered in chorus. "Just now it floated above us. We can fetch it in a minute." "Swim away, then, as fast as you can," cried the sea grandmother, and the children darted off like fish through the green clearness of the water. The sound of their laughter had hardly died away in the distance before they reappeared, dragging the golden shoe behind them, and the princess, with smiles of joy, embraced them all as she drew it onto her foot again. "Oh, thank you, dearest grandmother. I don't know how I can show you how grateful I am," cried Sidigunda. "By going home at once to your father and mother, and by promising me never again to be disobedient," said the sea grandmother gravely. "Give me your shoe, and I will order it to take you back to the castle." She stopped her needles for a moment and passed her hand over the slipper, then kissed the little princess and waved the knitting rapidly before her. A white cloud seemed to float over Sidigunda, and she felt herself lifted up with the soothing motion, until on opening her eyes she found she was once more in the region of the fresh air and sunshine. Looking round, she saw the ruffled surface of the sea and the waves breaking upon the shore before the castle. Her heart beat with happiness as the golden shoe landed her safely on the beach, and she ran up through the little gate into the castle gardens, right into the arms of her mother, who was pacing up and down with her attendants in great anxiety. Under the shade of some spreading fir trees, the princess related her adventures, begging the king and queen to forgive her for her disobedience. And the whole court was so delighted at her return that everyone forgot to scold her. That evening, bonfires were lighted on all the hilltops, and a great banquet was held in the castle, at which the princess appeared amidst loud cheering, and holding her father's hand, drank from a golden goblet to the health of her godfather, the shore troll, and the sea grandmother. End of chapter 16.
Section 17 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Groff, TomGroffVoiceover.com. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Section 17. The Badger's School, or The Adventures of a Bear Family. Chapter 1. In the very heart of a great forest in Sweden lived a bear family called Bjornsson. They were much respected throughout the whole neighborhood, for they were kind and hospitable to everyone. And as their home was in such an unfrequented part of the country, they were able often to give entertainments which it was quite safe to attend without fear of foresters or other human inconveniences. Their house was built of large stones, neatly roofed with pine branches, and was reached by a winding path through the rocks, the entrance to which had become covered by a dense thicket of bushes. A small wire had been cunningly arranged by the bear father so that in the event of any stranger entering the door, a bell would be rung in the bear kitchen. But so far the household had fortunately never been alarmed by this contrivance. The two Bjornsson children, Knut and Otto, led a very happy life in the forest. Whenever they liked, they could bring some of their young companions home from the schoolhouse in the evening, and then the bear mother would seat herself on a tree stump and play tunes for them to dance to. For Fru Bjornsson was highly educated, and had learnt the concertina in all its branches. This, of course, was all very delightful, but every morning Knut and Otto were obliged to start off at daybreak with their books and satchels for the forest school. And there a time of trouble usually awaited them. It was kept by an old badger of very uncertain temper, and all his pupils stood in great awe of the birch rod which lay in a conspicuous place upon his writing table. "It's all very well for the hedgehogs," the scholars often grumbled to each other. "Of course they can do just what they like, as they happen to be covered all over with quills, but for us it's a very different affair." Certainly strict discipline was maintained by the badger during school-time. His eyes seemed to be upon everyone at once, and it was vain to try and crack nuts, draw caricatures, or eat peppermint lozenges. The rod would come down immediately with a thump, and the offender, as he stood in a corner of the room with a fool's cap on, had time to fully realize the foolishness of his own behavior. Forest history and arithmetic were the badger's two favorite studies, and each pupil was expected to know the multiplication table upside down, and to be able to give the date of any event in bear history without a moment's hesitation. It was perhaps not to be wondered at that the scholars were glad when playtime arrived, and that they rushed home helter-skelter with shouts of joy the moment the schoolhouse door was thrown open. Many practical jokes had been tried upon the old schoolmaster, and the offenders had invariably been severely punished. But one day in early autumn, Knut and Otto, as they walked home with their friends, suggested a plan which would sweep away at one blow a great part of the misery of their school life. "You know the great history and arithmetic books that Herr Badger always keeps on the desk in front of him?" said Newt. "We'll scoop out the insides and fill them with fireworks. Then directly he comes into school, we'll let them off. What an explosion there'll be! He will be frightened. No more sums and dates after that. Hurrah! Hurrah!" The scholars jumped about with delight when they heard the young bear's idea, and eagerly agreed to join in the mischief. Their mothers were quite surprised the next morning to see with what alacrity they all started for school, half an hour earlier than their usual custom, and Fru Bjornsen remarked to her old servant that she really believed the children were beginning to take an interest in their studies at last. The old badger had not yet finished breakfast in his cottage by the schoolhouse, so his pupils were able to enter the schoolroom unobserved, and had soon carried out their simple arrangements. An oiled string was attached, winding up the leg of the table to the fireworks, and the end was to be lighted by Newt the moment Herr Badger had seated himself. Everything being completed, the scholars seized their books, and when their master appeared in the doorway, murmured a respectful greeting, to which he responded by a stately bow. "Your slates, pupils. We will commence as usual with a few easy sums." A subdued groan broke from the scholars, and Newt, stooping down under pretense of tying up his shoe, applied a match to the string, while his companions shuffled as loudly as possible to hide the sound of the striking. "Silence, if you please!" shouted the badger. "Have you come to school to dance the polka? Attend to this little problem immediately, and mind it is correctly answered. If 10,000 bears and a polecat ran round a tree 1,500 times and a half in an hour and 10 minutes, each knocking off 1 leaf and 3/4 every time he ran around, how many leaves would be knocked off in a fortnight?" "They couldn't do it," muttered a hedgehog derisively. "There wouldn't be room for 1/4 of them." "Make haste! Make haste!" cried the badger, rapping his desk. But just at that moment, whir, whiz, bang! The books flew open with a loud report, and out sprang the crackers, and began to fizz and bound about the table. Herr Badger's black skull cap tumbled off, and he fell backwards in astonishment, shouting for help, while the whole school darted away through the open door into the woods, in a state of the wildest delight and excitement. Chapter 2. Fru Bjornsen was busily employed in her kitchen, stirring up some liquid in a large saucepan. It was cranberry jam for the winter, and on the floor stood a long row of brown jars into which it was to be poured when the boiling was thoroughly completed. The servant, a little thin light brown bear, in a large apron, waited close by, ready to poke the fire or give any other assistance that was required of her. In the salon, Herr Bjornsen, with a pucker on his forehead, was adding up his bee accounts, for he kept a number of hives in the garden and fields belonging to him. Suddenly the alarm bell sounded loudly, and in rushed the bear mother with the jam ladle in her hand, her hair almost erect with terror. "They've found us at last! What shall we do? Where shall we fly to?" she cried distractedly. "Into the ice cellar!" cried Herr Bjornsen. "Come, Ingold, everyone follow me!" And he threw his papers down on the ground and ran out at the back door. Fortunately, the ice cellar was near the house, and the frightened family were soon safely in its shelter. By opening a crack in the small trap door, which was level with the ground, they were able to see all that went on in the garden, and the steps afforded them a place to sit down upon, without touching the great blocks of ice that looked white and ghostly as the thin streak of daylight struggled in upon them. "Is anyone coming?" whispered the bear mother nervously. "I can't see anything moving," growled Herr Bjornsen. "Keep back, mother. I can't help treading upon you. Dear me, how cramped we are here." "It's terribly cold," said the bear mother, shivering. "I can feel myself freezing in every hair." "Wrap your shawl round you and stamp about a little." Fru Bjornsen attempted to carry out the directions, but the space was so small there was scarcely room to move in it. The air seemed to get colder and colder. Ingold's fur turned frost-white, and she twined her apron round her head to prevent herself from being frostbitten. "Oh, this is awful!" quaked the bear mother. "We shall die or be turned into icicles if we can't get out before long." The bear father had put up his coat collar and tied his bandana pocket handkerchief over his ears. His hair was also covered with white crystals, and he was seized with an attack of coughing which obliged him to borrow the bear mother's shawl to bury his head in, so that the sound might not be heard outside. "This is painful in the extreme," he said in a choked voice as he emerged gasping. "A cough lozenge at this moment might be the saving of us." "What shall we do if the enemy hears us?" cried Fru Bjornsen. "Here, I have just found a peppermint drop in my pocket. Let us divide it into 3. It may be some slight assistance." They soon discovered, however, that lozenges were utterly powerless to keep out that biting air, and the bear mother seated herself resignedly on an ice block. "It's no good struggling against fate," she murmured. "We shall be found by the children, I suppose. You'd better keep your arms down straight, Father, and freeze as narrow as possible. Then they will be able to get you out of the opening without much difficulty. It seems hard to think they will never know the true facts of the case," she continued mournfully. "Our epitaph will probably be sat down carelessly in an ice-house." "Don't despair, Mother," cried Herr Bjornson, who had one eye anxiously applied to the crack in the trap-door. "I see the back gate opening. In another minute we shall know the worst. Hi! What? Well, I never! Who do you think it is, Mother? Why, the schoolmaster!" Herr Badger indeed it was, who had come off in a great hurry to complain of the disgraceful behavior of his pupils, and being very excited had inadvertently trodden on the wire of the alarm bell as he entered the private grounds of the Bear family. He seemed a little surprised as the strange procession suddenly rose up out of the ground in front of him, but without making any inquiries as to what they had been doing there, he plunged at once into the history of his wrongs. Chapter 3. All day the Badger's scholars enjoyed themselves in the forest. They played leapfrog, ran races, bathed in the river, had lunch in a shady hollow, and picked more cranberries than they knew what to do with. But as evening came on, they began to wonder a little anxiously whether the schoolmaster would already have been round to their parents to complain of their behavior. And when Newt and Otto entered their own door in the bushes, their knees were shaking under them, and it occurred to them that perhaps the fireworks hadn't been quite so amusing as they expected, after all. They were met by Herr Bjornson with a gloomy frown. There was no doubt that Herr Badger had told him everything, and the little bears waited tremblingly for what was to happen next. "What is this that I hear?" commenced the Father Bear angrily. "Your respected master ill-treated in his own schoolhouse, thrown violently upon the ground, with crackers exploding round him for several hours? What have you to say for yourselves?" "Please, Father, we didn't mean to hurt him," began Newt in a piping voice. "It was only to get rid of the books. We won't do it again." "I should think not, indeed," said Herr Bjornson. "I shall punish you myself, severely, tomorrow, after school-time, and Herr Badger is going to give you 2 hours extra arithmetic every day for a fortnight." Newt and Otto crept off miserably into the garden, and that evening there was no dancing, and the bear mother's concertina was silent. Before it was daylight next morning, Newt had awakened Otto. They had determined the night before that they would never return to Herr Badger's rule, and the matter of the extra arithmetic had settled their determination. They started with their cloaks, and with lunch in their satchels, as if going to school, leaving a note for their mother upon the kitchen dresser. This letter was written with the stump of a lead pencil, and ran as follows. "To the well-born Fru Bjornson, we can't keep at ilt any more. We want to be independent, and the sums are too much. We seek our fortunes, and return when we are rich. Newt, Otto." As soon as they reached the forest, the 2 little bears ran forward as quickly as they could towards the river. They intended to take any canoe they found by the shore, and row themselves over to the opposite side. They did not know exactly what they should do when they got there, but anyhow, they would be safe from punishment when they were once over. As they went along, they kept as much as possible behind the underwood, though it was so early it was scarcely likely that any of the charcoal burners or fishermen would be stirring. After some search, they discovered a small canoe drawn up under the bushes, and untying it without much difficulty, they got in, and Newt paddled actively out into the strong current. "This is independence," cried Otto, arranging the knapsacks and cloaks in the bow of the boat, and taking up the steering paddle. "What would Herr Badger say if he could see us now?" And he chuckled. All day they drifted down the river, watching the salmon dart about the boulders, and the trout leap in the curling eddies. It was so silent in the great forest, with the pine trees growing close to the edge of the water, that at last the little bears' high spirits began to fail them, and as the evening came on their laughter ceased, and they sat quietly in the canoe, steering their way between the great rocks without speaking. "How strong the current is here," muttered Otto at last. "I can scarcely keep the boat straight." "Well, let's land and find some place to sleep in," cried Newt. But this was more easily said than done. The moment they tried to turn the canoe in towards the shore, It began to whirl round and round, and finally striking against a stone, it upset the two little bears into the middle of the foaming river. Chapter 4. Fortunately, Newt and Otto were good swimmers, and they were able, after some struggling, to scramble to the shore, but they found to their great annoyance that they had landed on the same side as that from which they had started. Their canoe was whirling rapidly away down the rapids, and it was useless to think of recovering it, so the two little bears proceeded to dry their clothes as well as they could, and then looked about to see if they could find a comfortable place to sleep in. A large hollow tree stood close to the edge of the river, and into this they climbed, and being very tired, they were soon fast asleep. They were awakened by voices. "It's men," whispered Otto, clutching Newt's arm in terror. "Oh, why did we ever run away? They'll be sure to find us." "Be quiet, Otto," muttered Newt. "Do you want them to hear? Lie still, and I'll think of some way to escape." "Are you sure this is the right tree?" said a man's voice. "Don't you see the mark?" asked another. "The forester put it on himself, though it's rather high up. You'd better begin work at once, or you'll not get through with it before he comes round again." This was awful. Otto trembled so that he could hear his own teeth chattering, but Newt kept his presence of mind, and poking his brother warningly, said in a hoarse whisper, "Wait till I give the signal, and then jump out after me as high in the air as you can. Follow me till I tell you to stop." An echoing blow resounded against the tree trunk, which made Newt fly up like a skyrocket. "Now!" he cried, and bounding onto the edge of the opening, he jumped right over the heads of the woodmen into the tangled bushes, followed by Otto, and away they raced through the forest before the astonished men could recover themselves. "What in the world was that?" cried the woodcutters, rubbing their eyes and blinking, but no one had been able to see more than the two flying brown balls, and after hunting about in vain they decided it must have been a couple of gigantic owls. Only one thing did they find in the hollow tree, and that certainly puzzled them: a small piece of crumpled paper on which was sketched a lifelike picture of a badger with a fool's cap on his head. Underneath, written in cramped letters, "How would you like it?" After running for about half an hour, Newt sank down panting on a juniper bush, while Otto rolled upon the moss thoroughly exhausted. "Arithmetic was better than this," he panted dismally, fanning himself with a large fern leaf. "History was better. Anything was better." "Well, we're quite safe here for the present," replied Newt, "so don't worry yourself any more. I'm so tired I can't keep awake, and I'm sure you can't." And indeed, in spite of their fright, in a few minutes both the little bears were sound asleep again. When they next opened their eyes, the sun was glinting through the pine trees, and looking down on them benignly stood a fox in traveling dress, with a soft felt hat upon his head. He smiled graciously upon Newt, and beckoned him to come out of the juniper bushes. "Ha, ha, my good gentleman! You are taking a comfortable rest in a very secluded spot, but you can't escape my observation," he cried cheerfully. "Are you on your way to some foreign court, or perhaps you are couriers with state secrets?" The two little bears, feeling very flattered, sat up and straightened their tunics. "The truth is, we're seeking our fortunes," said Newt with dignity. "Oh, nothing easier," replied the fox. "You come with me. Such hardy, well-grown young bears will find no difficulty in getting excellent situations. I can almost promise you each a large income if you implicitly follow my directions." "Where should we go, then?" asked Newt cautiously. "To a dear friend of mine who employs an immense number of workmen," said the fox easily. "I will just let you see who I am before we proceed further." And he drew a case from his pocket, and taking out a card, presented it to the little bears with a low bow. "Just as if we were grown up," whispered Otto. "Oh, Newt, how different this is to Herr Badger." On the card, printed in elegant copperplate, was the following: Herr Crutzen, Under-Secretary and working member of the Society for Promoting the Welfare of Farmers. Newt looked at Herr Crutzen respectfully. "If you'll be so kind as to show us the way, we'll follow you at once," he said. "If we could get a little breakfast on the way, we should be glad, for we have lost our satchels, and berries are not very satisfying." "Come along, then," said the fox briskly, and seizing the two little bears by the paw, he dragged them into the heart of the forest at a rapid pace. Chapter 5. On the day after his visit to the Bjornson family, Herr Badger, feeling very dull, sat alone in the cottage by the schoolhouse. Every one of his pupils had deserted him, for not only had the 2 little bears run away, but all their companions had also played truant, and the whole of that part of the forest was filled with parents anxiously searching for their missing children, like a gigantic game of hide-and-seek. Herr Badger called to his housekeeper to bring him the blackboard, a couple of globes, and the book of conics sections, and for some hours he amused himself happily. But at the end of that time he began to experience an almost irresistible desire to teach something. "If I can't get anyone else, I'll call Britta," he said to himself. "If I can just ask her a few easy questions suited to her limited intellect." The housekeeper came in, curtsying respectfully, and seated herself at the table, as she was bidden. "I must imagine I have given up school and taken to private pupils," the Badger said to himself. "I hope she won't exasperate me and make me lose my temper. Now take this slate," he continued aloud, "and try to do one of these simple sums. You'll soon get used to them. If 5 onions were to be boiled in 6 saucepans, how would you divide the onions so that there would be exactly the same quantity in each pan?" "Chop them up," replied the housekeeper promptly. The Badger glared. "You're not attending. I said, how would you divide them?" "You might mince them very fine or pound them in a mortar," replied the housekeeper anxiously. "I don't know of no other way of doing it." "Work it out on the slate, creature! On the slate!" cried Herr Badger, thumping the table with his long ruler. "I'd rather do it on a dish, sir," said the housekeeper, trembling. "It's more what I'm accustomed to." Herr Badger started up in a fury. "You call yourself a private pupil?" he shouted, quite forgetting the housekeeper had never called herself anything of the kind. "Go back to the kitchen immediately." "I could bring you the mole who blacks the boots, if he'd be any good," said the housekeeper humbly. "I know I'm very ignorant, but the mole tells me he's been attending day school for years, and he reads recipes out of the cookery book quite beautiful." "Don't speak to me of moles," said the Badger crossly. "I shall take no more private pupils. They're not worth it." And he walked over to the blackboard and began to draw diagrams. "What's the good of diagrams without a class to explain them to?" he muttered. "I declare I believe I was too hard on those children. We can't be all equally gifted. It wouldn't be a bad idea if I went out as one of the search parties. I declare I will," he continued, his face brightening. "And I'll make every creature I find promise to come back to school again. I must make up a class somehow, or I shall die of monotony." He took down his old felt hat with the ear flaps, and putting some food in a knapsack, and choosing a stout walking stick, he flung a green cloak over his shoulders and let himself out into the forest. Chapter 6. The fox took the 2 little bears on so quickly that they soon began to feel both cross and tired. To their anxious inquiries as to where they were going, and whether they could not soon have some breakfast, Herr Crutzen answered vaguely that they would very soon reach their destination, and should have as much breakfast as they could possibly care for. "My friends are kind, worthy people, and you'll find every sort of luxury," he said, smiling benignly. "We seem to be coming near a town," whispered Newt to Otto. "I don't quite like this." And he tried to pull his paw away from the good secretary of the Society for Promoting the Welfare of Farmers. "Come along, my dear child. We are almost there," cried the fox. "I'm just going to tie you both up to this tree for a minute, merely to be sure you are quite safe and happy in my absence, and I shall return with my kind friend in no time." Herr Crutzen took some string from his pocket as he spoke, and the 2 little bears, who saw there was no use in struggling, submitted to be fastened together to a fir tree. As soon as the fox had disappeared, Otto burst into a loud roar of terror. "Oh, he's going to do something dreadful, I know he is! We shall never get away again!" "It's no good making that noise," said Newt angrily. "Leave off, Otto, and let me think." "You may think forever," wailed Otto. "And unless you've got a pocket knife, you won't get those knots undone." And he began to cry again with renewed vigor. "Why, whatever is the matter?" said a friendly voice close by. The little bears looked round eagerly and saw that an elderly badger was approaching. He was evidently a woodcutter, for he had a large axe in his hand, and the 3 young badgers who followed him were carrying neatly tied bundles of sticks. Newt stretched out his paw beseechingly. "Please cut the string. Oh, please, Herr Badger, make haste and let us get free. Herr Crutzen will be back in a minute, and then there'll be no hope for us." "So this is some of his work," said the Badger angrily. "I declare that the creature is a plague on the whole forest." With 2 blows of his axe, he cut the strings that bound the little bears, and ordering them to follow him to a place of safety, he darted through the bushes with his children, and never stopped until they came out into a secluded valley, at the end of which, in a small clearing, stood a hut built of pine logs. Before the door sat the Badger mother with some plain sewing, while 5 of the young Badger children played about on the grass in front of her. "You're home early today, Father," she said cheerfully, and added as she caught sight of the little bears, "Why, wherever did you pick up these strangers, Father?" The Badger described the unpleasant position in which he had found them, and the whole family gathering around, Newt related their adventures truthfully from the very beginning. "I'll tell you where the fox was taking you, my children," said the Badger mother. "There's a wild beast show in the town at this present moment, and Herr Crutzen has already enticed 2 or 3 animals into it. He's well paid by the showman, and would have made a good thing out of you because you could have been taught to dance. Oh, what a miserable fate you have escaped from!" Newt and Otto looked thoroughly ashamed of themselves and began to realize what their foolishness might have led them into. However, no one could be miserable for long at a time in the Badger family. They were all so happy and light-hearted, so after a good dinner, the 2 little bears ran out into the garden and forgot their troubles in a romp with the children. "You did not know your old schoolmaster was a cousin of ours," remarked the Badger mother as they rested later on, under a shady fir tree. "He really is a worthy creature at heart, and you ought all to try and put up with him as much as possible." "We really will," cried the 2 little bears heartily. "If ever we get back again, we really will." And they thoroughly intended to keep their promises. "I think this evening you should start for home before it grows dusk," said the Badger mother. "Father will see you well on your way, and your parents must be longing to hear of you. Come into the house now, and I will make you look respectable." Newt and Otto were all obedience, and followed the Badger mother meekly to the kitchen. Here she took down into large scrubbing brushes, and proceeded to give them a thorough tidying. Then their faces were soaped, and finally 2 of the young Badgers' caps were placed upon their heads, for their own had fallen off when they were upset into the river. The elastics were very tight under their chins, but they refrained from saying anything, and this showed how complete was their reformation. Just as all the preparations were completed, there came a loud knock at the door, and the schoolmaster himself appeared, his clothes torn, 1 flap off his hat, a bandage covering his right eye, leading in a little crowd of scholars that he had collected with infinite toil from many perilous positions. There were 2 hedgehogs, a young fox, 5 badgers, a mole, and a tame guinea-pig. All of them were more or less scratched and dismal-looking, and some had evidently been in the water, for their clothes were still dripping, and hung around them in the most uncomfortable manner. "What, you here after all? Well, this is a happy meeting," cried Herr Badger, embracing the little bears warmly. "I wasn't going home till I'd found you, and here you are, a most fortunate coincidence." Sit down, cousin," said the Badger mother hospitably. "Bring in the pupils and let them dry their hair before the fire. They seem in a sad state, poor things." "They certainly do look a little untidy," said the Badger, "but we shall soon remedy all that. I have been explaining to the class, at least to as much as I've got of it," he continued, turning to Newt, "that the plan of the school is to be entirely reformed, 10 minutes arithmetic per day, and history once weekly. What do you say to that, children?" A feeble cheer arose from the pupils, and the 2 little bears, throwing themselves upon their knees, begged their master's pardon for all the trouble they had caused him. Chapter 7. Fru Bjornsen, seated on a camp stool by the side of the entrance gate to her house, was looking anxiously around her. Close by stood Ingold, with one eye tightly screwed up and an old-fashioned telescope in her hand, trying in vain to adjust the focus. "What do you see now?" inquired the bear mother, leaning forward. "A great fog with snakes in it," replied the servant truthfully. "Why, those are trees, of course," said Fru Bjornsen. "Turn the screw a little more, and it will become as plain as possible." Ingold twisted her hand several times rapidly, and again applied her eye to the end. "It doesn't seem like snakes now, does it?" asked the bear mother triumphantly. "Oh, no, it's turned to milk with green splashes in it," said Ingold. "You don't see anything of my darling children, then?" inquired Fru Bjornsen. "Nothing at all, ma'am," said Ingold. "A telescope may be a wonderful thing for those who haven't any eyes, but really I think I see better without it." At this moment, through the trees, an extraordinary procession came in sight, which caused the bear mother to jump up from her seat with a cry of joy. Herr Badger, with his cloak thrown over one shoulder, leading Newt and Otto by the hand, and behind them the rest of the pupils in single file, depressed and gloomy, but resigned to whatever fate might have in store for them. Fru Bjornsen ran forward and clasped her children in her arms. It was a happy meeting, and as she thought the schoolmaster would already have gone through all the scolding that was necessary, she refrained from adding a word more. "I've got the class together, ma'am," said Herr Badger triumphantly, "and I'm never going to let it go again. The new school system commences from tomorrow." All the parents agreed that the children had been sufficiently punished during their wanderings in the forest, and they were therefore allowed to return to their homes without anything more being said on the subject. The next morning the scholars assembled at the schoolhouse in excellent time, but most of them, unfortunately having lost their satchels, were obliged to carry their books and luncheon, wrapped up in untidy brown paper parcels, which was certainly very mortifying. "My dear pupils," commenced Herr Badger, as he entered the room and bowed graciously, "on this auspicious occasion I wish to call the arithmetic class for 10 minutes only. We will begin, if you please, with twice one, repeating it 3 times over without a failure." End of section 17, The Badger's School. Recording by Tom Groff, TomGroffVoiceover.com.
Chapter 18 of Soap Bubble Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry. Chapter 18. Bobbie's 2 Shillings, a Guinea-Pig Story. Chapter 1. On a sloping lawn, before an old-fashioned rambling house, Bobbie and Jerry were playing at 9 pins on a hot day in August. Under the shade of a cedar tree, the under-nurse sat working, and Aunt Lucy, an old lady with snow-white hair, crowned by a black mushroom hat, was slowly pacing the gravel walk, digging out a weed here and there with a long spud she carried for the purpose. Jerry was only playing 9 pins because Bobbie was so fond of them. She did not care for them herself, for she thought that as she was 10 years old, they were too babyish. But Bobbie was only 8, so of course it was not to be expected of him that he would care for grown-up things. There was a pleasant buzzing in the air, as old Jephthah Funnel led the donkey in the mowing machine up and down the wide lawn, pausing every now and then to exchange a few words with the children. "When are you a-coming to tea with us, Master Bobbie and Missy?" he inquired, stopping to fan his heated face with a red pocket handkerchief. "James Seaton's got some guinea pigs that he talks of bringing over for you to see, any day as you'll fix upon." "Oh, that is nice. I do so long to have another," cried Bobbie rapturously. "I only want 3 halfpence farthing more, and I shall have enough in my money box to pay for it. Will James wait till Friday?" "Of course he will, Master Bobbie. Don't you worry your head about that." "Well, it's an extraordinary thing, Jephthah, but you can't think how I've been saving and saving and saving for that guinea pig. and it seems as if I never should have enough," said Bobbie confidently. "I saved up for funnel, the one that's called after you know, in no time. But we were up in Scotland then, and there wasn't hardly any shops that I could spend my money in. Things always do seem a long time coming when you're longing for them, so to speak. Day and night, sir. Yes, it's quite true that a watch pocket never boils," said Bobbie. "I shall leave off rattling the money box and try and forget all about it till Friday." "You're right there, sir," said Jephthah, not noticing the new rendering of the proverb, for he was as fond of long words and sentences as Bobbie himself. "You come right up to the cottage on Friday, along of nurse and Miss Jerry. The misses'll have tea for you, and I'll see that Jim brings the guinea pigs." "Does James Seton know anything about cats?" inquired Jerry eagerly. "You know they're my favorite animals, just like guinea pigs or bobbies, and I do want to get some new recipes for my cat book." "Why, whatever is a cat book, Miss Jerry?" asked Jephthah curiously. "Don't you know, Jephthah? I write down all sorts of cures for cats and what they ought to eat, and several times it's been very useful to Miss Meadows and Maria." "I can't say I know much about the subject, Miss Jerry, nor I don't think Jim doesn't neither, never having made a study of it, as you may say. Miss Meadows is the tabby cat, ain't she? A very fine cat, I call her. Yes, I made a portrait of her and Maria to send to Mamma out in India, and Bobbie made a picture of Funnel, not you, you know. She liked them so much. Shall I tell you why Bobbie is so interested in guinea pigs?" continued Jerry, taking the old man's hand and speaking in a mysterious whisper. "You know Jack belongs to the Cavy Club at school, where all the boys must keep guinea pigs, and he wrote Bobbie a letter last term with a picture of a guinea pig on the flap of the envelope, and where is it? Written where the tail ought to be. Ever since then Bobbie has been mad about guinea pigs. Yes, I can remember Master Jack a walking in here with 10 of 'em," said Jephthah, "and keeping 'em in the lumber room in houses made out of cigar boxes." "Oh, but Aunt Lucy found out, and wouldn't allow it," said Jerry. "They all had to be taken out to the stable yard again. I must own I think on that occasion your aunt was reasonable, Miss Jerry. A guinea pig don't seem a kind of a domestic indoor animal, like a cat, for instance." "Will you have mufflings and crumpets for tea, do you think, when we come?" inquired Bobbie, after a thoughtful pause. "Excuse me asking you, but I do like them very much." "Oh, Bobbie, you shouldn't say that," cried Jerry reprovingly. "It's very impolite. Aunt Lucy would be quite horrified." "Well, I don't mean anything rude," said Bobbie. "I do like them, and I can't help it. I can't see why it's any more rude than if I said I like guinea pigs." Chapter 2. The next day was a very wet one, and Aunt Lucy, coming up into the schoolroom in the morning, as she invariably did, even during the holidays, saw a most extraordinary collection of baskets standing on the floor, in front of a small fire of sticks blazing away in the fireplace. There was a large covered market basket, a fish bag with a skewer through the top, and a small Japanese basket with a lid which was kept in place by the poker and tongs laid carefully over it. The baskets were all occasionally agitated from within, and Aunt Lucy found on inquiry that they contained the Guinea-Pig family, who had been flooded out of their usual quarters by the rain, had been brought in to a fire by Bobbie to be dried. "I really object to these animals in the house," said Aunt Lucy, trying to be severe, but Bobbie's face was so pathetic she did not order them to be taken out at once, as she had at first intended. "As soon as they are dry, you must move them away, Bobbie," she continued. "I have had quite enough trouble with Jacks. I can't have the house turned into a menagerie." "Really, Aunt Lucy, you needn't mind. Habakkuk and Funnel, they are so very well behaved. I have been deliberating whether I ought to bring in Pompey, because his hair streams out. But he did look so cold and miserable, I thought you wouldn't object." At this moment a housemaid came up to say there were visitors in the drawing-room. "It is your two uncles from India," said Aunt Lucy, taking Bobbie's reluctant hand. "They have come on purpose to see you, so you must leave the Guinea-Pigs for a minute. Jerry can stay with them, and come down as soon as you return." Bobbie departed groaning, while the under-nurse good-naturedly made up the fire and began to dry the guinea-pigs with an old duster. In a few minutes Bobbie returned, his fat round face red with the exertion of scrambling upstairs, his brown eyes sparkling. "What are they like?" inquired Jerry, who was not fond of visitors, as Anne brushed her curly hair, and tried in vain to flatten it to the nursery regulation of smoothness. "Oh, two middle-aged light gentlemen," replied Bobbie carelessly. "One gave me a shilling to buy a guinea-pig, so now I'm quite safe in telling James to bring them on Friday." And Bobbie seated himself before the fire with Habakkuk and Funnel on his knees, and rubbed away at them vigorously. Jerry retired downstairs, but reappeared in a very short time, rushing into the room again like a whirlwind. "What do you think the uncles have promised us, Bobbie?" she cried excitedly. "Guess the most beautifulest thing you can possibly think of." Commenced Bobbie, and checked himself hastily. "Certainly not," said Jerry with decision. "I said I must run up and tell you. You'd be so wild with joy. It begins with a P, but it isn't pig. Now guess again." "Prawns, perambulators, prongs, pastry," commenced Bobbie rapidly. "Well, none of those are very nice except pastry. I can't think of anything more, Jerry. You must tell me." "Pantomime," said Jerry triumphantly. "Next Saturday. What do you say to that?" Bobbie's eyes twinkled. "With preserved seats, like we had last time. Oh, splendid!" And he began to caper about the room with delight. "Well, this has been a day!" he exclaimed, as he sank down quite exhausted. "What a lot for my diary! I'd better write it out at once, before I forget it." A large book, interleaved with blotting paper, was disinterred from the playbox, and Bobbie sat down before it solemnly. The greater part of this book was filled with minute accounts of what time its owner got up and went to bed, what pudding he had for dinner, and what lessons he learnt. But on this occasion the entry assumed such large proportions that it spread right over the next day, and was wandering into Friday when Bobbie suddenly remembered the tea party, and that room must certainly be left for that. Jerry, looking over his shoulder when he had finished, read the following, adorned with many blots and smudges. Had such a day, two light gentlemen who turned into uncles. You mean turned out to be uncles, corrected Jerry. Came and gave me 1 shilling for the brown guinea pig. I accepted with thanks. They are going to take us, Jerry and me, to the pantomime and tea at Mrs. Funnel's on Friday. Not the uncles, but nurse. P.S. Plenty more to say, but no room. Can't put the pudding today. Chapter 3. One of Bobbie's and Jerry's greatest treats was to have tea at the cottage on the edge of the park, where old Mrs. Funnel presided over a table covered with cakes and homemade delicacies. She always liked them to appear in good time, so punctually at 4 o'clock on Friday, the invited tea party, consisting of old nurse in a crackling black silk, Jerry in spotless frilled cotton, and Bobbie in a white sailor suit, bristled with starch and pearl buttons, made their way through the little garden of the Funnel's house and rapped importantly on the door with the end of the nurse's umbrella. Mrs. Funnel, who had been awaiting the summons, welcomed them heartily, and Bobbie was relieved to see, on taking a cursory glance at the table, that besides the usual array of good things, there was a covered dish, which meant, as he knew by experience, muffins. Jephthah, in his Sunday coat, with red geranium in his buttonhole, looked cheerfully conscious of his own splendor, and his wife's little wrinkled face beamed with kindness and hospitality. Jim can't get away yet, I'm sorry to say, she said, but he'll be in afterwards. Sit down, all of you, please. Draw up to the table, ma'am. Bobbie deposited his dogskin gloves carefully in his hat and seated himself solemnly, trying to keep his eyes off the plum cake for the sake of good manners. This bread's a bit heavy, mother, remarked Jephthah, grappling with a large loaf in the center of the table. I don't know how that can be, replied Mrs. Funnel cheerfully. It rose enough. Then it must ha sat down again, said Jephthah. It's that worriting oven, ma'am, turned to nurse. I assure you that we do have a time with it sometimes. The tea began merrily, and just in the middle of it the door opened, and James Seaton's sunburnt face looked in. He carried a basket which Bobbie pounced upon eagerly, for he knew it contained the long-expected guinea pigs. Behind Jim stood a little woe-begone creature in a ragged dress, her head covered by a large crumpled sunbonnet. The tears were rolling down her face, and in her hand she held the bottom of a broken glass medicine bottle. Look here, grandmother, said Jim. I picked up this unfortunate little mortal just outside the lodge gates. She's been into town to buy some lotion for her sick mother, and she went and fell up against a stone and smashed her bottle, and now she's in a terrible state of mind about it." The little girl was still crying bitterly, and Bobbie, who was very tender-hearted, furtively wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and looked hard out the window. "Sit you down, child, and have some tea. You're fair worn out with misery," said Mrs. Funnel kindly. "After that we'll think of what to be done. How much did the medicine cost, child?" "2 shillings," said the child, with a fresh burst of sobbing. Bobbie discovered, to his great annoyance, that 2 large tears had fallen down his own cheeks out of sympathy, and at the same moment he seemed to feel his little wash-leather purse growing so large that he almost fancied in another moment it would burst out of his pocket. Exactly 2 shillings were in it, the price of the bottle of lotion, or of 2 of Jim's guinea pigs. Which should it be? "If only I hadn't bought Maria's collar last Monday, I could have got you a bottle easily," cried Jerry, in great distress. "I've only 2 pence halfpenny left, but do take it. Oh, you poor little girl, I am so sorry for you." Bobbie felt very guilty, and his money seemed to weigh upon him like lead. He watched the attractive brown guinea pigs, who had been let out of their basket, gambol about the parlor. His mind was in a chaos. Suddenly he snatched out his purse and thrust the 2 shillings into the little girl's hand before she could say anything. "Get the medicine, please," he said in a gruff voice. "I don't want the guinea pigs, thank you, Jim." And opening the door hurriedly, he darted off across the park towards home. Chapter 4. "I do think it was one of the goodest things I ever heard of," said Jerry confidently, as she drove with one of the light gentlemen to the pantomime. She had just finished an account of Bobbie's heroic sacrifice of the day before, and as Bobbie himself was following in a hansom cab with the other uncle, it was quite safe to relate the whole story without fear of interruptions. "He wanted those guinea pigs dreadfully," continued Jerry, "and he gave everything he had to the poor little girl. He cried horribly about it, though. He was literally roaring when we got back from Mrs. Funnel's tea, though he went and hid himself so that we shouldn't know. But nurse said his blouse was quite damp." "Shall we go round on our way back and order Bobbie some new guinea pigs as a surprise?" asked Uncle Ronald, who had listened to the story with all the respectful sympathy expected of him. Jerry gave a shriek of delight. "Oh, how lovely! May I choose? I know just his favorite colors." As Bobbie took his usual stroll into the stable yard on Monday morning, he was astonished to see Jephthah approaching him with a large box on a wheelbarrow. "Summit for you, Master Bobbie. Come by rail, and there seems to be a deal of moving about and squeaking a going on inside." Bobbie unfastened the covers with feverish haste, and there was a hutch, such as he had never dreamt of, with a row of 4 little eager noses sticking out between the bars. A label hanging to the wire said, "From the 2 light gentlemen." "Well now, Master Bobbie, if I ever saw the like of that," cried Jephthah admiringly. "Why, they're all a-sitting as comfortable as you please, in a kind of an Eastern palace." Bobbie, who was almost delirious with delight and excitement, ran in to fetch Jerry. "Oh, Jerry, come out," he cried. "The light gentleman, in a splendid blue cage with red stripes, come by train. And such guinea pigs, just the kind I wanted. 2 long hair. Oh, I do think this is the splendidest day of my life. And as long as I live, I won't never forget it." End of chapter 18. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of Soap Bubble Stories by Fanny Berry.